A biting wind howls across a desolate, snow-covered landscape, the silence broken only by the crunch of ice and the distant, guttural roars of unseen beasts. Amidst the frozen carnage, where monstrous forms lie still in death, a single, ornate sword stands upright, a testament to a battle recently won. High above, a white bird soars through the frigid air, its keen eyes scanning the vast, empty expanse below. Across the endless white, a lone figure pushes forward, his determined stride leaving tracks in the freshly fallen snow. Adrian Leon Burke, the first prince, known as Gruhorn, gazes ahead with unwavering resolve, his expression hardened by the harsh realities of his world. Clad in his distinctive armor, the young prince radiates an aura of quiet strength, ready for whatever challenges the frozen wastes may present. Suddenly, a monstrous roar rips through the air, as a hulking, red-skinned beast with glowing eyes lunges from the shadows, its massive form a terrifying obstacle. Without hesitation, Gruhorn leaps into action, his sword arcing through the air to meet the charging foe. The sharp edge of a blade, stained with crimson, reflects the desolate, snow-covered landscape, as chaotic energy swirls in the darkness. Over a long span of time, a monstrous red creature with a glowing eye snarls, embodying the ancient threats that have plagued the world. There were countless tribulations, and Adrian Leon Burke, clad in his knightly armor, has always been at the forefront, leaping into battle. And countless wars. He fought relentlessly, his sword a blur against unseen enemies. And countless heroes were born, Adrian Leon Burke among them, his presence radiating with a powerful blue aura. Always, the grotesque face of evil, a green-skinned monster with glowing red eyes, persisted. Evil is at the center of this world, and the prince stands ready, his resolve unwavering. Of the world, leaping through a desolate, ruined landscape, forever fighting the encroaching darkness. He stood at the very heart of it all, a golden light emanating from the blade before him, reflecting on his own existence. For he was the magic sword, Gruhorn, a legend forged in the crucible of endless war. And now, the desolate, snow-swept lands stretched before him, a testament to the ceaseless conflict. Amidst the frozen corpses of his enemies, the prince stood, a lone figure against the stark, unforgiving landscape. A quiet sound escaped him as he reached out, perhaps in a moment of grim acknowledgement. His gaze swept across the vast, silent field, the distant fortress a silent witness to his unending struggle. Yet, the fight was far from over, as new monstrous forms surged forward, their numbers seemingly endless. With a brutal, bone-shattering impact, he delivered a devastating blow, his arm a blur of focused power. The creature crumpled under the force, its grotesque form dissolving into a spray of blood and viscera. From the swirling crimson energy, grotesque forms of monstrous enemies began to emerge, their glowing red eyes fixed on him. More of the distorted creatures pressed forward, their numbers seemingly endless. Yet, Gruhorn stood firm, his resolve unwavering, thinking to himself, not as a sword. He moved with blinding speed, a streak of brilliant blue energy, his blade a blur. His gaze was sharp, his purpose clear, but the sword in his hand pulsed with azure light, reflecting his conviction, "Knight, I stand here." With a powerful, sweeping motion, he unleashed a torrent of blue energy. The impact shattered the very air, sending fragments of ice and debris flying. His eye glowed with an intense, electric blue, a beacon of his unwavering will. He stands amidst the desolate expanse of snow-covered mountains and frozen valleys, a lone figure against the stark white. The ancient walls, once steeped in the blood of countless battles, now remain eerily silent. His form radiates a familiar, potent blue energy, a silent testament to his unwavering resolve. He surveys the aftermath, his gaze steady upon the fallen. In this profound stillness, only the distant, echoing call of a war horn breaks the silence, heralding a dawn charge. A stern-faced man with dark hair and a distinctive scar above his eye looks on, his expression unyielding. He is joined by a formidable group, including the scarred man and a serene woman with flowing white hair, all clad in battle-worn armor. Another warrior, a woman with long, wavy brown hair, emanates a powerful blue aura, her eyes fixed with fierce determination. And finally, a golden-haired knight, his blue eyes sharp and confident, stands ready, also surrounded by a vibrant blue glow. The scene opens with a chilling blue light, shimmering over a vast, snow-covered expanse, where Adrian Leon Burke, clad in his distinctive red-lined cape and plate armor, stands resolute amidst a field of fallen warriors, his greatsword planted firmly in the icy ground. The ethereal blue energy pulses around the silent forms, a ghostly echo of a battle long past. Yet he remains, a lone figure of defiance, his gaze fixed on an unseen horizon. The ground is littered with the remnants of conflict, swords plunged into the frozen earth, monuments to ancient heroes, now forgotten by time. One blade, its hilt worn but still gleaming, rests within an armored hand. As Adrian Leon Burke offers a faint, knowing smile, his own cross-shaped sword now radiating a soft, golden glow. The desolate landscape stretches on, a silent testament to countless sacrifices. Before a monstrous, green-skinned creature with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth lunges forward, its roar tearing through the silence. Adrian Leon Burke wasted no time, launching himself into a fierce assault, his glowing cross-shaped sword arcing through the air towards the monstrous creature. With a sharp, metallic ring, the blade connected, tearing through flesh and bone. The creature reeled back, blood spraying from the wound, as Adrian continued his relentless offensive. A moment of grim reflection forced his fist to the frozen earth, the weight of his past echoing in his mind. All of them were my friends. But there was no time for grief, only battle. As he surged forward, his sword a beacon of blue light against another foe. The impact resonated with a heavy clang, his blade finding its mark once more. He fought through the horde, each swing a testament to his resolve, the bitter truth fueling his fury. For the myths, they merely became ashes, erased from me. Another creature fell with a dull thud, its eyes wide with a final, surprised terror. Finally, Adrian stood alone amidst the fallen, his glowing sword still humming with power, a silent victor on the blood-stained snow. Adrian delivers a swift, powerful strike. Standing amidst the fallen, his gaze fixed. A flicker of grim determination crosses his eye, as a deep growl echoes across the desolate landscape. In this era of tribulation that has finally arrived, a new, monstrous foe emerges, and he faces the towering behemoth. The creature lets out a guttural roar, but his eyes begin to glow with an intense, electric blue light. A vibrant blue aura erupts around him, and his cross-shaped sword pulses with the same potent energy. He descends onto a snow-covered battlefield, his red cape billowing around the gleaming armor, a testament to his unwavering resolve amidst the fallen. Yet, a new terror looms, its jagged features and glowing red eyes promising a challenge unlike any before, a monstrous visage of pure malice. Still, the prince stands ready, bathed in a radiant light, his presence a defiant challenge to any darkness that dares to rise. From an ethereal form of pure energy, I was reborn. My essence coalesced, and I was reincarnated as a sword. Over hundreds of long years, I met many masters. I lent my strength to their battles, my blade cutting through countless foes. And with my aid, I made them into heroes who would remain in history. Then, after an eternity, I met my comrade. Adrian Leon Burke, the first prince, stood before me, a figure of regal power and unwavering resolve. But even with such a comrade, a new, terrifying threat looms on the horizon. He was just a boy, born in a nameless rural village, when I first found him. Together, we faced the monstrous threats that plagued his home, the village of Lundberg, and countless others. His resolve hardened with every snarling beast we vanquished. And soon, we roamed the world together, a formidable duo against any darkness. His journey was one of relentless struggle and unwavering courage, until he achieved feats no one could ever match, becoming a legend in his own right. But even legends face new challenges, and a shadow of immense power, like a great dragon, begins to stir. Across desolate, snow-capped peaks, a new threat emerges. The glowing blade, now wreathed in dark, swirling energy, awaits its next wielder. Adrian Leon Burke is suddenly engulfed in a violent explosion of red energy, the impact tearing through the snowy landscape. Before he can even react, a sharp, white claw flashes through the chaos, striking with brutal precision. The force of the assault sends him reeling, a ragged cough escaping his lips as blood streaks his face. Despite the pain, he instinctively raises a hand, a faint blue aura flaring to meet the unseen threat, a desperate attempt to defend himself. But the onslaught is too great, overwhelming his defenses and forcing him to his knees, his armor battered amidst the swirling debris. More impacts ripple through the air, sending jagged fragments of ice and rock flying. The white energy of the attack continues to tear through the environment, leaving a trail of destruction. Then, from the swirling snow and debris, the true assailant emerges, a colossal, dark, dragon-like entity with eyes that burn with malevolent red light. It opens its maw, a terrifying red glow emanating from within, and unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the very mountains. He braces himself, the colossal dark entity's tendrils of shadow and raw power lashing out, striking him with brutal force. Yet, even amidst the onslaught, he finds the strength to retaliate, his blade arcing with fierce determination, only for the monstrous foe to unleash a devastating burst of crimson energy, engulfing him entirely. The raw magical power washes over the landscape. But from within the destructive aura, a brilliant blue light erupts, pushing back against the darkness. He continues his assault, his sword a blur of motion, unleashing a final, overwhelming wave of azure energy that sends the colossal entity reeling. As the dust settles, a new voice calls out, a man with a confident smile offering his aid. "Let's go, my friend." The blue energy dissipates, leaving behind shattered earth and the lingering chill of battle. The air shatters with a sharp crack. As Adrian Leon Burke channels his power, a fierce resolve hardening his features. The colossal dark entity recoils, a guttural growl escaping its form as blue energy lashes out. A blinding explosion of azure light and shattered ice erupts, momentarily obscuring the battlefield. Through the dissipating chaos, Adrian stands firm, his sword held high, still wreathed in crackling blue energy. The impact leaves deep fissures across the entity's hardened scales. And finally, the monstrous creature glares down, its eyes now burning with an ominous red light. But Adrian's glowing blade has found its mark, impaling itself deep into the entity's leg. A powerful, ancient memory begins to unfold, depicting the raw, untamed magic of a bygone era. It was a time long past, when a formidable foe was vanquished, for it was then that we defeated the White Dragon of the very heart of the Frost Mountains. In the aftermath of that monumental victory, my comrade became the ruler of a kingdom, while his destiny led to a throne, and my own path was intertwined with a legendary blade, a symbol of our shared triumph. This sword, imbued along with the legend of the Dragon Slayer, was known by a single, powerful name, Gruhorn. With a final, heartfelt plea to please look after my descendants, it was passed down to my comrade's descendants. A sharp, metallic sound echoes through the silence, as if something ancient has been disturbed. A voice murmurs, sensing the disturbance, wondering why the air has suddenly grown so noisy, as the legendary sword, Gruhorn, begins to glow with an ethereal light. The light intensifies, becoming almost unbearable, and the voice exclaims in frustration, finding the brilliance distracting, while another, more authoritative voice, questions the audacity of whoever dares to touch it. With a powerful declaration, the young wielder asserts their absolute claim over the weapon, proclaiming themselves its new master. A stern, bearded man, witnessing this defiance, cries out in alarm, recognizing the young wielder as Your Highness. He vehemently declares that the sword is a sacred item, one that only His Majesty may touch, and demands its immediate return. The legendary blade, Gruhorn, continues to hum with power, its golden hilt and sharp edge gleaming in the dim light. The young prince, holding the sword with unwavering resolve, scoffs at the official's words, dismissing him as a mere pig before silencing his protests with a sharp command. He defiantly declares that there is nothing in this world he cannot touch, leaving the bearded man stunned and disbelieving at such an audacious claim. He asserts his will, declaring the absolute necessity to check his own authority. As the legendary blade pulses with raw energy, its true nature is revealed: authority, judgment. This power belongs to Adrian Leonberg, a level 999 monarch whose attitude is kingly, defined by traits of arrogance, overwhelming might, ruthlessness, fearlessness, and a complete lack of empathy, coupled with a boundless mana sensitivity. Observing the Leonberg name, a voice acknowledges him as the sword's true descendant, yet a lingering doubt remains. A white-haired man, clutching his own blade, questions how this king could have inherited the sword saint's legacy, wishing he possessed the power to simply ignore the royal decree. His frustration mounts, knowing he cannot defy the emperor. Adrian's thoughts dismiss the man as ridiculous, babbling as he pleases. With renewed determination, the white-haired warrior cries out to his own blade, pleading with the great dragon slayer to lend him its strength. His desperate plea culminates in a furious shout, questioning Adrian's audacity. The white-haired warrior's furious challenge continued, his voice echoing with indignation as he questioned why he should ever lend his power to a mere brat, asserting his own divine authority within this realm. His enraged shouts continued, calling out Gruhorn's name with a desperate, furious intensity. The sheer force of his outburst sent shivers through the surrounding guards, who cried out in fear, pleading with their highness to calm down, knowing they must now. Ignoring their pleas, the warrior's eyes blazed, as he vehemently refused to be ordered around. Adrian, however, remained unfazed, calmly asking if the warrior truly wished to begin, daring him to use any bit of power he had left. Before the warrior could even react, Adrian moved, a blur of motion and gleaming steel. A sharp impact jolted the warrior, leaving him stunned and questioning what had just happened. Adrian's blade had found its mark, leaving a deep, clean cut across the warrior's hand. In an instant, the warrior was brought to his knees, defeated and humbled before the calm, victorious prince. As the dust settled from Adrian's swift victory, an attendant could only watch in horror, her hands flying to her mouth in a desperate attempt to stifle a cry. A choked gasp escaped her lips, followed by a desperate plea for his highness. The white-haired warrior lay broken on the ground, a crimson stain spreading across his chest where Adrian's blade had found its mark. The attendant, now on her knees, cried out, demanding that someone call the royal physician immediately. Yet, the warrior's mind, despite the pain, could only register a bewildered as he struggled to comprehend that the one stabbed by the sword was himself. His thoughts raced, a single question echoing in his mind. How could this scoundrel have wielded such a sword? His vision began to blur, the edges of his perception fading into an indistinct haze. He realized with a jolt that, at this rate, he would soon lose consciousness. The thought was almost as shocking as the injury itself. He would faint for the first time in his entire sword-wielding life. Whispers spread throughout the kingdom, a dire prophecy suggesting that if Prince Adrian were to ascend the throne, the future of the realm would be irrevocably lost. He was widely perceived as a man of no discernible talent. His greed, however, was considered boundless. A caricature of him as a stupid, lazy, and cruel pig became the prevailing image of the first Prince Adrian Leonberg, a reputation that even the most notorious figures found hard to believe. Like a hawk, the kingdom's future seemed to glare down upon them. As after such a prince was born, worrisome rumors began to spread like wildfire, hinting at the appearance of a strange demon. Two cloaked figures conversed, one asking if Adrian Leon Burke was now the second prince, to which the other confirmed he had recently been demoted to the third prince. Another figure questioned the fairness of his demotion, as he hadn't seemed to do anything to deserve it, but a third dismissed the concern, believing he would soon revert to his old self. However, the person in question, Prince Adrian, held no interest in such rumors. Looking down with a somber expression, Adrian mused, "To think I." The dark truth, or perhaps a curse, echoed in his mind. He had killed his comrade's descendant and stolen his body. In the royal chambers, a guard captain kneels before the king, his voice filled with concern, asking if His Majesty has heard the latest rumors. The captain then reports that the first prince, Adrian Leon Burke, who hadn't even visited the palace in months, has suddenly been demoted to third prince. Elsewhere, a royal maid, smiling politely, warns a masked guard to mind his words. Back in the throne room, the king, with a knowing look, remarks that he had heard Adrian had returned from the deal, but it seems his reputation remains exactly the same. He dismisses the maid, telling her she may leave, as she isn't protecting anything anyway. The king then asks the guard captain who this pig is, referring to Adrian, and the captain replies that he has some kind of strange demon, which he pretends to know about. Adrian Leon Burke, now seen alone, wonders if this is his teacher. He acknowledges the address of Your Highness, but admits his memory is a mess, feeling like he might remember nothing at all, or perhaps not. He stares down, a jumble of thoughts swirling in his mind. Don't tell me, he muses. I thought time had passed. As a guard's voice booms, announcing, the king has arrived. Adrian's eyes widen. The king, he thinks, then he must have accurately guessed. A surprised "oh" escapes him, realizing, he's better than I thought. He continues his internal monologue. I thought time had passed, and that the blood had diluted into mere rumors. But seeing the king, perhaps that is not the case. The king's gaze is stern as he addresses his son. Seeing as you do not even greet your father, he states, it seems surviving an encounter with death does not change a person. Later, as Adrian lies in bed, the royal guard captain expresses his deep concern to the monarch. Your Majesty, I am concerned for His Highness's memory loss. The king's brow furrows, questioning, memory loss? The captain insists, summon the royal physician immediately to examine His Highness. Adrian lies unconscious, surrounded by his father and the royal retinue, his fate now resting on the physician's diagnosis. Adrian stands before his father, the king, who questions him about his memory, asking if he truly doesn't recall anything. A wave of unease washes over him as he considers the implications of his memory loss, wondering if his father has noticed the extent of his affliction. The king's gaze is piercing, his voice resonating with a profound disappointment. He presses on, suggesting that if Adrian claims no memory of his past deeds, then perhaps everything he has done until now simply never happened. Adrian's expression tightens, the weight of his father's words a heavy burden. The king continues, explaining that acknowledging a mistake and learning from it is a form of growth, a path Adrian can no longer take. His voice hardens as he delivers the final blow, reminding Adrian that he has forgotten all of that crucial knowledge. The ornate chains on his royal attire gleam, a silent testament to his unwavering authority. With a final, resolute statement, the king declares that since Adrian's past is now effectively erased, he has no choice but to move forward from his current, diminished state. Kneeling before his father, Adrian Leon Burke endures the king's stern gaze, his mind racing with internal curses, wishing he could escape the humiliating situation. The king's voice cuts through the silence, declaring, forget being the first prince. You should be grateful you're treated like a human. Adrian's face contorts in a mix of anger and confusion, his thoughts echoing. What the hell has this kid been doing? A wave of shock washes over him, leaving him utterly bewildered by the king's harsh judgment. The king continues, his words overlaid on a memory of a younger Adrian being embraced by his father. I heard everything. Now, consider it as if you must be. Your memory will return soon. Another flashback shows a distressed young Adrian on his father's lap, as the king's dismissive voice echoes, no, that trivial past. What does it matter if you don't remember it? No, thank your beautiful face has. Adrian's face twists in anguish, the king's words ringing in his ears. Wasted away like this, my poor son. Where exactly has it wasted away? King Leon Burke gazes down at his son, a faint smile playing on his lips, expressing his happiness that Adrian has finally opened his eyes. His tone shifts, however, as he warns Adrian that he must never again touch such dangerous objects. He continues, his voice laced with a veiled threat, pondering what might have happened if something had gone wrong and Adrian hadn't woken up. Adrian, held firmly in his father's arms, looks utterly distraught, his small face etched with profound sadness as the king's stern gaze falls upon him. Internally, Adrian recoils from the thought, wishing he didn't have to remember it, a crushing sense of self-pity washing over him as he feels already dead. Under the pale crescent moon, the grand castle looms, a silent witness to the heavy burden Adrian now carries. The king, now standing, offers a final, dismissive remark. promising to return later and instructing Adrian to rest well. A faint, unsettling sound emanates from Adrian. As he lets out a single, choked breath, his face still contorted in silent anguish. Adrian reflects on a past life, where his comrades would beg him to clean up their messes, even after he had already killed one. He acknowledges that it wasn't their fault, but his own, the one who messed up his life. Now, he vows to take back what he lost, to reclaim his memories. He remembers being reincarnated as a fat body with no talent, spending his whole life cleaning up after others, even those he had killed. It's a fat body with no talent, but it doesn't matter. He clenches his fist, knowing he needs to build up his power again, and wonders how many children he's had. A name, Reizu, echoes in his mind. But his immediate focus is clear. He needs to forge a mana heart. With newfound resolve, Adrian begins to gather the ethereal energy, the first step in his arduous journey to reclaim his strength. He begins the arduous process, his hand glowing with nascent blue energy as he attempts to draw mana into a concentrated orb. The ethereal blue light intensifies, swirling around his palm. But the effort strains him, his eyes flaring with a painful blue glow as the nascent energy destabilizes. He gasps, the mana refusing to hold its form. A wave of frustration washes over him as the mana disperses, his body still too weak to properly accept it. Yet, Adrian refuses to yield, his resolve hardening as he declares he will try once more, a vibrant blue aura erupting around him. His eyes burn with fierce determination, the mana surging with renewed intensity as he pushes himself, gritting his teeth and demanding his body comply, again and again. The blue energy coalescing into a larger, more stable form around his hands. The powerful mana continues to swirl, now taking on a more defined, almost solid shape, a testament to his unwavering will. Adrian collapses to his hands and knees, a guttural sound escaping him as the concentrated mana courses through his body, pushing him to his absolute limit. Sweat pours down his face, his expression a mask of agony and disbelief, as he questions the very nature of his own physical form, unable to comprehend its sudden weakness. Gruhorn awakens on a desolate, snowy battlefield, surrounded by fallen figures, his mind reeling as he questions, what the hell is up with this body? A frustrated groan escapes him, the thought of his previous life's power still fresh in his mind, knowing he could easily acquire anything he desired, even if it meant forcefully compelling others to work for him. A soft knocking echoes through the chamber, and the Royal Guard captain's voice cuts through the silence. Your Highness. Later, as Gruhorn sits at a table, a royal maid offers a compliment, assuring him, this is a compliment. I don't intend it specially for you, Your Highness. Yet, he muses internally. I say this, but it's still not enough. The maid continues, her expression earnest. So please consider Her Majesty's feelings. Gruhorn remains seated, listening to her plea. A glint of worry appears in the maid's eyes as she thinks to herself, I hope he doesn't throw this at me like last time. Her gaze remains fixed on him, anticipating his reaction. His eyes widen in surprise, a realization dawning on him. The glowing blue liquid before him, he understands, is brimming with mana. As the royal maid presents the bowl, he takes it without hesitation. He quickly drains the contents, the mana-infused liquid disappearing down his throat. The maid watches, a look of shock and concern spreading across her face at his unexpected eagerness. With a soft clink, the bowl is set down, now completely empty. He then addresses her, asking if she is free to leave, to which she nervously replies, yes, Your Highness. Satisfied, he declares, good. Now one more with fire. The air around him begins to shimmer, infused with faint, glowing blue particles. His new, chubbier form glows with a vibrant blue aura, his eyes burning with an intense, magical light. A close-up reveals the determination in those glowing blue eyes, as he acknowledges the mana's effectiveness. Yet, he muses, the current amount is still insufficient, and what he consumes dissipates quickly, scattering after only a day. Turning to the royal maid, he calls out to her, demanding to know if she has any more of the mana-infused liquid. A few days later, Gruhorn has undergone a dramatic transformation, his form now leaner and more mature, his white hair contrasting with intensely glowing blue eyes, as powerful blue energy crackles around his hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He'd done this countless times before, he muses, finally able to create a mana heart. With it, he could create something truly powerful. But as his eyes glow with an unnatural blue light, a searing pain erupts, tearing through him. He remembers now, the process was always meant to be agonizing. The agony intensifies, forcing him to his knees. His chest feels as though it will explode from the sheer pressure of the mana. Still, he pushes through, his hands radiating the intense blue energy of the mana heart he's trying to form. The creation of a mana heart, he reminds himself, was never meant to be easy. He mustn't lose consciousness now, not when he's so close. He pushes through the agony, the raw mana swirling violently around him, a stark contrast to the familiar mana blackout. His teeth grind together, eyes burning with an electric blue glow as he endures the immense internal pressure. Kneeling, he forces himself to breathe, to concentrate, knowing that any lapse in focus could be catastrophic. With a glowing hand, he reaches into the chaotic energy, seizing the wild mana, and crushing it into submission. He reminds himself to maintain patience, guiding the volatile power with deliberate, measured movements. Intricate streams of blue energy begin to coalesce, slowly tracing the precise pathways required to form the new heart. The nascent mana heart, a fragile, glowing sphere, begins to crackle and expand, permeating his very being. A soft, resonant hum fills the air as the process completes, leaving behind a small, intensely glowing orb. Exhausted but triumphant, he sits, gazing at the newly formed mana heart floating before him. He focuses intently, blue particles of mana swirling around him. A deep thrumming resonates from within his chest. As he looks up, a determined glint in his eye, declaring that this time, he'll create a mana heart for someone else. Yet, his true desire surfaces as a swirling blue orb forms in his hand, a mana heart, for him and him alone. Standing tall, a triumphant grin spreads across his face as he exclaims his success. A golden aura flares around him, signifying the completion of the mana heart. He pauses, a slight confusion crossing his features, as a system message confirms the mana heart's creation. Still reeling from the mana heart's completion, he found himself confronted by a sudden status window, questioning its appearance and the critical need to secure the origin. Why was this happening to him now? He wondered, as the system began restoring a connection to the origin, making him pause in confusion. The connection was swiftly re-established, and a chilling intuition told him this was an irreversible process. Then, a new authority was granted, the third eye, available for extremely limited use, shocking him with its sudden appearance. This power, though for extremely limited use, promised enhanced sight and hearing. His perception sharpened, revealing the intricate details of a distant forest and a delicate white flower. He could indeed perceive sounds with unprecedented clarity, yet the full extent of this new ability remained a mystery. Meanwhile, outside his chamber, the maid quietly reminded the guard captain that His Majesty disliked grand displays, before revealing she could hear her queen's voice from beyond the door. A sharp pain lances through his head, a groan escaping him as the immense strain of the newly activated power takes its toll. His internal mana reserves are completely drained, forcing the system to terminate the use of his authority. He slowly recovers, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he acknowledges the true meaning of extremely limited for this ability. Despite the abrupt termination, the brief activation had allowed him to perceive everything around him, leaving no blind spots, even across vast distances. Yet, the ultimate goal, reaching the origin, remains frustratingly out of reach. For now, he understands that only through repeated use of his magic can he gradually strengthen his eyesight and enhance his perception. A small, glowing orb appears in his hand, and a smirk plays on his lips as he muses on the need to first expand his mana pool. His thoughts drift to the possibilities, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. High above, a voice echoes with a promise that something important will be brought forth at once. Meanwhile, within the grand walls of a magnificent castle, Gruhorn reflects on his immediate priorities, knowing he must first focus on adapting to his human body. Another voice, filled with admiration, praises his resolve. A regal woman, adorned in rich fabrics, offers a warm, inviting smile, her hand extended in a gesture of welcome. But Gruhorn, seated on a plush couch, appears less than thrilled, as a stern voice reminds him to focus on learning how to treasure his own body. A man stands nearby, his presence imposing, his expression serious and unyielding. He observes Gruhorn, concluding that it seems he really has lost his memory. And an unseen speaker urges him, "So you must help this child, brother." The man, perhaps surprised by the request, wonders aloud who could be speaking. He stands before the royal guard captain, an unseen voice confirming his identity as Adrian, the emperor's brother and the captain's only nephew. The voice continues, noting Adrian's inability to speak as if he'd lost something important, while the captain internally grumbles that helping him wouldn't boost his own status, yet concedes that merely observing him wouldn't hurt. A surge of blue magical energy crackles and disperses through the air, leaving Adrian struggling on the ground, his body racked by the exertion. Standing over him, the scarred royal declares that from this moment, Adrian, the emperor's brother, will receive an imperial education, warning him to remember his place, lest he never wake again. A smirk plays on the royal's lips as he challenges Adrian, telling him to try his best, for who knows what might happen. Adrian, looking up with a determined gaze, considers the thought of changing his mind and teaching the royal a shred of his superior swordsmanship, finding the very idea ridiculous. He acknowledges that for an imperial prince of immeasurable talent, being forced into such a situation is, of course, to be expected. The royal's smirk deepens, observing Adrian's trembling and noting his resentment. Then, with a challenging glint in his eye, he proposes a bet. Adrian, meeting his gaze with renewed resolve, confidently declares he will surpass him within half a year, while the royal hopes he doesn't regret the arrogance burning in his eyes. Adrian, still defiant, lays out the terms of their wager, promising to obey his uncle if he fails, but demanding a wish if he succeeds. His uncle listens, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He then agrees, finding the prospect of Adrian's struggle to be a source of amusement. Yet, Adrian's bold words quickly give way to a harsh reality. as he internally admits to talking big. He finds himself sweating and straining, his body refusing to cooperate. A frustrated sigh escapes him, lamenting the weakness of his current form. Determined, he focuses, and a vibrant blue aura begins to crackle around his leg, propelling him upward with a burst of magical energy, his immediate goal to overcome the simplest of obstacles. His uncle watches, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, as if realizing the true extent of Adrian's ambition. A soft thud echoed as Adrian's magic continued to manifest, a faint blue glow still emanating from his form. His uncle, the Emperor, watched with wide eyes, uttering Adrian's name in disbelief. Adrian, however, remained composed, his expression resolute. The Emperor's shock deepened, demanding to know if he had truly created a mana heart. With a casual air, Adrian simply asked if his uncle was referring to this, confirming he had succeeded in making it a little while ago. A confident smile played on his lips as he then asked why his uncle regretted making the bet. The Emperor's eyes widened further, a sound of utter astonishment escaping him. Frustration etched on his face. The royal quickly corrected himself, demanding to know where Adrian had learned the method for forging such a thing, as a faint chuckle could be heard. Internally, the Emperor mused, observing Adrian's body and realizing the profound implications of a mana heart. Adrian's eyes widened, a stuttered sound escaping him as the Emperor's words echo, questioning how he could possess a technique usually reserved for the lowest ranks. The sky above seems to churn, birds scattering in the sudden shift of atmosphere. The very foundations of the castle seem to tremble under the weight of the Emperor's incredulous roar. A system notification flashes, declaring that it truly is the end of an era. Gruhorn processes the implications, his expression thoughtful. Meanwhile, the Emperor begins to explain, a mana heart is. Gruhorn's eyes widen in disbelief as he hears the rest of the statement, a crude technique that only low-ranked mages learn. He quickly demands clarification, asking what on earth the Emperor means. The Emperor, with a calm gaze, suggests it would be faster to show him, instructing him to watch closely. As he extends his hand, a vibrant turquoise energy begins to swirl and glow, the mana coalescing into a distinct form, taking the shape of a ring. The luminous ring of energy hangs suspended in the air, a clear demonstration of the technique. As the Emperor's demonstration concludes, Gruhorn watches the shimmering blue mana, a question forming in his mind, wondering what exactly he is witnessing. The intense blue energy pulses, then begins to crackle and fracture, shattering into countless fragments as Gruhorn realizes the truth. Mana should not possess such a property. The Emperor is utilizing a mana heart. The Emperor then explains that his current technique is far more efficient and practical than a mana heart. Recalling how even the powerful EU family, pioneers of mana hearts, had fallen into decline a century ago. A clear indication that no one attempts to utilize such a crude technique anymore. Gruhorn, absorbing this new information, reviews a document titled Mana Chaining Basic Theory, acknowledging that times have indeed changed significantly. The document further illustrates that mages now gather mana using orbs, while knights weave chains to achieve the same, with a knight stage being the manifestation of these woven chains. The concept of mana chaining begins with a single, luminous strand of energy, wrapping around a sword, then quickly doubles, tripling and quadrupling in rapid succession. Finally, a fifth chain emerges, completing the visual demonstration of the technique. Gruhorn, observing the detailed schematics, concedes that the information isn't entirely without merit. His gaze falls upon a section detailing the basic theory of mana chaining, written by a figure named Altringen, a name that sparks a faint memory within him. A flicker of recognition crosses his features, his eyes widening slightly in intrigue. A very long time ago, a legend was forged. A voice echoes, questioning the identity of a figure wielding a sword with a distinctive glowing blue gem in its hilt, asking if he is the renowned sword saint. The hooded figure, holding his blade with quiet authority, responds with his name, Ernest Altringen. He declares his challenge, his eyes burning with an ethereal glow, proclaiming, "I have come to see who is more worthy of the name Sword Saint." A historical account then begins, speaking of a man who wielded strange arts, defying both swordsmanship and magic. Gruhorn's expression shifts to one of recognition, realizing why the name resonated with him, muttering, "No wonder the name sounded familiar." A confident smirk plays on his lips as he leans back in his ornate chair. The narrative voice then poses a question, wondering about the fate of this enigmatic figure. So, what happened to that guy again? Later, in a grand hall, the young prince stands before his loyal captain and a maid. He turns to his captain, a hint of curiosity in his voice, asking if he had read the book last night. The captain's stern gaze meets his, delivering a sharp warning not to even open the book. Having disregarded the stern warning, Gruhorn holds the forbidden book, as the royal guard captain's voice cuts through the silence, questioning the sheer foolishness of his choice. A defiant smirk plays on his lips as he turns his gaze, a subtle sound of amusement escaping him. Searching the pages, Gruhorn remarks that he can't find any trace of what he's looking for within the quarters. The royal guard captain, his expression stern, responds with a frustrated sigh, asking if Gruhorn truly doesn't wish to grasp the gravity of the situation. As if in response to the captain's words, a soft mook sound accompanies a surge of vibrant blue energy, emanating from Gruhorn's hand and enveloping the book. This energy seems to resonate with a deeper truth, as the narration explains that not all human hearts are merely mana hearts, and some are purpose-made in class. With his eyes now glowing with the same intense blue light, Gruhorn looks up, a challenging question forming on his lips. Have you? The Royal Guard captain, taken aback by the sudden display of power, finishes Gruhorn's thought, asking if he has ever heard of it. Meanwhile, the omniscient narration continues, describing how there are occasionally individuals like the ancient mercenaries, those who delude themselves into believing they are some hero from centuries ago. A young man with golden blonde hair stands before the Royal Guard captain, his expression earnest as he poses a question. He asks if the captain knew what happened to all of them, the ones who fell away, unable to choose between two kings. A scene of ancient warriors clashing, their forms glowing with power, flashing through his mind. The blonde young man then continues, wondering if he is different from those who struggled. He challenges the captain, suggesting he tried defeating a double-chain knight. To which the Royal Guard captain, a faint smirk playing on his lips, responds, he will become his guardian, as his mother wished. The blonde young man's expression shifts, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes as he admits, he's not really sure about that. Later, within a more confined space, the two continue their discussion, the captain observing the young man with a thoughtful gaze. The blonde young man stands amidst other figures, his presence commanding attention, as the captain's words seem to weigh on him. The Royal Guard captain's voice cuts through the air, questioning, did you just question my qualifications as a guardian? As if in response, a new figure emerges, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, declaring, I am a Count of the Kingdom and the commander of the Black Lancers army. The captain continues, elaborating on the figure's identity, master of the Black Lancers. He adds, and one of the 5 silver lions who have sworn loyalty. The knight's form glows with an ethereal blue energy, radiating power. The captain continues his introduction, one who has sworn to your blood. The knight's eye gleams with unwavering resolve. The captain finally reveals his name, a double-chain knight, Vale Baberhard. He concludes, emphasizing the knight's importance, that is the name of the man who may stand behind you. As Vale Baberhard stood before them, an imposing figure in his ornate armor, Gruhorn's gaze sharpened, challenging the newcomer directly. Is that sufficient qualification? The Count of Baberhard offered no verbal reply, his gauntlet hand resting casually on the hilt of his blade. A subtle smirk played on his lips, his posture radiating an undeniable confidence. Before the tension could escalate further, the Royal Guard captain stepped forward, placing a firm hand on Gruhorn's shoulder and commanding, stand down, Count Baberhard. The Count's smirk remained fixed, his electric blue eyes holding the captain's gaze without a hint of wavering. Meanwhile, Gruhorn's own expression shifted, a wide, almost feral grin spreading across his face, his eyes glowing with an unsettling intensity. A short while later, Gruhorn lay battered on the ground, but even in defeat, his defiant grin remained, a silent promise of more to come. That will be. A sharp, piercing sound echoes as something is forcefully removed. He clutches his stomach, a pained groan escaping him as the memory of a near-fatal encounter resurfaces, a stark reminder of how close he came to death. Meanwhile, a figure with glowing eyes sneers, questioning if the injury was merely a calculated act for sympathy, a theatrical performance. Back in the present, Gruhorn, now noticeably heavier, strides through a grand hall, his mind still consumed by the memory of that manipulative individual. He curses the devilish bastard, under his breath, the resentment palpable. Suddenly, the very person occupying his thoughts stands before him, greeting him with an unsettling formality. Gruhorn's eyes widen in disbelief, recognizing the man as the royal physician. The physician bows, feigning humility, expressing gratitude that someone of Gruhorn's stature would remember a lowly one such as himself. Gruhorn questions his presence, only for the physician to reveal that the queen herself ordered healing magic for him, a subtle power play now unfolding between them. Gruhorn, still seething, dismisses the royal physician's presence, his voice laced with disdain. He barks, I don't need it, so just get out. His mind flashes back to a time when he was leaner, a warrior falling amidst a snowy, blood-soaked battlefield, a stark contrast to his current state. Back in the present, Gruhorn watches a maid serve him, muttering to himself about the wastefulness of it all, his frustration still palpable. The royal physician, however, remains unperturbed, his gaze distant and calculating. Suddenly, a new voice echoes through the hall as Vale Baberhard, accompanied by a maid and a guard, steps into a grand doorway, inquiring, Brother, are you here? He strides purposefully into the room, his presence commanding attention. His determined steps carry him further inside, seeking his sibling. Adrian, now known as Gruhorn, sat alone at a grand table, indulging in a meal. His once lean frame now carried a noticeable weight, a stark contrast to the warrior he once was. As he continued to eat, a voice from behind him wondered aloud, what is with this guy? Vale Baberhard stood over him, his presence commanding as he remarked, it has been a long time. He then added, the strongest that is? His gaze sweeping over Gruhorn's changed appearance, Vale continued, I heard you had an accident, but you look worse than I expected. Gruhorn's expression tightened slightly as Vale added, what a shame. Pushing back from the table, Gruhorn finally spoke. So, what is it you want to say? Did you just come to pick a fight? A prince must have something better to do. A flicker of deep resentment crossed Gruhorn's face, his eyes narrowing. But Vale's internal thoughts were far more cutting, as he silently judged. Says the fool who stuck a sword into his own body. He begins, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. I heard an interesting piece of news, you see. Gruhorn's expression shifts as Vale continues. I heard you made a bet with Count Baberhard. Vale's fingers toy with a small, sharp blade, his words dripping with insinuation. Something about dueling a double-chain knight. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, his eyes glinting with hidden meaning. Gruhorn looks away, his jaw tightening. Then, meeting Vale's gaze with a renewed intensity, he challenges, how would you like me as your opponent? As the morning light streamed into the dining hall, Gruhorn sat at the table, a simple meal before him, while the royal guard captain began to speak, his voice carrying a hint of concern. A scoff escaped Gruhorn as he listened, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features, while the captain chuckled, seemingly amused by the young prince's reaction. He couldn't help but wonder why all the legion commanders behaved in such a way, recalling how the king himself had acknowledged their swordsmanship and magic. The thought of one particular punk came to mind, who had managed to weave 2 black knights at just 14, proving his undeniable speed. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, the royal physician stood, his hands glowing with arcane energy, focused intently on a delicate magical procedure. Back with Gruhorn, he questioned the captain with a skeptical tone, as a royal maid bowed deeply, apologizing for a delay while holding a stack of envelopes. The maid thought to herself that these letters had arrived specifically for him, presenting them with a deferential gesture. Gruhorn took the letters, his expression turning thoughtful as he wondered aloud why these individuals, who had never sent him a single letter before, were suddenly doing so now. A soft rustle of paper fills the air, and Gruhorn's gaze sharpens, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. He sits at a grand table, the royal guard captain and a royal maid standing attentively behind him, as he processes the implications of the unexpected correspondence. The letters themselves are filled with desperate pleas, one apologizing for past business dealings and humbly begging for a deal, another revealing a guildmaster's trouble with his people, and a third pleading for the prince's help. In short, the messages all point to a sudden, widespread desperation among various factions, a situation he finds highly suspicious. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he realizes the true potential of this situation, a chance to legally beat up that scoundrel. He looks to the royal guard captain, a knowing smile playing on his lips, who simply responds with a surprised, hey. Turning to the royal maid, he receives a hesitant, ah, yes. As she looks down, the implications of his words sinking in for both of them. With a final rustle of the letter in his hand, Gruhorn's expression settles into one of cunning determination, ready to exploit this sudden turn of events. A wooden sword strikes with a sharp, resounding impact, before clattering onto the wet, cracked stone floor. As a hand reaches out to retrieve it, pick up the... Standing over the fallen youth, Vale Baberhard's voice cuts through the air. You need to know that you lack a shred of swordsmanship for this to be happening, don't you? He continues his harsh assessment. I didn't want to believe it, but what you lost because you were weak wasn't just the battle. You could have avoided it if you had a better personality. Before Gruhorn can respond, a swift kick lands, sending a jolt of pain through him. His eyes flaring with a blue glow as he clutches his stomach, crying out, my muscle pain. Vale Baberhard pauses, observing the youth's agony. Wait. Before questioning him with a hint of surprise, did you not receive healing magic? Still addressing the young prince, Vale Baberhard asserts that a true knight should understand the importance of a solid foundation. He grips Gruhorn by the collar, explaining that the skills he's teaching are meant to restore their dwindling strength, not just for show. A low growl escapes him, his gaze unwavering. Looking down at the prince, he continues, stating his intention to teach him properly, whether he likes it or not. As Gruhorn sits on the ground, Vale Baberhard emphasizes that this technique is the very foundation knights must learn. Suddenly, a vibrant blue-green aura erupts around him, his armor and the sword in his hand glowing with intense magical energy. He holds the radiant blade aloft, referring to it as the kingdom's training sword. The sword hums with power, its glow intensifying with a sharp, metallic sound. As the energy peaks, Vale Baberhard's eyes flare with the same electric blue light, reflecting the raw power he now wields. He moved with blinding speed, his weapon arcing downward, leaving a trail of brilliant blue-green energy in its wake. Every muscle in his body coiled and released, channeling immense power into the strike. The air itself seemed to distort around the glowing blade, as it descended with unstoppable force. His eyes flared with the same vibrant energy, a testament to the technique's full activation. The final arc of his swing was a blur of light, a pure expression of concentrated power. Then, with a deafening quang, the strike connected. The ground beneath them erupted, shattering into countless fragments as the force propagated outwards. Gruhorn was thrown backward by the sheer concussive wave, the impact cracking the very earth around him. Stunned and wide-eyed, he could only stare in profound shock at the raw power he had just witnessed. Amidst the lingering dust and debris, Vale stands composed, his powerful strike having shattered the very ground. Gruhorn, still reeling from the concussive force, can only stare at the devastation, a single thought echoing in his mind, just now. The raw power of the technique was undeniable, far exceeding anything he had anticipated from a mere training exercise. Vale, observing his reaction, speaks with calm authority, reminding him that a true knight's strength lies beyond mere swordsmanship. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, as he suggests that such power might be too much for someone like Gruhorn to handle. Gruhorn's initial shock gives way to a knowing grin, his eyes gleaming with a newfound understanding of the technique's true nature. Even after the immediate impact, the ground continues to pulse with a vibrant blue energy, a testament to the immense magical force unleashed. From the swirling particles, the name of the technique materializes in glowing script, Dragon Slayer. Gruhorn's expression shifts from awe to a profound understanding, realizing the true weight and legacy behind the Dragon Slayer technique. His eyes glowing with an intense, almost magical light, Gruhorn's mind raced with the possibilities that lay before him. After mastering this technique, he would lead another knight order, or perhaps this alone would be sufficient to win the bet. However, a voice cut through his ambition, stating simply, "There is no need." The thought of leading another knight order after mastering the technique seemed to echo in the air. Gruhorn, turning slightly, pondered the implication. "I will lead another knight order? Because that alone is enough." A stern-faced man with a distinctive scar near his eye observed the exchange, letting out a dismissive humph. His hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he finally conceded, "Do as you please." Then, with a sudden, blinding flash of speed, the man moved, his blade a mere streak of light. He settled into a powerful stance, Gruhorn watching his every move. The ground beneath his feet cracked with residual energy, a testament to the technique's power, even as a lingering thought suggested that the current Emperor's sword style was treated as a trivial training technique. Gruhorn lets out a soft click of annoyance, acknowledging the raw power he just witnessed. He hates to admit it, but the display was clearly a natural phenomenon. As if on cue, a sword is drawn with a flash of brilliant blue energy, its blade humming with power. This was the Dragon Slayer's sword, a weapon that, ironically, lacked the power to slay actual dragons. And those who wielded it in their world had long forgotten its true value. The swordsman moved with blinding speed, a torrent of blue energy trailing his every precise motion, executing a technique that was once considered a mere training exercise. The blade struck with a resounding impact, the sound echoing as the scarred swordsman lowered his weapon, his gaze fixed on the ground. Gruhorn watched him, a mixture of awe and frustration playing across his features. As the scarred swordsman continues his demonstration, he explains that true power doesn't accumulate, but rather flows through the body, requiring precise channeling of strength. His hands move with practiced ease, guiding the invisible force. A subtle impact resonates, a testament to his control. He reiterates the core principle, emphasizing the need to channel strength correctly from the bone to the sword, not just from the arm. Gruhorn, observing intently, acknowledges the instruction. The swordsman continues, lamenting that the Emperor's sword style, once a profound technique, has been reduced to a mere training exercise, its true value forgotten. Gruhorn's expression hardens with resolve, declaring his intent to prove that the Dragon Slayer style is far from obsolete. He clenches his fists, his determination fueled by the idea that such a powerful legacy could be treated like worn-out shoes. With renewed purpose, he begins to walk, the passage of time marked by the steady rhythm of his steps, one day blending into the next. He began his rigorous training, pushing his body to its limits day after day. A week passed in a blur of sweat and effort, yet his resolve remained unbroken. And then, a month went by, leaving him utterly exhausted but undeniably stronger. His efforts were yielding results, as he observed that the effect of his exercise had significantly increased through training, and he had managed to enter the chance stage. Furthermore, the clumsy trait that once plagued him had completely transformed, now replaced by general dexterity. Standing tall, sword in hand, he now carried himself with a newfound grace and confidence, a testament to his unwavering dedication. A soft exhale escaped him, a quiet acknowledgement of his progress. Gruhorn's eyes glow with an intense blue light as he grips his blade, feeling the very essence of its mana coursing through him. Having reached a point where he can perceive its power directly, before declaring his intent to swing the sword. His movements flow with a newfound grace, far more naturally than they had just a month prior. Suddenly, an unseen voice cuts through the air, commanding him to stop. Ignoring the interruption, he continues his practice, observing that he is stronger than yesterday. The voice repeats its urgent plea, "Stop." Yet, he persists, his technique becoming more perfect than it was just moments ago. The unseen speaker's frustration boils over, demanding to know if he did not hear the command to stop. Gruhorn, mid-swing, holds a wooden sword that glows with an ethereal light, though its blade is already fractured. His hands grip the hilt, the broken edges of the training weapon radiating a soft, internal luminescence. With a sharp crack, the hilt shatters completely, bursting with raw energy. Elsewhere, under a relentless downpour, a younger man stands beside an older, armored figure. The younger man, clutching a rifle, stares intently at something on the ground, the rain obscuring his expression. Back in his training, Gruhorn's grip tightens on another sword hilt as it violently cracks and glows, mana surging from within. A crimson pool spreads across the wet ground, and the younger man looks down at the injured older figure. His voice barely a whisper, the younger man questions, "Uncle," his eyes wide with shock and concern. Gruhorn now stands before a colossal, cracked sword, embedded deep in the earth, its immense power radiating outwards in blinding golden light. The rhythmic crack of wood splintering echoes through the rain, as a training post gives way under relentless assault. Nearby, a young man's face contorts in anguish, tears mixing with the downpour. His voice raw with frustration as he curses, "You stupid fool." Kneeling beside his injured uncle, he demands, "Training on a day like this?" His anger flares. "If that were the case, you wouldn't have become unbreathable." As his bloodied hand begins to glow with an ethereal light, a profound realization settles. The hyper-focus trait can only be obtained through such extreme concentration. In that moment of desperate resolve, the trait, hyper-focus, is newly created within him. Still reeling from the recent events, he lets out a bitter laugh, a defiant challenge echoing in the downpour as he questions if he could be fooled a second time. But the defiance quickly gives way to a pained grimace, his face contorting in anguish as the rain washes over him. Then, a familiar, imposing figure appears, and he can only stammer out, acknowledging the presence of the king. His anger flares once more, his fist clenching tightly as he stands his ground, a silent guard behind him. But under the king's unwavering gaze, his head eventually bows, a gesture of submission or perhaps profound despair. Rain streaks down his face, masking what could be tears as he closes his eyes, lost in thought or pain. From above, the king's voice cuts through the downpour, a harsh judgment delivered upon the young man. A system window displays the profile of Adrian, also known as Gruhorn, identifying him as the first prince and a legend of the sword's edge. As consciousness slowly returns, Adrian stirs, his eyes fluttering open in a luxurious bedchamber. A wave of disorientation washes over him, leaving him to wonder if he had lost consciousness entirely. Sitting up, a strange realization dawns on him. He didn't know the true limits of this body he now inhabited. In his previous existence, as a living sword, he had already achieved every accomplishment possible. He was a nameless war hero, a true sword master whose legend echoed across battlefields. He was the Kreenary king, the very founder of the kingdom itself. His path was paved with conflict, a crimson tapestry woven from countless battles and fallen foes. He was the one leading wars to victory, constantly elevating the level of both body and soul through sheer force of will. He had once been a terrifying presence, a monstrous force that guided the path of heroes. His influence, like a sharp blade, had shaped destinies, and his very name, Gruhorn, echoed with power. He had been a wise advisor and an excellent teacher, yet always merely a third party, never truly the one to claim the glory. Now, looking at his own hands, he understood that was why he had swung the sword until he reached his current state, intoxicated by the sensation of making all the sweat, effort, and fruits of labor entirely his own. He knew he had to regain his power and his body, to once again become the one who says, "That which I desire, I shall obtain in no time." He reflects on the passage of time, noting that it has been over a month since he first acquired his mana heart. Having gathered a significant amount of mana since then, he believes he should soon be able to advance to the next stage. As his eyes glow with nascent power, a thought crosses his mind about the limits of his current form. Indeed, his body doesn't seem capable of handling the sheer volume of mana he's accumulating, and he realizes he still needs to gather a little more before he can truly progress. Suddenly, a profound change occurs. His mana heart has expanded, signaling a significant breakthrough. With this expansion, vibrant blue mana swirls around his hand, a clear sign that his body is finally beginning to adapt to the immense power flowing within him. As his mana heart continued to expand, a system message confirmed his body's constitution was changing. The raw energy swirled around him, and Gruhorn's eyes narrowed with intense focus. His body temporarily bloating as it struggled to contain the immense mana, a glowing symbol manifesting on his chest. After the initial shock, he calmly assessed the situation, muttering, "Then, let's see." His hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword. As another system notification appeared, confirming his progress, he had reached the rank of sword learner. The message continued, revealing a new ability. He could now use the most basic level of aura. With a faint blue glow emanating from his sword, he prepared to test his newfound power. He focuses his will, a faint blue aura beginning to shimmer around the blade of his sword, the energy crackling with a soft hiss. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he acknowledges, "I can handle the basics." Meanwhile, in a different part of the kingdom, a man with a scarred face informs his companion. Rumors are widespread within the kingdom. The younger man, his brow furrowed, questions, "Rumors?" The scarred swordsman sighs, annoyed. "About that set of yours. Thanks to that, even I have been very annoyed." His companion suggests, "Wouldn't it be better to just find a dual opponent quickly?" A confident, almost arrogant smile spreads across the face of another knight as he considers. As for the opponent, Gruhorn, with a confident smirk, declares his decision for the upcoming duel. Meanwhile, in a desolate, snow-covered battlefield littered with fallen figures, Vale Baberhard stands ready, his double-chain weapon poised, as the uncle confirms, "So now, I have brought you the one you requested." The uncle, looking taken aback, responds, "To you? Carl, what about what I said for?" He then presents a scroll to Gruhorn, explaining, "Ah, sir, indeed, I have brought you the one you requested. This is the list of those who want to have a duel against your highness." Gruhorn looks down, a subtle smile playing on his lips, as the uncle continues, "However, your highness." Gruhorn then questions him, "Do you perhaps intend to have practice duels with them? So what if I do?" The uncle, looking serious, explains his concern, "I heard you have to hold a crusade against your highness. They would rather try to win your favor than the honor of a duel." Gruhorn simply smirks, acknowledging, "I know that." The uncle, still concerned, tries to reason, "That is why. You must refer to me, uncle." He remains silent, his ornate armor reflecting the dim light. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired man, clutching a knife, issues a stern command, "Just stop anyone from dying during the duel." He then adds, with a hint of challenge, "You can grant me a favor of that size, right?" A few days later, the day of the first duel arrives. With a look of deep concern, Taylor Baberhard approaches the grand structure. The first prince's palace looms before him, its opulent facade a stark contrast to his troubled thoughts. As he walks across the patterned floor, his internal monologue reveals his disdain. The first prince's palace, where that scoundrel lives. This is Taylor Baberhard, son of an ordinary baron family. The scene shifts abruptly, flashing back to a few years ago. He clenches his fist around a crumpled piece of paper, a bitter thought escaping him. Looking at him, he thinks, he's so arrogant because he came to power early. To be emperor by cheating is a disgrace. His family's history was steeped in humiliation. His grandfather had suffered an inglorious insult from the Leonberg prince, and his father was defeated by the same prince in front of the world's eyes, leaving their honor in the ground, and making them the laughingstock of the nobles, even the servants. His eyes glowing with a fierce red light, he vows, "Adrian Leonberg." Staring out at the cloudy sky, he declares, "Today, I will make you pay dearly for that day. I offer my greetings to your highness, the first Prince Adrian Leonberg." In a memory from the past, two armored figures stand in a courtyard, observing a scene unfolding before them. A younger Taylor, with a determined expression, announces, "I am Taylor, the second son of the Talheim family." His hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, he continues, "I am a single-chain apprentice knight, and practicing Talheim's swordsmanship." As he faces the assembled figures, the whispers of onlookers echo, "Indeed, why do you think he has until now not been given a proper title? By the way, isn't he about to lose his title?" He stands before the prince, who regards him with a dismissive air, just as arrogant and rude as he remembers. A scoff escapes the prince's lips, finding something amusing in the young knight's presence. The prince then speaks, remarking on how interesting it is that the common sense he'd heard about hasn't even begun to take root in the young man. His voice rising in a mocking tone, he addresses him directly, "Lord Baberhard." Taylor, maintaining his composure, replies that it is an incomparable honor to meet him. The prince's hand gestures dismissively, as he continues his condescending remarks, suggesting someone should inform him of the prince's presence. His expression hardening, Taylor is told he should have behaved better in the past. The prince's words clearly strike a nerve, as Taylor reacts with a slight flinch, internally lamenting how the past is always brought up. Standing alone, looking up at the imposing castle, Taylor reflects on the kids of this time, a determined glint in his eyes. His hands clench, ready for what's to come, as he declares, "Now begin." As the challenge begins, Adrian Leonberg's gaze holds a condescending edge, his voice cutting through the air as he declares he will demonstrate the consequences of ignoring one's elders. With a surge of power, he channels vibrant blue magical energy, preparing to deliver a lesson. Intricate, glowing symbols form within the swirling aura, coalescing into a potent spell. His expression hardening, Adrian addresses his opponent with a formal, almost mocking tone. "Then, your highness." As the attack launches, Taylor Baberhard looks up, a voice pleading, "Please be careful." Adrian moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he sends the magical projectile hurtling forward. The white, bird-like energy constructs streaks through the air, a swift and silent harbinger of impact. But Taylor is ready, his own blue aura flaring as he intercepts the attack, deflecting the magical bird with a powerful burst of energy. Adrian watches the outcome, a slight frown on his face as he mutters, "Too many useless soldiers." Adrian Leonberg's blue magical projectiles clash against Taylor Baberhard's shimmering blue shield, sparks erupting at the point of impact. As the protective energy pulses outward, revealing itself as a concentrated mana heart. The sheer force of Taylor's defense sends Adrian recoiling violently backward, his feet dragging across the ground, which cracks under the sudden strain. The fissures spread rapidly across the stone, testament to the unexpected power of the counterforce. He stumbles, taking a heavy step back to regain his balance. A flicker of disbelief crosses his features as he wonders how a mere mana heart could possess such a potent mana chain. He vocalizes his confusion, questioning if the anomaly stems from Taylor having only a single chain. Meanwhile, Taylor, still bathed in the faint blue light of his power, feels a subtle, unfamiliar tingling sensation. As the tingling sensation subsided, Taylor's hand instinctively tightened around his sword, the hilt suddenly flaring with an intense blue light. His eyes widened in surprise, a silent question forming on his lips as the blade hummed with power. A short distance away, Adrian and his companion also registered the strange sound emanating from the sword, their expressions shifting to concern. Adrian's mind raced, a chilling realization dawning on him. This was sword resonance. The sword's glow intensified further, pulsating with raw, untamed power that seemed to defy all logic. With a sudden burst of speed, Taylor surged forward, the glowing blade a brilliant blue streak against the dark. Adrian could only watch, his face a mask of utter disbelief as the power continued to escalate. Taylor himself became a conduit, engulfed in a swirling vortex of electric blue energy, his eyes glowing with the same fierce light. The sheer force of it left Adrian utterly stunned, the sound of the resonating blade echoing in his ears. He unleashes a furious cry, his sword blazing with blue energy as he charges forward, his momentum carrying him with incredible speed. Each step leaving a trail of crackling blue mana in its wake. He strikes with explosive force, a brilliant burst of light engulfing his target. As the light fades, he lands gracefully, his attack complete, leaving Adrian and the scarred swordsman to witness the aftermath. The scarred swordsman can only stare, recalling the words that promised a passing grade for a mana heart, yet questioning the reality before him. Adrian, clutching a glowing orb, senses the immense power, feeling as though mana resonance could erupt at any moment. However, there is a deeper implication to this display. He glares, a sharp retort forming on his lips, as a voice challenges his very presence. Yet, his gaze remains fixed, a flicker of thought crossing his features, as he grips the hilt of his sword. The voice, however, cuts through his rising anger, urging him to calm himself, to clear his mind. As the world around him fades, his senses sharpen, focusing inward, a deep, resonant hum beginning to vibrate through his very core. Within this internal space, a heavy-set figure floats, suspended in an ethereal blue liquid. Bubbles rising gently around it. Adrian's eyes snap open, glowing with an intense blue light, as the energy surges through him. A command echoes through the void. Awaken. Whether it is called a demon sword or a holy sword, the name holds little consequence. For it is merely one of countless other names, all pointing to the same profound power. As Adrian's awakening deepens, a fragment of his very soul begins to manifest, taking the ethereal form of a dragon-like entity within a cosmic void. A voice echoes through the internal space, asserting that even if he has lost his memories, it has not, and will awaken him regardless of his will. Responding to the command, his eye glows with an intense, intricate blue energy, a magical symbol swirling within his iris. The power surges, and the demon's sword Gruhorn begins its full awakening, recalling ancient memories of its purpose. The sword's true form manifests as a towering, armored figure, radiating a powerful red aura, embodying its most recent activity and power. This is the essence of a heart crafted to slay dragons, a memory of the dragon slayer itself. Adrian's face is consumed by the surging red energy, his eyes now glowing fiercely with the sword's power. He and the manifested sword are enveloped in the dragon-slaying memory, a spectral dragon's form appearing behind them. The sword's singular purpose, forged for the sake of slaying, is solidified, its power surging through Adrian. As the ancient power of the dragon-slaying sword surged through him, he felt the full weight of its legacy, a weapon that had felled dragons for generations, now inherited by his own blood. Before him, the sword's true form manifested, a monstrous, skeletal dragon head of pure crimson energy, its eyes burning with ancient malice. The spectral dragon solidified, towering over him, its presence radiating immense, primal power. Overwhelmed by the sheer force, Adrian could only stare, a question forming on his lips, wondering just what in the world this truly was. Nearby, Taylor Baberhard watched, his expression a mask of utter shock. The scarred swordsman, too, cried out in alarm, desperately trying to intervene. But the transformation was irreversible, his hand now glowing with the same fierce, crimson energy. His eyes burned an intense, fiery red, his face set with a new, resolute determination as the power fully consumed him. The first prince returns, his gaze fixed downward. A voice cuts through the air, shouting, "Stop!" A sword hilt glows with an ominous pink energy. As Gruhorn's form is enveloped in a dark, swirling aura. "That sword is dangerous," the voice warns. But Gruhorn turns to his uncle, asking, "Uncle, I have something to ask before we spar." His uncle replies, "What is it?" Gruhorn's eyes burn with a fierce red light. As he declares, "If it looks like I'm about to kill my opponent, then..." He lunges forward, ready for battle. Gruhorn stands poised, his back to the viewer, ready to engage in the spar. His voice echoes with a chilling resolve, declaring that his uncle must stop him. As the challenge hangs in the air, the uncle's eyes ignite with a piercing blue glow, a powerful aura of the same color flaring around him as he prepares. Across from him, Gruhorn's own gaze burns a fierce red, his body enveloped in a crimson magical energy. The clash is instantaneous, a burst of red and blue energy erupting as his sword meets a powerful, blue-infused fist. The uncle holds his ground, his stance unwavering, the blue energy around him shimmering with resilience. A resounding impact echoes through the air. As the uncle remains rooted in place, having repelled the prince's initial assault, the force of the counterattack sends Gruhorn skidding backward, leaving a trail across the ground as surprise flickers across his face. As the dust settled from the spar, a sharp clang echoed through the training grounds. Vale Baberhard's voice cut through the air, demanding, "Count Baberhard, what have you done?" His uncle stood over the kneeling Adrian, who was surrounded by other knights, as a voice from the crowd warned, "Commander, you're going to be punished for this with Adrian." Ignoring the outcry, his uncle simply commanded, "Stand back." I asked. Adrian, still on the ground, clenched his jaw, a flicker of frustration crossing his face as he muttered, "I did ask him, but..." His uncle, looking down at him, clarified his earlier statement, "I never said I'd knock him out." A guttural sound escaped Adrian as his eyes flared with a crimson glow, particles of energy erupting around him, his teeth grinding in raw fury. One of the nearby knights gasped in alarm, "Why, Your Highness?" A crackle of blue energy manifests, swirling with raw power, coalescing into an ethereal, almost human-like form, a vivid memory of the force he had just encountered. Adrian muses, his hand glowing faintly with the same blue light, that he had genuinely believed his own magic was on the verge of shattering. He recalls his uncle, surrounded by a similar aura of power, acknowledging that his strength was far beyond that of any ordinary knight. Adrian remembers taking a direct hit from that formidable force, the blue energy still swirling around his chest as he processes the impact. Fortunately, he concludes, examining his glowing hand, there appear to be no lasting side effects, but the experience still leaves him thoughtful. A triumphant smile spreads across his face, his hand still radiating a soft blue glow, as he declares his victory in the duel after all. Vale Baberhard, observing him from across the room, questions the reason for his obvious amusement. The scarred swordsman then steps forward, inquiring about the purpose of their visit. Adrian's uncle stares at him, a question etched onto his face as he demands to know what Adrian had just done. Adrian, looking down, wonders aloud about the nature of the unrighteous sword he wielded, his hand glowing with a faint, ethereal energy. His uncle, however, remains stern, asserting that he never taught Adrian such a sword style, his expression unyielding. Adrian simply replies that he was merely faithful to the essence of the sword, his words carrying a quiet conviction. He looks forward, his gaze resolute, a subtle determination in his eyes. His uncle considers this, musing that only those who seek real combat truly learn the essence of the sword, concluding that its true nature is killing intent. A flash of crimson energy erupts, embodying the raw, impossible power Adrian now wields, a force both fragrant and utterly beyond comprehension. His uncle's expression shifts to one of profound surprise, acknowledging the unexpected nature of Adrian's development. Adrian, too, seems to reflect on the unexpected turn of events, his gaze thoughtful. He had thought to lecture his nephew about the true nature of the sword, about the path to its perfection, but Adrian's unexpected display had left him speechless. Now, the veteran knight could only admit that he was a soldier, not a scholar, and his understanding of such profound concepts was limited. He was a man who valued victory above all else, even over the path of righteousness. Adrian, however, simply stated that the sword itself had taught him. His uncle's expression remained serious, as he warned Adrian that such killing intent was deceptive, a path that could easily consume him. A subtle smirk played on Adrian's lips as he listened. He then countered, asking if that was why his uncle was making such a fuss, trying to fix him. His uncle's gaze sharpened, declaring that he would watch him closely. He would see if Adrian would be consumed by that power, or if his inner reason would prevail. After 3 days of intense practice, duels concluded. Taylor, his sword still glowing with residual energy, addressed Adrian, confirming his name. Adrian stood ready, his own blade held firmly. He acknowledged Taylor's effort, offering a simple good work over the past 3 days. For 3 whole days, Taylor had been forced to block a sword imbued with an unbelievable killing intent. Taylor, though impressed, couldn't help but feel a touch of frustration, lamenting that it was a shame, isn't it? He then challenged Adrian, pointing out that he would have won if you could at least kick my ass once, but you couldn't. Taylor paused, then, with a slight bow, requested Adrian to bring that here. He presented a finely crafted treasure chest, stating, "Your Highness, I will take it." Having concluded their duels, Taylor addresses Adrian, acknowledging his past deeds, and offers a treasure chest, wondering if it will suffice as recompense. The ornate wooden chest, bound with metal, sits in his hands as he reiterates that he doesn't know if this will make up for it. He then instructs Adrian to deliver the chest to Baron Talheim, explaining it contains a modest amount of gold and silver. As Adrian departs with the chest, Taylor bids him to travel safely. Adrian reflects on the situation, acknowledging that he has no obligation to rectify the mess others have made, but still, he offers a quiet, "Thank you." As he walks away from the castle, he muses that if one makes someone whole, it should pay the price, especially after his practice duels with the commander became a hot topic throughout the kingdom. Meanwhile, at a magnificent palace, an unseen voice reflects on past arrogance, admitting they had done as they pleased. From a high balcony, a man and a woman gaze out, the woman wondering aloud how much more Adrian will suffer. However, even after days of waiting, the news people expected never came. Taylor then asks, "Oh, you're asking how the duel went?" Adrian replies, noting that it seems his companion now has a new title, as the first prince was defeated by the double chain knight, adding that both sides did their best in the duel. He clarifies that his actions weren't threats, but merely a way to ascertain the first prince's sincerity. Meanwhile, a group of nobles reacts with shock, one exclaiming, "What is this?" They speculate that the royal family must have silenced the news, and the person involved, upon hearing this, would be furious. A clenched fist appears as the noble shouts, "Why you mean me?" The portly noble, enraged, believes the first prince simply kept his mouth shut out of embarrassment for losing to him. Adrian, hearing of their gossip, dismisses it, thinking these nobles have nothing better to do and should spend their time more productively. He looks intently at the knight before him, a low growl escaping his throat as he continues to speak. "When you go out," Adrian instructs, "make sure you spread the results of the duel too, okay?" The knight bows deeply, affirming, "I will do so." Later, Adrian crosses his arms, pondering, the rumors should die down now, right? A flicker of concern crosses his features. As a maid approaches, informing him, "There is a rumor that your highness threatened him to fabricate the duel results." The young lord's face darkens, his eyes obscured by shadow. Adrian, his expression a mix of frustration and resolve, mutters to himself, dismissing past failures and declaring his intent to simply train. With a soft hum of power, he begins to gather intense blue energy between his hands, the air crackling around him. Moving with explosive speed, he leaves a vibrant trail of azure light in his wake. The magical energy expands, resonating with a deep, powerful hum. He continues his rapid, fluid movements, each action generating more of the brilliant blue light. Unleashing a powerful, sweeping motion, a wide arc of energy flares out from him. As the motion concludes, the residual blue energy slowly dissipates into the air. Holding a perfectly formed sphere of concentrated power in his palm, he declares with unwavering resolve that he will not lose again. Later, standing beside Taylor, Adrian inquires about the remaining duels, to which Taylor confirms that the upcoming match is the final one. He muses that apprentice knights are no longer a match for him, though he acknowledges the last one he faced was a knight who had truly perfected the sword. This was someone not content with merely foundational sword arts, a rare talent, who had joined a knighthood specifically to train. He reveals her name, Arwen Kurgan, a probation knight of the Iron Lion Knights. A formidable figure stands in an opulent hall, her armor gleaming. Adrian confirms, recognizing the Iron Lion Knight's emblem on her armor. She is known as the Flower of the Cliff, a thorny rose, the one who broke the hearts of all men. Two figures stand side by side, their footsteps echoing softly as they observe the scene before them. Clad in his knightly armor, Vale Baberhard remarks on the unexpected arrival. To think even a woman like that came here on her own. He continues, a hint of surprise in his tone. In a way, the prince has quite the ability. The subject of their conversation, Arwen Kurgan, stands bathed in a soft, golden glow, her dark hair framing a determined expression. Her full armored form radiates an undeniable presence, a silent challenge to all who would underestimate her. Vale Baberhard then muses, a mischievous glint in his eye. Wouldn't it be truly hilarious if the prince gets humiliated by that woman? A small image of Gruhorn appears, marked with the number 07 foot, before the emblem of the Iron Lion Knights fills the view. Speaking of the renowned order, Vale Baberhard explains that they are celebrated for their immense strength, and Gruhorn himself is considered a prodigy among them all. Among their ranks is the probation knight of the order, Arwen Kurgan, a promising talent whose official membership has already been confirmed. Gruhorn, however, ponders a different matter, wondering why such a genius would seek a duel with him. An attendant attempts to clarify, explaining there was a slight misunderstanding regarding the duel with Sir Arwen in the past. Gruhorn scoffs at the notion, declaring that knowing him, he would never have fought unilaterally, dismissing the idea of a mere misunderstanding. He challenges the attendant, demanding to know what he did back then. The attendant stammers, struggling to find the words. The attendant's mind races, recalling the incident. "You harassed Sir Arwen." A choked sound escapes him. As the memory of Gruhorn's outrageous behavior resurfaces, "You crazy bastard." The scene shifts to the past, Gruhorn's voice echoing with a question to Arwen. "Did you say your name was Arwen?" The attendant remembers Gruhorn's next words, a brazen compliment followed by an inappropriate offer. "Indeed. You are quite pretty, just as the rumors say. How about you come in as my personal maid?" Back in the present, the attendant, still reeling from the memory, can only offer a subdued, "Your Highness." Internally, his frustration boils over. The Knights of the Iron Lion are not your private property. He curses Gruhorn silently. "You ugly thing," is what he had heard you say. Vale Baberhard begins, his voice even. Gruhorn scoffs. Sounds like the words of someone who's never met a better-looking woman. Because there's no way anyone would look at her and call her ugly. Vale Baberhard stands before him, armored and unmoving. As a faint, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. Gruhorn looks at him, saying, "Long time, Your Highness. You haven't changed a bit." His expression darkens, to the point where the person inside is completely different. Vale Baberhard's eyes suddenly glow with an intense yellow light, a silent, powerful response. Gruhorn sighs. "Right, this is all my karma." An attendant formally announces the arrival of Count Baberhard, his voice echoing through the hall as Vale steps forward. He fixes his gaze on Gruhorn, a silent question hanging in the air. Gruhorn, in turn, acknowledges him, identifying him as a newly promoted knight of the Leon Knights. Following the formal introductions, Arwen Kurgayan offers her own respectful greeting to Count Baberhard. As the group stands ready in the arena, the air crackles with anticipation, and a voice declares that the duel shall begin. From the shadows, a cloaked figure emerges, sword drawn and ready. While Gruhorn watches from the sidelines, eager to see the skill of the Iron Blood's prospect. The cloaked figure moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion across the stone floor. Even as Gruhorn's eyes glow with an intense blue light, tracking every impossible movement. A surge of blue energy erupts from the attack, connecting with Vale Baberhard in a devastating blow. The force of the impact sends him reeling, the sheer speed of his opponent leaving him stunned as the man's move to backflow. Still reeling from the initial blow, Vale Baberhard finds himself facing a relentless follow-up as the mysterious cloaked figure draws a sword, preparing for another strike. Before he can fully react, a swift, blurred arm connects, sending a jolt through his body. A powerful kick immediately follows, driving him further back. The cloaked assailant's sword flashes, forcing Vale to block desperately with his arm, the impact rippling through him. Another forceful kick to the chest sends him sprawling, leaving him gasping for air. From his vantage point, Gruhorn watches the unexpected display, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he mutters about the assailant's prowess. As Vale struggles to rise, the cloaked figure's eyes begin to glow with an intense blue light, a vibrant aura flaring around them. The blue energy quickly shifts, transforming into a menacing crimson, swirling with dark particles. The crimson power concentrates around the assailant's leg, a system message confirming the activation of Dragon Slayer's heart. His eye, now burning with a fierce crimson glow, signals the activation of his new power. He unleashes a devastating flurry of red-tinged slashes, forcing Vale Baberhard to recoil under the relentless assault. The blade in his hand hums with a cold, blue energy, its unique properties now fully manifest. Another powerful blow connects with a resounding impact, sending Vale reeling further back. The assailant moves with fluid, deadly grace, his form a blur of red energy as he presses his advantage. From a distance, Arwen Kurgayan watches the battle unfold, her gaze fixed on the assailant's weapon. His own eye glows with a blue light as a system notification appears, revealing the limited availability of the Authority of Judgment. The system further reveals a surprising detail about the assailant's past, identifying them as a former female apprentice knight. The former apprentice knight lunges forward, her blade glowing with an ominous blue energy, a weapon recognized as the very sword of Taylor Baberhard. The realization that she can wield such a weapon, even with limited authority, draws a dismissive scoff from Gruhorn. His eyes blaze crimson, a fierce red aura flaring around him as he prepares for the confrontation. With a swift, almost imperceptible movement, the assailant closes the distance, her glowing blade cutting through the air. He observes her technique, concluding that her power is weaker than he had initially imagined, a mere fraction of his own strength. The clash of steel rings out, as Gruhorn meets her attack head-on. Surrounded by a renewed red aura, the former apprentice knight declares that the true battle has only just begun. Their blades meet with explosive force, red and blue energies colliding in a maelstrom of power. The sheer impact sends arcs of lightning-like energy rippling through the air around them. He pushes himself, sweat beading on his face as he breathes heavily through the rigorous training. His breath coming in ragged gasps. As he continues to exert himself, his blade arcs with fierce determination, aiming for the target. But just as the tip is about to strike, a sharp command cuts through the air, halting his momentum. Taylor Baberhard stands observing, his voice firm as he declares, "Stop. That's it for today. We will continue tomorrow." Still panting, Gruhorn protests, "Continue to do it tomorrow? I was just about to finish it." Taylor looks at him, a slight frown on his face. He explains, "It won't do you any good if you are as weak as you are." A sharp voice cuts through the air, demanding an end to the proceedings, declaring that it is already too late for any further effort. Gruhorn, kneeling before her, questions why she receives such favorable treatment, only to be met with the cold assertion that his commands are not the final word. He then notices a fresh bruise on his own body, a testament to his recent struggles. Holding a small, glowing green orb, he presents it to the woman. She observes him with a cool, assessing gaze. As they stand facing each other, a palpable tension hangs between them. Finally, she turns and begins to walk away, leaving him standing alone. With each step, her resolve hardens, vowing to never accept defeat. Under a vast, golden sky, the imposing walls of a fortress stand silent. As two figures, small against the immense scale of the courtyard, prepare for a confrontation. Gruhorn watches his opponent, a silent wish forming in his mind that no clear victor would emerge today, wondering if this was truly their third duel and feeling a genuine surprise at the turn of events. He acknowledges the rumors of her formidable sword skills, but finds the first prince's own abilities equally impressive. Facing him across the arena, the former apprentice knight's gaze is unwavering, a silent hope echoing that a decisive result would finally be reached today. Their stances are poised, a sword tip resting near Gruhorn's armored foot, the air thick with anticipation. Before the duel can progress further, Gruhorn raises a hand, declaring that he has something important to say. The former apprentice knight looks at him, her expression hardening, questioning if he is attempting to apologize now. Her eyes glow with a fierce red light as she makes her stance clear. She will not accept an apology. Her glowing red eyes fixed on him, the former apprentice knight listens as a voice acknowledges her intent to reclaim her wounded pride with her own power. A thought that, while admirable, might not be enough. Gruhorn then proposes a condition, asking how she would feel if the loser were to grant one wish to the winner. He watches her intently, awaiting her response to this unexpected wager. But she remains unyielding, declaring that she would never kneel or bow, even if commanded to do so. Her expression hardens, a silent testament to her resolve. From the sidelines, an attendant interjects, reminding Gruhorn that as a member of the royal family, he must not utter such things. He urges Gruhorn to withdraw his statement, insisting that outsiders should stay out of their affairs, questioning why they are even there. Ignoring the attendant's outburst, Gruhorn turns his gaze to Arwen, calmly asking for her thoughts on the matter. Despite her previous rejection of the wager, the former apprentice knight declares her identity, stating that she is also a knight serving the Leonberg royal family. Hearing this, Vale Baberhard, ever loyal, responds that he would never dare disrespect his highness. Gruhorn, a confident smirk playing on his lips, then adds that if it is within his highness's permit, he may proceed. He continues, suggesting he may be entitled to receive the prize of the bet. Vale Baberhard nods in agreement, approving of his lord's good thinking. Gruhorn, with a final, decisive gesture, warns them there will be no going back on your word later. With the terms set, Arwen Kurgain takes a firm stance, her blade held ready, eyes sharp with resolve. Gruhorn mirrors her readiness, his own sword drawn, a confident challenge in his posture. And the former apprentice knight, her glowing red eyes fixed on her opponents, raises her weapon, prepared for the impending clash. She lunges forward with blinding speed, her blade a blur of blue energy. The force of her strike meeting a swift parry. A smirk plays on his lips as his eyes ignite with a fierce red glow. And a torrent of crimson energy erupts from him, pushing his opponent back. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, leaving Arwen stunned by his sudden, impossible speed. Vale watches, awestruck, as a phantom red dragon seems to coalesce around the king, wondering if he had been hiding this true strength all along. With a final, sweeping strike, Gruhorn overwhelms his adversary. The force of his attack was immediate and absolute, shattering the opponent's blade into countless fragments as it connected with devastating power. The former apprentice knight reeled backward, her body thrown off balance by the sheer kinetic energy. A look of pure shock and agony twisted her features as the crimson energy began to envelop her. Closing the distance in an instant, Gruhorn pressed his advantage, his red aura flaring as he delivered another crushing blow. A desperate cry escaped her lips as the overwhelming power threatened to tear her apart. The crimson energy swirled and intensified, culminating in a focused burst of destructive force. With eyes glowing like embers, Gruhorn delivered the final, decisive blow. His hand, radiating raw power, was a conduit for the overwhelming energy. The former apprentice knight collapsed, defeated, as the last vestiges of the crimson aura dissipated around her. He closes the distance in a blur of motion, his red-tinged power surging forward. The impact shatters everything in its path, leaving only a violent burst of crimson energy, sending the former apprentice knight hurtling backward to crash against a distant wall. As the dust settles, he stands alone, the red aura around him slowly fading. He approaches the defeated figure, who lies motionless on the ground. From a distance, the observers watch the outcome, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. Vale's brow furrows, his gaze intense. Arwen, meanwhile, looks on with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Looking down at his opponent, Gruhorn states simply, "I won the bet." Gruhorn stood victorious, his form casting a long shadow over the defeated former apprentice knight, who lay prone on the ground. A confident smirk played across his lips, a clear sign of his triumph in the bet. Meanwhile, Arwen Kurgain watched the scene unfold, her expression etched with deep concern. A new royal guard has been assigned to Adrian, the infamous first prince, a position the guard looks forward to serving with utmost loyalty. Standing before the prince, the newly appointed guard asks, "You're the new royal guard?" Vale Baberhard confirms with a respectful bow, "Yes. I look forward to serving you, your majesty." Adrian acknowledges him, saying, "Right. I'll be counting on you." Yet, contrary to the rumors, he doesn't dismiss the new guard with a single word. As the prince turns and walks away, his footsteps echo through the courtyard. Adrian had seemed somewhat arrogant, but in fact, the sky opens up and heavy rain begins to fall, washing over the castle grounds. Veiled Baberhard stands alone, watching the rain. The rain intensified, beating down with such force that the attendant worried aloud, asking if they shouldn't halt their highness's progress. Suddenly, a chilling sound echoed through the downpour, and a voice declared, "Now." Adrian's eyes widened in alarm, and he cried out a desperate warning for his highness to watch out. But before the threat could fully materialize, Veiled Baberhard moved, a flash of glowing energy intercepting the unseen attack. He surged forward, his form wreathed in a vibrant red aura as he pressed the advantage. Adrian watched, rain streaking his face, his expression a mixture of shock and awe. Veil, his gaze unwavering, had simply had a feeling this would happen. Standing resolute in the downpour, he had once believed that his highness would grow into a great man, but that was what he used to think. Prince Adrian stands atop a rampart, overlooking the water, a young apprentice knight at his side. As the waves gently lap against the stone below, he declares with unexpected gravity, "I want you." The apprentice knight, caught completely off guard, lets out a choked gasp, his eyes wide with disbelief. He struggles to comprehend the prince's words, stammering, "How scandalous." Adrian observes the young man's reaction, a flicker of introspection crossing his features as he wonders, did I misjudge him? Meanwhile, the former apprentice knight, her glowing red eyes narrowed, also reacts to the prince's declaration, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips. Her expression hardens as she confronts him directly. "Is that really what your highness desires?" Adrian turns to her, his gaze unwavering as he responds, "Of course, as you are now." He continues, his words a stark dismissal of her capabilities. "You are merely an ordinary apprentice knight, who cannot even defeat a goblin's thrall." Adrian continues, his gaze distant, explaining that what he truly desires is not just any knight, but one who embodies the immense potential and future of the knight, named Arwen Kurgan. Her image appears, a testament to her strength and grace. He looks forward, his expression unwavering, and declares, "I need a knight who follows me." Veiled Baberhard, listening intently, counters with his own conviction, stating that a true knight is not one to be discarded like trash, but rather one who is worthy only to him. Adrian observes the knights below him, his thoughts turning to their capabilities, and from what he sees, a system window appears, detailing Arwen's impressive aptitudes, swordsmanship A, archery B, and high mana sensitivity, along with traits like sword prodigy, competitive spirit, soft heart, and pure-hearted, concluding that she possesses quite the talent for the sword. Therefore, he concludes, Arwen Kurgan. Adrian's voice rings out, a direct command to the knight before him. He demands, "Become my knight." The weight of his words settles on her, a young woman clad in dark, ornate armor, who once dreamed of this very moment. She had become the knight she always dreamed of becoming, but the reality was far different from her aspirations. In a blur of motion, she cuts through a throng of opponents, her scythe-like weapon a deadly extension of her will. As unseen observers murmur, "Is that the child?" Indeed, just as the rumor says. Her striking appearance, framed by dark, flowing hair, belies the hardship she endured. Despite her formidable skill, no one truly treated her as a knight. So she worked twice as hard as everyone else, pushing past every obstacle with sheer, unyielding will. Her weapon glows with a fierce, ethereal light, a testament to her relentless effort and burgeoning power. She moves with swift precision, her blade a blur as she disarms an opponent, sending him sprawling to the ground. The declaration rings out, "Winner, Arwen Kurgan." Yet, even after defeating every fellow apprentice member, her skill undeniable as she parries another attack, her sword clashing with a metallic ring, and showing such results. The scornful words still echoed, "Don't dare call yourself a knight. Protecting a weakling like you? You're no knight." She could not become a knight. But she considers the weight of the offer, a slight flush rising to her cheeks. The armored hand of the prince extends an invitation, making her wonder, does he truly see her potential, not her gender, as a knight? His gaze is earnest. She questions his sincerity. In the grand courtyard, a pivotal moment unfolds. The prince, accompanied by his retinue, turns to her, asking for a single promise. He implores her to treat him not as a woman, but as a knight. Her thoughts echo the word, a knight. The prince's armored hand closes, accepting her terms, agreeing to fulfill her wishes. Gruhorn's gaze is steady, as Arwen looks up at him. He finally gives his word, "Fine, I promise." With a soft rustle of fabric, she kneels before him, the sound of her armor echoing in the chamber. Elsewhere, another knight, James, eldest son of the Baberhard family, declares his allegiance. "I swear loyalty to Prince Adrian Leonberg, dedicating his very life, and dedicate my sword and the rest of my life to your highness." His expression is resolute, as his blade points downward, affirming his oath as a legitimate heir of Leonberg. As he knelt before the prince, Adrian Leonberg declared, "Rise, in the name of Adrian Leonberg. I dub thee a knight. Be brave." He continued, "Be courteous, and be loyal." The final words of the oath echoed through the hall, "And be loyal." With the ceremony concluded, James rose, his new status as a knight of the realm now official, while the attendant observed the proceedings with a thoughtful expression. He mused internally, Arwen Kurgayan only became a knight yesterday, and an orphan who has no family support. She has no reason to refuse our help. A frown creased his brow as he considered the implications. Good grief, from what I heard, doesn't something smell fishy? He pondered the situation further. Could there be some sort of reason she joined the prince? Maybe he can even make her a mistress or something, and use her as a cover? The attendant's thoughts drifted to her past. It was strange to think that she, who used to go to a subordinate knight's training, was so quickly. Prince Adrian Leonberg's face contorts in disbelief, his thoughts racing as he questions his own actions. His attendant, observing the prince's turmoil, offers a pointed remark. Oh, isn't this the worst scum on earth, right? The attendant's expression remains unreadable, a silent contemplation hanging in the air. He then addresses Adrian directly. Highness. The prince responds with a confused, huh? The attendant continues, bringing up a past conversation, about what you said that time. A few days prior, on the day of the final duel, Adrian had declared, not a knight who breaks through royal order. The memory clearly stirs a strong reaction within the prince, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. Back in the present, the attendant presses on. Did that upset the truth? He reminds Adrian that a royal decree cannot be refused, no matter what. With a final, cutting remark, the attendant challenges Adrian's resolve. If you want, you can break the oath later, you fool. Adrian considers the attendant's words, wondering aloud if he were to make the oath, if they would truly accept it. But then, he dismisses the thought, stating firmly that he doesn't want it, as there is no joy in such a marriage. The attendant lets out a small laugh, prompting Adrian to ask if his words are being taken seriously. He reiterates his sincerity, emphasizing that he is not joking. Adrian then finds himself holding a document, its contents revealing that Adrian Leonberg is to be released from probation in order to attend an upcoming royal banquet, making him wonder if he had done something to warrant this change. He muses on the unexpected turn of events, surprised that his probation would be lifted a month and a half early. A memory of the king, looking distraught, flashes through his mind, recalling how he had acted as if he would be locked in a tower forever. Back in the first prince's palace, Adrian finds himself once again contemplating his situation, unable to fathom the king's true intentions. A soft rumble of his stomach breaks the silence as his attendant approaches, asking if he is pleased that his probation has finally ended. He dismisses the question, stating that he doesn't truly care. After all, there's no one for him to meet, as he knows no one in the palace. The attendant, with a small sound of apology, then mentions an invitation that has just arrived for the prince. An invitation? The attendant confirms, pointing to the ornate seal on the document. Taking the letter, Adrian's eyes widen slightly as he begins to read its contents. It's an invitation to a royal social club, one where his presence is not merely requested, but required. Still processing the news of his probation's end, Adrian wonders if his recent success was merely a stroke of luck, though he quickly dismisses the idea of being pleased by it. Meanwhile, his loyal attendants, James and Arwen, observe him from a distance, James silently contemplating the situation as Adrian receives a new decree. Reading the document, he realizes it's an invitation to a gathering for nobles and queens, a mandatory social event. Internally, he scoffs at the idea, thinking he's too preoccupied with training to waste time on such a useless gathering. But then, a name on the invitation catches his eye, triggering a sudden realization. The letter, addressed to him from Bernardo of the Eli family, reveals the sender's identity. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he recognizes the name. He recalls his uncle's words, remembering that the Eli family was the one who had insisted on the mana heart until the very end. And ultimately, they fell to ruin hundreds of years ago. A swirling vortex of blue energy pulses in the darkness. Before Adrian finally concludes, I guess I should attend after all. His attendant bows, responding, understood. I will prepare your things. A thoughtful expression settles on his face as he holds the invitation, hoping the Eli family hasn't completely fallen from grace just yet. After possessing the body of the scoundrel first prince and beginning his rigorous training to lose weight, for months had already passed. An attendant, holding up a dark garment, asks if the new attire is to His Highness's liking. Gruhorn notes that the tailor did not hire a single person to his instructions, adding that the color is black. The embellishments, he continues, are minimal. The attendant, bowing deeply, confirms His Highness's satisfaction. Gruhorn then remarks on his significant weight loss. The attendant confirms that his measurements have decreased by more than half, to which Gruhorn replies that he will leave the outfit for the palace banquet to him as well. With a flourish, the attendant declares he will start working immediately. Still undergoing his transformation, the prince requests a moment, asking his attendant to wait a little longer. He explains that his measurements will undoubtedly change again by then. A few days later, he finds himself on his way to a grand banquet, where he is expected to meet special young ladies. The royal carriage, escorted by a retinue of knights, makes its way through the city streets. Among them, Sir Vale Baberhard rides with a confident smile, his armor gleaming in the sunlight. Inside the opulent carriage, the prince sighs, musing that being a prince truly is a disgusting position. His attendant, seated opposite him, reassures him that everything has been carried out exactly as he commanded. The prince's expression remains one of weary contemplation, his thoughts far from the upcoming festivities. A young woman, Byron, looks up with a startled expression, a single word escaping her lips. Her hand rests gently on the rich fabric of her dress, drawing attention to a distinct scar etched upon her neck, as a voice questions its origin. She explains to Gruhorn that the mark is from her hometown, a relic from someone who deserved to be called a bitch. The thought of such past horrors resurfaces in Gruhorn's mind, a familiar frustration echoing the word, again. His eyes glow with a faint purple aura as he questions the relentless discovery of more atrocities, wondering why the deeper he digs into the past, the more horror stories he uncovers. Byron looks down, lost in her own thoughts, realizing that despite months passing since she last saw him, she feels no sense of relief. Gruhorn, now seated opposite her, breaks the silence with a simple query. She meets his gaze, responding with her name, Byron, Your Highness. He murmurs the name, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, as if recalling something distant, noting that it is a family name often associated with nobility. To think he would hear that name again in such a place, he muses, as the narrative shifts to a distant past, an era before cities, when only tribes existed. Among the various races of the continent, it was a time when humans were naturally born with mana, and there were those who possessed the strength to fight the monstrous creatures that roamed the land. At the end of the Great War, people across the continent granted 5 individuals the title 5 Heroes of the New Era. One of those 5 heroes was named Gruhorn. From a rocky peak, Gruhorn surveys a battlefield bathed in an ominous orange glow, a thought echoing in his mind. He remembers the horde of massive, tribal giants, their fierce expressions filling the frame, armed with crude but powerful weapons. Then, cloaked in red, he descends from above, sword drawn, launching himself into the fray against one of the towering figures. A memory of Byron surfaces, her reddish-brown hair framing determined eyes, as she speaks of their future. What you and I will do after this war ends. The thought is shattered by a blinding white energy slash, a sharp impact tearing through the air. Gruhorn stands victorious, lightning crackling around him, perched on the head of a collapsing giant as the sky burns orange. This was the legendary figure, the one who generated skill. His golden, glowing fist clenches, radiating immense power, for he was also known as the King of Giants, who ended the era of conflict. Now enveloped in a golden aura, he delivers a devastating blow, sending another giant reeling from his might. A vibrant red-haired warrior, her sword gleaming, strikes a dynamic pose amidst the chaos of battle. Meanwhile, the ancient hero Gruhorn, clad in a tiger-skin cloak, looks on with a hardened, determined expression. Back on the battlefield, the warrior is known as the Iron-Blooded Sword Angel. Her stance is unwavering, a beacon of strength in the fray. With a powerful impact, she crashes through her enemies. Her eyes glow with a fierce, golden light, reflecting her unwavering resolve. Standing victorious over the fallen, she surveys the aftermath of her swift assault. The golden glow in her eyes persists, a silent promise of further action. With her blade still drawn, she moves forward, declaring that she will find something to eat once she has leisure. The red-haired warrior stands defiant amidst the fallen, her voice cutting through the silence. You bastards only think about yourselves. Her grip tightens on the hilt of her massive sword. With bodies like yours, you only pick things that would do. Her face contorts in a snarl, like you should have your head so that. A faint, ominous glow emanates from her hand as she clenches her weapon, the sound of metal groaning under her grip. The scene abruptly shifts to a dark interior, where Gruhorn sits, his eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. He dismisses the thought with a subtle gesture, finding it beneath his consideration. A low growl escapes him as he turns his head slightly, a frown etched on his face, as if recalling something unpleasant. Byron, standing nearby, looks at him with concern, her expression questioning. Just what happened to make you act like this? Gruhorn's gaze sharpens as he looks forward, acknowledging their arrival at the Emperor's domain. As Gruhorn approaches the grand entrance, Byron, his attendant, walks beside him, her expression one of quiet concern. Beyond the ornate, golden archway, 2 familiar figures stand waiting, prompting a slight smile to touch Gruhorn's lips as he acknowledges their presence. Great timing, he remarks. He turns briefly to Byron. Adrian, let's talk later. Beyond Vale Baberhard and Arwen Kurgan, a young woman in an elegant red gown stands, her gaze fixed on him. Vale Baberhard steps forward, his voice ringing out with formal respect. Your Highness, have you? The descendant of the Elu family, a lineage long thought lost, now greets Prince Adrian Leonberg. Her words filled with genuine relief. I cannot express how happy I am to see you, safe and sound. Gruhorn's eyes narrow slightly as he takes in her appearance. You must have worked yourself to become so thin. A soft, knowing chuckle escapes him. Concerned, Byron asks if his body is still feeling unwell. He dismisses her worry, simply stating it was good that he came. Reaching out, he adds that thanks to her, the day will be very entertaining. Byron looks utterly bewildered by his words. He pulls her closer by the arm, musing aloud about how she would open up, as if she'd never seen such things before. His hand lingers on her arm, commenting on her fine skin, while she, clearly uncomfortable, tells him to stop teasing her. Later, in a grand, ornate room, Gruhorn, Byron, Vale, Arwen, and the Elu descendant are all gathered around a low table. The Elu descendant closes her eyes, a strange expression on her face, as if sensing something unusual. A thought echoes through the lavish hall, observing the central figure. Normally, this scoundrel would be dead drunk by now, flirting around with everyone. Yet, Gruhorn stands composed, a glass of wine in hand, his golden hair catching the light as he surveys the room. Another observer notes, his aura feels different compared to before. Gruhorn glances downward, a subtle shift in his demeanor. A wide, almost mischievous smile spreads across his face, his eyes closing in amusement. Byron, looking on with a hint of annoyance, remarks, "I mean, you flocked the daughter of the rich lion." Indeed, the rumors are everywhere, a testament to Gruhorn's past exploits. As Gruhorn stands amidst Byron, Vale Baberhard, Arwen Kurgan, and the Elu descendant, Byron continues, "I have a lot I could tell you, but my eyes aren't good enough to see a whole as well. If I knew this would happen, I would have plucked her eyes first." Gruhorn simply smiles, a thought forming in his mind. She was beautiful, enough just seeing her in armor, but a monster. He gazes intently, a thought crossing his mind about the delectable flesh beneath the surface, before he simply calls out, "Hey." Turning to face him, Vale Baberhard responds with a confused, "Pardon?" as Gruhorn asks, "Do you have any siblings at home?" The question hangs in the air for a moment before Gruhorn clarifies, "Have you forgotten already? I have a younger brother." A smirk plays on Gruhorn's lips as he sips from a glass of red liquid. Leaving Vale Baberhard utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with a dawning realization as he whispers, "What is?" Before he can finish, a sudden, blinding flash of red energy erupts, and Gruhorn's blade lashes out with impossible speed. The impact sends a spray of blood across Vale Baberhard's face, his expression contorted in shock and pain. He collapses to the ground with a sickening thud, Gruhorn standing calmly over his fallen form. The sudden, brutal attack leaves Byron, Arwen Kurgan, and the Elu descendant frozen in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief and horror. His eyes wide with a mixture of shock and perhaps regret, Gruhorn's face contorts in distress. Meanwhile, a new voice cuts through the tension, a young man with glowing red eyes stating, "It's a relief that your family line won't end." A sudden burst of purple energy erupts, accompanied by a sharp, resonating impact. The aftermath reveals Gruhorn standing tall, his dark attire contrasting with the opulent room, as Vale Baberhard lies defeated on the ornate rug, his body still from the brutal attack. The young man with the glowing red eyes looks forward with unwavering resolve, a new chapter about to begin. Adrian winds up a powerful strike. His fist connects with a sickening thud, sending the king's head snapping back. Adrian grips his father's collar, his gaze unwavering, while Taylor Baberhard, witnessing the assault, demands to know why he would do such a thing. Before Taylor can react further, Adrian delivers a swift kick to his stomach. Doubled over in pain, Taylor cries out, questioning the prince's actions. Adrian, ignoring the pleas, lands another brutal punch to the king's face. The king reels, his face bruised and swollen, as Adrian leans in close. He then turns his attention back to Taylor, who, still struggling on the ground, insists that he cannot treat him like this. Adrian Leonberg continues his relentless assault, his fist glowing with raw power as he declares his father needs to endure more. The king recoils violently from the impact, a pained gasp escaping his lips as blood splatters from his mouth. Adrian stands over the fallen Taylor Baberhard, his gaze fixed on the king, who lies further back on the ornate floor. Another brutal blow lands, the force of it sending shockwaves through the air. Adrian looks down at his father, who lies battered and broken, while Taylor can only watch helplessly from his position on the ground. The king's face is a mask of bruises and blood, his eyes closed in unconsciousness. After the brutal display, Adrian kneels on the ground, his head bowed, a single name escaping his lips, Eli. He stands over the fallen knight, his voice echoing with a chilling authority, confirming his identity as the one in charge. A sinister smile spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with an unsettling red light as he declares the day will be quite entertaining. The knight, still reeling from the previous events, can only stare up in bewildered horror, questioning the sudden, violent shift in Adrian's demeanor. Adrian then issues a direct order, commanding him to summon the royal knights. With the command given, he turns and walks away. Despite his shock and confusion, Taylor struggles to his feet, his loyalty compelling him to obey the prince's command. The grand, opulent architecture of the royal palace stands as a silent witness to the unfolding drama. Adrian then enters a different chamber, where several women and other figures are gathered around a large, circular table. Without preamble, he addresses them directly, ordering the women to leave the room. Meanwhile, the double-chain knight, Vale Baberhard, moves with purpose through the palace halls, his footsteps echoing softly on the polished floor. Back in the chamber, Adrian Leonberg turns to a man who has not yet left, reminding him sharply, "I believe I said women." His expression hardens as he continues, "If you want to leave, then leave." Adrian's hand clamps down on the man's shoulder, his voice dropping to a menacing tone. But if you do, you'll be leaving as a woman. A sharp cry of pain escapes the man as Adrian forces him to the ground, leaving him crumpled and shocked. The other women in the room watch in stunned silence, while the remaining men look on in fear. One by one, the women begin to file out of the room, their footsteps hushed and hurried. With the women gone, Adrian turns his attention to the remaining men, who now kneel before him, his voice filled with disdain as he remarks, "None of you even formally knelt before a prince." He continues his stern address, his voice echoing with authority, accusing them of showing no respect. A man with a dark mustache, his expression tight with apprehension, hears the accusation that they mocked him directly to his face. Adrian's eyes glow with an electric blue intensity as he adds, "And insulted my knight." He stands tall, his imposing figure casting a long shadow over the man who had spoken, who clenches his fist, attempting to maintain composure as he asks, "What charges can be applied in this case?" Adrian gestures dismissively, explaining that since they looked down on royalty, the offense challenged the very authority of the royal family. Another man, with purple hair, his face etched with growing fear, listens as Adrian clarifies, "And the offense was once they challenged the authority of the royal family." Adrian's hand rests on his hip, his voice cold and unwavering as he declares, "This is tantamount to treason." With that chilling pronouncement, Adrian looks down upon the kneeling figures, his gaze sweeping over them as he asks, "Who shall we accuse of high treason?" Adrian Lienberg's gaze sharpens, his thoughts echoing the gravity of the situation. 14 nobles and their retainers have been arrested. He stands at a high vantage point, looking down into a grand hall where numerous figures kneel in submission. Having caused quite a scene, he acknowledges that the moment of confrontation has arrived, as he stands before the kneeling figures, ready to deliver his judgment. His presence dominates the vast hall, a solitary figure against the backdrop of ornate pillars and a towering window. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, an older, crowned man receives the grim news, his expression troubled as he hears of the accusations of loyalty and treason. Adrian, however, remains unyielding, his gaze firm as he considers the implications of his actions. The crowned man, however, is deeply concerned, muttering that since Adrian invoked the name of the royal family, they must be punished severely. He continues, his voice heavy with the weight of responsibility, that with 14 families involved, they cannot simply ignore the scandal. He leans in, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, asking if the crowned man is truly worried about the backlash from his recent actions. The crowned man, seated on his throne, dismisses the notion, stating that the implicated families are outsiders, even among the nobility, but Adrian quickly counters, asserting that they are the very ones who exploited the royal family's name to advance their own agendas. A scoff escapes him, his expression unwavering. The crowned man then inquires about a letter, asking to whom it was addressed, to which Adrian replies that he already knows the answer, questioning why he would ask when there are others who handle such internal family matters. He clarifies that the letter concerns the siblings of those treacherous scoundrels. The crowned man listens, a thoughtful and concerned expression settling on his face, absorbing Adrian's blunt assessment. Adrian, his thoughts turning to the need to depart, mentally urges himself to leave now, then offers a respectful "yes, sir," as he prepares to exit the grand hall. The crowned man's voice follows him, a hint of challenge in his tone, asking if Adrian has nothing more to say. He then attempts to reassure Adrian, telling him there's no need to be so nervous. He stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he declares his intent not to yield. A young woman, her hands clasped in distress, pleads with him, asking what grave offense this family could possibly have committed to warrant such a fate. He looks down at her, a faint smile playing on his lips, and calmly states that the scoundrel has already sealed her own fate. The young woman looks away, her expression filled with sorrow, as she thinks of the family's long history of loyalty to the crown, a loyalty so deep that even the Burgess family remained unaware of the true nature of Bayern. His words conjure an image of a once proud, noble empire, now reduced to a desolate ruin. The shadowy figure of a fallen knight lies amidst the wreckage, their peerless arms severed, their power stripped away. Adrian's smile widens slightly, as he muses on their great prestige and their lofty pride. The young woman clenches her fists, her resolve hardening, vowing internally that she will not allow this to happen. A soft grunt escapes him as Adrian's gaze falls upon a holographic display, his mind reeling from the contradictory information presented before him. He sees a warrior, bloodied and fierce, embodying the traits of a butcher and a war maniac, driven to madness by the sight of blood and obsessed with battle, yet simultaneously possessing a fragile heart and being tender-hearted. The display continues, revealing her as a caregiver, skilled in looking after others, but also burdened by a slave mentality. She had forever struggled to control her immense powers, yet now, she couldn't even control her own body. Later, in a lavish chamber, the young prince scratches his head, a troubled expression clouding his features, while Byron watches him with a look of deep concern. Turning his back to the room, Adrian gazes out a grand window, questioning aloud, "Is it really okay for me to unleash her upon the world?" His eyes harden with resolve as he turns back, a silent vow forming on his lips, "I have to try." The S-rank talent, a rare and powerful ability, came with a complex set of traits, including high mana sensitivity, but also contradictory aspects like being a butcher and a war maniac alongside a fragile heart and a caregiver nature. Among these, there was a particularly unusual trait known as slave mentality, a deep-seated inclination to serve another. It was a characteristic where one found immense joy in the very existence of a master to serve with their whole heart, and so, the implications of such a trait were profound. As these thoughts lingered, Adrian stood before Byron, his gaze fixed upon her. Extending her hand, Byron looked up at him, asking him to swear his loyalty to her. A look of utter confusion crossed her face as she stammered. What do you mean by that? Adrian, unwavering, clarified his intent. I am telling you to become my knight. His voice firm, he pressed the demand. Swear it right here, right now. Byron, now kneeling at his feet, could only manage a stunned gasp, overwhelmed by the sudden, unexpected command. Still kneeling before him, Byron's voice trembles as she protests, claiming such a task is beyond her humble capabilities. Her eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief, she reminds him that he himself had dismissed her family as insignificant. Kneeling before Adrian, Byron formally pledges her allegiance, stating that she will serve His Highness Prince Adrian Leonberg. Adrian simply acknowledges her words, and she reaffirms her commitment, promising to dedicate her entire life to his service. With another curt affirmation, Adrian extends his hand towards her bowed head. A faint blue aura emanates from him as he declares that from this moment forward, she will obey his orders unconditionally. Without hesitation, she responds, as you command. Her eyes close, a subtle flush on her cheeks, as the weight of her oath settles upon her. Adrian, observing her, allows a slight smirk to play on his lips, but a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Was this truly the right choice? Whispers circulate through the court, noting the emperor's brother has been unusually quiet lately, leading some to wonder if he has finally given up on the crown prince. Yet, the truth is far more complex, as he not only forced a knight's oath of loyalty from a royal, but also summoned noble children who dared to refuse him, throwing them into prison without a second thought. Now, the talk of the kingdom is that he's embarked on a madman's never-ending quest to find a personal knight, a clear attempt to build a private army on the side. Adrian, the emperor's brother, muses on the sudden interest in his affairs, wondering when everyone became so invested in him and his search for a personal knight. He reflects that he only ever took in one personal knight, Vale Baberhard, who stands faithfully by his side. An older, regal voice cuts through his thoughts, declaring that from the moment he was born, Adrian always had something to say, and now the speaker is getting a headache trying to clean up the mess he's made. The older royal, wearing a crown, glares with annoyance. He continues, accusing Adrian of indulging in women, before dismissing him with a single, cutting word, pathetic. The older royal figure, his back to the viewer, questions if Adrian has entirely given up on their bet. Adrian, a smirk playing on his lips, retorts, You're appointing a maid as a knight? That is truly just like you, old man. He then muses to himself, wondering why rumors travel so quickly. Suddenly, an announcement echoes through the hall. The queen has arrived. Adrian, now seated on his throne, looks up in surprise as the queen, regal in her purple gown and crown, stands before him, a maid attending her. She addresses him with disappointment. Just when it seemed you turned over a new leaf. It seems you intend to stick to your old ways. A stern expression on her face, the queen adds, Actually, this works out well. Adrian reacts with a shocked gasp, uttering a frustrated curse. The queen, her eyes narrowed in resolve, makes her final declaration. This time, I will definitely find you a suitable spouse. A soft sigh escapes Adrian as he sits upon his throne, a heavy weight settling over him. His gaze distant, he admits, I don't even know anymore. Meanwhile, Byron sits quietly, her expression thoughtful. Before she finally asks Adrian, Then, will I also gain mana now? He simply replies, yes. Adrian then clarifies, a very special kind of mana. As Adrian's hand begins to glow with a vibrant blue energy, he thinks of how the world has completely forgotten the sword marquee, while Byron's eyes glow with a golden light, her own resolve hardening. Adrian's entire form now radiates a powerful red aura as he declares, I have not forgotten a single thing. A brilliant golden light begins to swirl, manifesting the very essence of the footsteps she left behind, and the phantom sword that once danced at her fingertips, all coalescing into a vibrant, living aura. This radiant energy, shimmering with untold power, begins to resonate with the magnificent beating of her heart itself. As the golden light intensifies, Adelia Byron senses the mana, her eyes glowing with its newfound power. And Adrian watches as the mana is successfully imprinted into her very being. Her gaze now holds the profound depth of mana that has settled within her body. A golden glow emanates from her hand, a tangible manifestation of the power now coursing through her, as Adelia Byron whispers in awe. Realizing the profound change within her, Adrian Gruhorn, standing over her, explains the ritual she has just completed, stating that from this moment forward, she is his warrior, and he will guide her. Overwhelmed by the sudden declaration and the weight of his words, Byron can only stammer out his title in disbelief. Noticing his weary expression as he looks down, she asks if he is all right. Adrian sighs, reflecting on the unexpected toll the ritual has taken, muttering about the effort required to create even a single mana heart. Still processing the gravity of the situation, Byron questions his motives, wondering why he would go to such lengths for someone she perceives as insignificant. A moment of silence hangs between them, before she presses him further, asking why he treats her with such consideration. With a renewed sense of purpose and profound gratitude, Adelia Byron bows deeply, pledging her unwavering service for the remainder of her life. A slight bead of sweat forms on his brow as Adrian reminds her, "Just don't forget who I am, your master." Adelia, her eyes wide with understanding, quickly affirms, "Yes, yes." He turns away, his expression unreadable. Then, looking back at her, he adds, "I am afraid you might forget." Adelia's gaze drops, a quiet, truly escaping her lips. A few days later, Sir Vale Baberhard stands before Adrian, beginning his report, "Your Highness, regarding Bernardio Eli." Adrian listens intently, the night continuing. "I'm told he's been allowed to see her until..." Adrian's eyes narrow, questioning, "Truly?" before a hint of frustration enters his voice. "Don't tell me I have to repeat this trial as well." He muses that royalty does not stand trial, finding recent news to be a positive development. Still reflecting on the situation, he holds a cup while another man stands nearby, listening as he continues to speak about a man of proportion. Turning his attention to a young woman, he asks Adelia how things are with her, causing her to flinch slightly at the direct address. She questions his meaning, and he presses further, asking if her mana heart has stabilized by now. Respectfully, she confirms that it has, addressing him as Your Highness. With a decisive tone, he declares that from today on, she will join him in his training. Giving a confident thumbs up, he instructs her to change her clothes and meet him at the training grounds. He adds that she should put down her bag, clarifying that it is a knight's bag. Later, at the training grounds, he stretches, preparing himself for the rigorous session ahead. Adrian Gruhorn, in a casual shirt, turns to his attendant, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. He then clarifies, with a slight smirk, that he's merely warming up. His gaze then shifts to Adelia Byron, now clad in full knight's armor, standing with a somber expression, as he specifies, he means that girl. Her armored foot lands with a heavy thud, and Adrian declares to Taylor Baberhard that he is making her a knight. Taylor's face registers shock and concern at the pronouncement, questioning how he could consider a knight so trivial. Adrian, however, dismisses his concern, telling him to get away and asking when he became such a busybody, before adding that if he hates it so much, then he should do it himself. As Adelia walks past them, her footsteps echoing, Taylor calls out to His Highness, his voice filled with apprehension. Adelia, now kneeling on the ground, utterly exhausted, announces the completion of her 10 laps. As her training continued, Adrian Gruhorn addressed Adelia, explaining that the rigorous physical conditioning was merely the first step, and now it was time to learn the basics of swordsmanship. She bowed her head, a quiet apology escaping her lips for her past shortcomings, promising to dedicate herself fully to his teachings. A confident smile played on Gruhorn's lips, observing her newfound determination. He began with the most fundamental lesson, instructing her on the proper footwork and posture for a basic stance, emphasizing that today would be solely dedicated to this foundational element. Then, with fluid grace, he demonstrated the first swing, his blade cutting through the air with precision. And the follow-through, a seamless arc of motion. Handing her the practice sword, he instructed her to give it a try. Adelia took the stance, her movements stiff and uncertain, struggling to replicate the fluid motion she had just witnessed. Yet, as she focused, a faint, ethereal green glow began to emanate from her eye, a subtle but potent shift in her aura. Adelia continues her rigorous swordsmanship training, her blade clashing with a sharp metallic ring as she executes a precise swing. Her armored foot steps back, finding purchase on the ground, a solid thud marking the end of her movement. Adrian Gruhorn watches her every action, his expression stern and unyielding. He can hardly believe it. She had copied his technique with such precision after seeing it only once. Looking up at him, Adelia asks if her stance was correct. Adrian's eyes widen slightly, then narrow, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he thinks, not a minute. He realizes that if he lets his guard down for even a moment, he'll be in trouble. The narration reminds him that this is the eldest royalty's training partner, once considered the weakest among the weak. As he watches Adelia, her eyes suddenly glow with a vibrant green light, and Adrian's thoughts race, wondering what it would mean if she were to surpass him now. A sharp, internal jolt hits him, leaving him with a look of profound shock. Gruhorn lets out a soft sound of contemplation, his mind still reeling from the revelation of Adelia's innate talent. But his thoughts are abruptly interrupted as Vale Baberhard seizes his arm, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing. Gruhorn's expression hardens, as Baberhard warns him with a crackle of tension not to dare covet her. Gruhorn, however, simply challenges him back, asking what he could possibly offer that child. Baberhard dismisses him with a sneer, calling him nothing more than a novice who has only held a sword for a few months. But as Baberhard speaks, a powerful blue energy begins to crackle around Gruhorn, his eyes glowing with an intense light. surrounded by the surging aura, he declares with absolute certainty that Baberhard cannot handle her. Gruhorn's gaze hardens, his thoughts echoing a past self that would have cowered and fled from such a challenge. But that weak version of himself is long gone, he asserts, his current resolve unyielding. His eyes begin to glow with an inner light as he considers the implications of his commitment to Adelia. A powerful, swirling blue aura erupts around him, a clear manifestation of his burgeoning strength. His glowing eyes fix forward, declaring that if he cannot protect her, then no one else possesses the capability either. For he has faced and overcome unimaginable horrors, his mind flashing through images of monstrous foes. He has conquered the giant king, the mad dragon, and countless other beings of immense power. His memories conjure the image of a blood-red blade, a testament to his brutal history. The blade itself seems to hum with the echoes of battles fought, its power now his own. The legendary blade, now known as Gruhorn, pulses with an ominous red energy. This is no ordinary weapon, for a portion of the user's soul and mana is transferred directly into it, its power manifesting as a fierce red glow in his eyes. His gaze, now burning with an infernal crimson, hardens with unwavering resolve. Veiled Baberhard watches on, a flicker of concern crossing his face as he takes in the transformation. Gruhorn stands firm, his back to the night, declaring with absolute certainty, she is. The red light intensifies around him, reflecting the depth of his conviction. Mine. He finishes, his voice resonating with an undeniable claim. Adrian Leon Erk, also known as the Ancient Gruhorn, makes a possessive declaration. A crimson aura flares around him as he warns against looking at or coveting what is his. His gaze is sharp, filled with an unwavering intensity. He expresses a deep-seated hatred for anyone who dares to cross him. The prince turns, his armored form radiating a silent, formidable presence. His eye glows with an ominous red light. A soft sound of bubbling accompanies his distressed expression, as if submerged. His perception of reality begins to blur and fade. He finds himself unable to discern the feeling of vitality or life itself. Submerged in a dark, watery expanse, Adrian Leonberg drifts, his senses slowly fading. He is now filled only with a sensation of cold and darkness. His eyes glow faintly in the gloom, and he wonders, is this an omen? His body floats listlessly, a silent realization dawning that at this rate, he will be lost. From the depths, a menacing, thorny energy begins to coalesce around his spectral sword, the very essence of Gruhorn manifesting. The monstrous form of the ancient entity declares its intent. This weak body will be consumed by the soul of Gruhorn. Shadowy, clawed hands reach out from the darkness, attempting to drag him deeper, his face contorted in terror. His eyes widen, one glowing a fierce red, as he comprehends the gravity of the situation, realizing that's the true threat. But then, with a surge of defiance, he stands firm on a glowing blue platform, declaring, enough. As Adrian's will solidified, a vibrant blue energy began to surge around him, coalescing into spectral forms that pulsed with raw power. His gaze sharpened, his eyes now glowing with an intense, ethereal blue light. A hand reached out, seemingly grasping at the surging energy, asserting control over the chaotic manifestation. The blue power surged once more, a resonant hum filling the void as it solidified around him. He stood firm, bathed in the radiant glow, as if a new strength had been forged within him, a strength that could turn the tide of any battle. A single ordinary night, it was said, could save the lives of 10 soldiers. Veiled Baberhard considered this, his expression thoughtful, repeating the old adage. Bayern, however, countered with a more ambitious claim, believing such a night could save the lives of 100 soldiers. Standing before a distant castle, Bayern mused, that child might be able to lead the revolution even now, your majesty. Gazing out over the snowy northern frontier, Bayern concluded, I'm convinced, for the commander of the northern frontier. Veiled Baberhard, deep in thought, questions the very idea of a great cause. However, the discussion continues. Adrian, standing before him, dismisses the notion entirely, stating he doesn't care. The count presses on, suggesting that even if someone could save countless people, it might not be enough. Bayern's conviction echoes, her body and heart already belonging to His Highness. She firmly states that she cannot follow the count's words. Veiled Baberhard, undeterred, expresses his hope for an effort worthy of the cause. Adrian reacts sharply, a defiant no, escaping him, as Bayern's words are recalled. He then challenges his uncle, asking if there's truly nothing left for him to learn, while the count's true, simpler goal is revealed, to help him lose weight. He walks alongside Veiled Baberhard, asserting his will. If you wish to keep serving my palace, do not interfere with my affairs from now on. Meanwhile, Bayern stands firm, her thoughts echoing. I won't do anything that goes against your will, your highness. Veiled Baberhard listens intently, his expression unreadable. Finally, he responds with a simple, understood. Even after that day, she never left the prince without fail, always watching over him. Her hand rests firmly on the hilt of her blade, a silent vow of protection. Later, Adrian walks with Bayern, who reiterates her unwavering devotion. It is quite entertaining to not be able to do anything else than just that. He looks down at a sword, its blade glowing with an ethereal light, a soft, questioning hum escaping his lips. The golden glow intensifies around the weapon, illuminating the armored legs standing before it. A stern-faced man with dark hair and a prominent scar across his cheek stands with an air of authority. His presence causes Adrian to flinch, surprised, as the man questions him, demanding to know why Adelia, his sword assistant, is still present. With a satisfied clap, the man praises Adelia, declaring her efforts a job well done. While Adrian, looking down, admits he might have been a bit overzealous in his training, given her rapid progress. The older man then turns his gaze back to Adrian, his expression hardening as he asks if he taught Adelia this particular trick as well. Adrian, looking troubled, confirms it, asking if something is amiss. The man's anger flares, demanding to know if Adrian alone wasn't enough to learn such a crap trick. Adrian closes his eyes, a wave of distress washing over him. Finally, the older man, his face grim, simply orders Adrian to leave. Adrian listens as the stern count speaks, his voice laced with disappointment, claiming there was a far better path, a potential Adrian could not even imagine. His eyes glowing with a faint red light, the count's anger flares as he accuses Adrian of ruining everything. Adrian's knight, Vale Baberhard, steps forward slightly, murmuring a respectful address to his prince, while the count simply dismisses him, ordering him out. Turning his back on the count, Adrian declares he will depart on his own terms. With a soft, almost dismissive sound, Adrian walks away, leaving the count to watch him go. As Vale Baberhard follows his prince, still concerned, Adrian ponders if what he taught was truly a cheap trick. He quickly dismisses the thought, knowing it to be untrue. His knight then voices the question on his mind, asking why the count would speak in such a manner. Adrian simply concludes that the count, and indeed the people of this era, simply do not understand. The count, his expression stern, declares that Adrian's teachings have completely forgotten the true nature of mana. Adrian simply replies, "TSK, they wouldn't have discarded it like a pair of old shoes." He then adds, "You will find out soon enough." With that, he turns and begins to walk away from the city, his knight following close behind, as a thought crosses his mind. The true power of the mana heart. As if to punctuate his resolve, faint blue energy crackles around him, then bursts outward in a silent display of raw power. Adrian stands, arms crossed, a determined look on his face. As he looks up and remarks, "You acted like you would never come back." His knight, walking behind him, responds, "I was just following your orders, your highness." The count, his expression firm, declares his intention to make Adrian a true king, asserting that if the young prince can pierce his barrier, he will acknowledge his strength. As Adrian grips a wooden hilt, he calmly inquires, "What exactly was the bet then?" He stands ready, poised for action. The count clarifies, his voice resonating with the weight of his proposal, "Granting a wish?" He continues, explaining that if Adrian can break through his defenses, he will grant any wish, but if he fails, the young prince will have to pass down his mana heart to him. Adrian, unfazed, responds with a slight smile, "Well, one for now." The reflection of both men is visible in a polished surface, their expressions mirroring the tension of the moment, as Adrian adds, "That's not what I meant." The count's armored head is seen in a close-up, his resolve unwavering as he challenges, "Let's fight." A smirk plays on the count's lips as he reveals his true intention. He was aiming for the next fight from the start. Adrian, still processing the count's challenge, finds his opponent's words as venomous as ever. The count, however, wastes no time, lunging forward with a blur of motion. His spear already a deadly extension of his will. Adrian's blade flashes, meeting the incoming strike with a sharp clang. As the count unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing the young prince to defend with every ounce of his skill. The spear dances, a gleaming streak of lethal intent. But Adrian pushes back, his counterattack sending a shockwave through the air. Yet, the count merely grins, his eyes glowing with dark power, taunting, "Is this all?" The young prince's expression tightens, a mix of frustration and fierce resolve. Adrian pushes off the ground, a burst of white energy rippling around him as he recovers from the count's relentless assault. The count watches him, his expression unreadable, before a cold voice cuts through the air, asking, "Have you given up already?" Adrian stands his ground, knowing the count is an impossible opponent, but he cannot afford to be defeated. As the count begins to glow with crackling blue lightning, Adrian observes that his uncle is truly strong. A formidable opponent who allows him to draw out his full mana, intending to inflict an even more miserable defeat. A glowing blue mana heart forms, its power indicating that with a mana heart at this level, a certain death is intended. Adrian's eyes widen slightly, a question forming in his mind. Is it not strange? The count remains impassive, his gaze fixed, the blue energy swirling around him. 400 years ago, countless mana heart knights existed, achieving great feats, their very armor imbued with power. Yet, a new mana manipulation technique emerged, allowing them to wield their power from afar. Indeed, all their great knights were mana heart knights. And this mana chain was merely a trick to extend their manipulation. That seems to be the case, he thinks, as the technique called mana chain is a trick that allows the use of mana manipulation from afar. Hearing this, Adrian questions the very concept of a heart, asking for further clarification on what exactly his companion is trying to convey. Vale Baberhard, however, offers a different perspective, stating that it wasn't the mana heart itself that was weak, but its masters. He stands, sword in hand, lost in thought. Adrian, his gaze fixed on the older man, addresses him directly. Vale then poses a question, wondering if Adrian has ever heard of the martial spirit hymn, before clarifying that their current location is a place of crossed swords, a site of historical conflict. Adrian, however, dismisses the topic, finding it unsuitable for such a serious discussion. He responds with a knowing smirk, predicting Vale's exact sentiment. Vale continues his explanation, detailing how after conquering the mana heart, its users were often served only by lowly servants, a fact he emphasizes with a pointed remark about Adrian's own words. The weight of the information feels like too much for Adrian, who is then asked if he needs a moment to compose himself. Adrian, however, quickly dismisses the offer, indicating his readiness to continue. For a knight, the very path they walk ultimately becomes their greatest achievement. As the vision unfolds, a young knight stands amidst a snowy battlefield, his voice echoing with conviction, declaring his 100 victories as his pride. His declaration continues, asserting these triumphs are also his power, a statement that draws a sharp, questioning glance from Vale. A brilliant blue light begins to emanate from the young knight, signifying the engraving of a martial spirit hymn upon him. The radiant energy concentrates around his hand. As the martial spirit hymn is formally granted to him, the power then flows into his knight's sword, now dwelling within the blade. It is revealed to be a common rank martial spirit hymn of sparring. Vale's eyes glow with understanding, recognizing this as an ordinary, small achievement for one not yet a knight. The vision concludes with the clear statement that the effect of the hymn of sparring has been activated, marking a significant moment. As the vision continues, a young man stands resolute, his golden hair framing eyes that now burn with an ethereal blue light, a matching aura emanating from the blade he grips firmly. This is the true power of the mana heart, a martial spirit hymn manifesting its full might through his weapon. A brilliant blue aura erupts around Gruhorn, signaling the activation of the hymn of sparking. Yet, Count Unnamed remains unfazed, his voice dripping with disdain as he declares that nothing will change. He continues to taunt him, emphasizing the futility of fighting without a mana core. Ignoring the provocation, Gruhorn lunges forward, his blade a blur of blue energy. Steel meets steel with a sharp clang, as their weapons collide in a shower of sparks. Indeed, the mana of the ancient Gruhorn flows through the powerful rings, overflowing through his dark heart. He strains, the blue energy crackling around him as the power takes hold. Across from him, Count Unnamed watches, a smirk playing on his lips. Their blades meet in a furious clash, the Count remarking on his opponent's skill, "You're quite good." He continues, acknowledging the stubborn endurance, good at stubbornly enduring. However, the young prince's eyes glow with fierce resolve, the blue energy around him intensifying. He retorts, revealing the immense effort behind his power. To obtain this hymn, I spent over 100 years. The mana of the rings, accumulated over 1,000 years, represents a power forged to deal with the Knights of the Ring. While climbing 100 times, he endured unleashing the full might of his ancient mana. Gruhorn's blade glows with a vibrant blue as he initiates the Thousand Waves technique, sending forth a torrent of razor-sharp energy slashes. His gaze sharpens, channeling every ounce of his will into the attack, for this is the true power of the hymn of sparring. The ground shatters under the force of the technique. As Count Unnamed, caught off guard, begins to speak, realizing the attack has found its mark. "Now it seems you're a bit." A sharp impact rings out, leaving a fresh cut on the Count's cheek as his expression shifts to pure shock. Gruhorn's eyes burn with fierce determination, his glowing blade still humming with power. Gruhorn unleashes a flurry of slashes, his blade a blur of blue energy. His golden eyes glowing with fierce determination as he drives the attack forward. The Count, caught off guard, can only think of how long his opponent has managed to endure. The ancient sword hums, crackling with potent mana, connecting with a resounding impact that sends ripples of force through the air. The sheer power of the blow pushes the Count back, his defenses strained. While Gruhorn stands firm, his attack completed, sword held ready. Disbelief washes over the Count's face, questioning how this could be possible. And as green energy flares around his hand, he realizes that not all mana hearts are created equal. Still reeling from the impact, he glares back, his dark aura flaring as he declares, "You are arrogant." But before the words can fully settle, a powerful stomp shatters the ground. As Gruhorn surges forward, enveloped in a brilliant blue light, his sword arcing with crackling energy. Another explosive impact rocks the air, sending debris flying. Gruhorn's blue aura intensifies as he declares, "I will stop playing around." The Count, still standing amidst the dust, acknowledges his opponent's resolve. This resolution now is commendable, however. Looking up at Gruhorn, he adds, "I shall praise you." His expression turns thoughtful as he concludes, "As expected, a normal grade martial spirit hymn is insufficient." A heavy sound echoes as Adrian kneels, his sword planted before him. He reflects, the knights made one mistake. A vision of the past unfolds, showing him, cloaked in red, standing triumphant over countless fallen foes. They did not leave any energy for their descendants, the ancient voice laments. At first, surely everything was passed down intact. The voice continues, as the image shifts to show the hero wielding both sword techniques and the martial spirit method of refining the heart. And the shining martial spirit him. But time gnawed away at those shining achievements. The hero's form now appears burdened, looking down at the ground, and eventually caused them to be forgotten, becoming mere tales about dragons never seen. The ancient world was once home to giant kings and monstrous entities, their existence now lost to the annals of time. A period so distant that even the most formidable martial spirit techniques eventually faded into legend. Naturally, new martial spirit hymns were developed over time. Though their power was a mere shadow of the past, with victories against 10 knights considered a significant feat, and overcoming 100 soldiers marked as the pinnacle of achievement for a hymn built solely against human adversaries. These new grades of martial spirits ultimately failed to achieve the status of myth or hero, unable to withstand even the simplest holy attack. Adrian sits in a dark room, gazing at a rough-hewn wooden table with a faint glow, his thoughts consumed by the concept of a mana chain, realizing that with such incomplete martial spirits, true grandeur remains forever out of reach. Adrian Leon Burke, looking down from his vantage point, questions the man below, wondering if he has been drinking in the dirt. He cannot comprehend the words spoken to him, a faint blue energy trailing behind him as he moves. The target of his scorn, Vale Baberhard, stands firm, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Adrian's blue aura flares around him, as he condemns the knight as arrogant and foolish. With a decisive stomp of his foot, he declares that all he needs to know is the magnitude of what Vale has lost. Suddenly, a dark, shadowy form begins to coalesce around him, glowing with an ominous red light. The monstrous visage takes shape, its eyes burning with a malevolent crimson. Now fully transformed into a terrifying, shadowy entity, the voice echoes, promising to teach a harsh lesson. The monstrous hand extends, its glowing form emphasizing the chilling threat. His transformation begins, a dark, crimson energy swirling around his hand, a power that no ordinary blade could ever hope to pierce. Capable of rending even a dragon's scales as he pulls a blade from its sheath, his form now wreathed in shadow and crackling red lightning. A guttural roar tears from his throat, his eyes burning with an infernal crimson glow as the transformation intensifies. The raw power surging through him, causing the very ground beneath his feet to fracture, demanding to drink the blood of his enemies. This immense power, he realizes, stems from the ancient hymn of true dragon. But as his hand contorts, fingers elongating into sharp claws, the sheer magnitude of the hymn's power threatens to overwhelm his current abilities. A scream of agony escapes him as the overwhelming energy causes blood to trickle from his mouth, a strange blue light flickering on his chest, struggling against the crimson tide. Yet, a crucial part of the hymn remains missing, a void in the ancient incantation, leaving him vulnerable, the full extent of the dragon's power just out of reach. Adrian's body convulses, the immense power of the hymn of true dragon erupting from him in a violent, crimson burst. The air itself seems to tear as the ancient incantation, splitting the dragon's scales, takes hold. His eyes glow a furious red, a primal scream tearing from his throat. As he clenches his hands, knuckles white, desperately trying to contain the surging, volatile power within. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in dark energy lunges, their attack a blinding flash of azure light that collides violently with Adrian's crimson aura. The impact shattering the air and sending brilliant blue energy, shards exploding outwards, overwhelming the red. Adrian's eyes widen in shock, a desperate realization dawning on him. At this rate, I'll be devoured. The blue energy coalesces, forming a swirling, radiant vortex that pulses with raw power. Before the two opposing forces clash in a cataclysmic explosion, tearing apart the very ground beneath them. A cataclysmic explosion of golden-orange energy ripped through the air, the sheer force of it echoing across the desolate landscape. Adrian was violently thrown backward by the impact, a desperate cry of, "Your Highness," barely audible over the fading roar. Through the settling dust and debris, a figure cloaked in dark, smoky energy advanced with an ominous stride. Adrian, clutching his arm, could only watch, his face etched with pain and disbelief, as the victor approached. The Count, now standing over the kneeling prince, spoke with a chilling calm, reminding him of his earlier boast. "Didn't you say you'd only use one ring?" His eyes glowing with a cold blue light, the Count continued. Yet after using all 4 rings possessed. The Count, his ornate armor gleaming, surveyed the scene of his victory, his blue aura pulsing faintly. Looking down at the defeated prince, the Count delivered the final, crushing blow. "You failed to prevent your sword from being severed." Adrian lay defeated, his broken blade beside him. As the Count concluded, that was an obvious truth. Lying broken on the snow-covered ground, Adrian could only watch as the figure of Count Vale Baberhard stood over him, a silent testament to his utter defeat. His electric blue eyes, sharp and unyielding, stared down at the fallen prince. Then, the true victor, the count with the scarred face and glowing red eyes, delivered the final, crushing blow to his spirit. You lost. From the swirling chaos, a monstrous, dragon-like entity emerges, its maw gaping wide, eyes glowing with malevolent red light. Its dark energy radiates outward, as a blade, wielded by Gruhorn, attempts to fend off the encroaching horror. Yet, the overwhelming force causes Gruhorn's hand to tremble, struggling to maintain its grip on the sword amidst splattering dark energy. A defiant, desperate No escapes him, his will clashing against the encroaching darkness. His struggle intensifies, a plea to stop, echoing through the chaotic space. With a surge of resolve, Gruhorn grasps a glowing blue crystal, its light piercing through the oppressive gloom. He cries out, exerting himself fully, "Please stop now," as the sound of his effort fills the air. He awakens with a jolt, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and pain, his hand instinctively clenching the fabric of his clothes. The morning light streams into the room, illuminating the bed where he lies. As his grip tightens further, a soft tearing sound accompanying the strain. Sitting upright, Gruhorn stares down at his hands, a single thought echoing in his mind. The true martial spirit him. This, a voice seems to whisper, is the steep price for forcefully drawing out its power. The consequence of splitting the dragon's scales. A sharp, internal wrenching sensation tears through his chest. As the voice continues, since the layman of the martial spirit is a martial spirit him regarding a dragon. My body became a massive scarf, did it, Adrian? He feels the surge of power, a profound transformation rippling through his very being, and knows it was a risk worth taking. This was the first martial spirit him he had woven himself, a testament to his own will and strength. For him, 100 victories were his pride, his very strength. During 100 duels, he had endured 1,000 waves, each challenge forging him anew. And now, he would stand tall before even greater waves, his resolve unwavering. A voice confirms his efforts, noting that the grade of his dragon's sacrifice has risen slightly. As he regains his bearings, a concerned attendant approaches, believing this new power should be enough for the current situation, addressing him as my third Prince Adrian. She expresses relief that he has finally regained consciousness, her voice filled with worry. The attendant then reveals the dire state of their surroundings, explaining that it was total chaos, with the entire castle having collapsed, and she has never seen him look so ashamed before. Adrian stirs awake in his bed, a female attendant standing nearby, who immediately informs him that the Count had left a message, saying to notify him once His Highness awakens. A soft groan escapes him as he processes the information, his eyes narrowing slightly. He clenches his hand, deciding that he needs to rest for a while. A prominent scar marks his chest, a physical reminder of the immense power he wields, for if he fails to properly recover his spirit, which was damaged by the excessive use of the martial spirit him, he knows he will pay a terrible price, his world blackened by the consequences. Reality and memories of the past would then mix into a chaotic mess within his mind. At some point, the world itself would completely collapse, eventually turning him into a madman, unwillingly becoming a part of his own martial spirit, trapped within that blackened world. He understands the terrifying truth. He would be trapped in a blackened world again, going finally insane. Just imagining such a fate makes him shudder. Agnes Byrne, a legendary swordswoman, stands poised and regal, her long auburn hair flowing around her, a testament to a powerful lineage. Back in the present, Taylor explains to Adrian that Agnes was a great swordswoman, and since he is a descendant of that very Byrne, he should be able to inherit the martial spirit him she left behind. Adrian, processing this revelation, muses aloud, wondering at the thought of his ancestor being such a formidable warrior. Taylor then cautions him that to truly possess a him befitting such a legacy, he will need to grow far beyond his current capabilities. Adrian responds with a hesitant, "So, about that," as Taylor asks what he wanted to say about learning the hymn, his expression betraying a deeper concern. His gaze drops, a troubled look on his face as he begins to articulate his thoughts, muttering, "Tach, that is." Taylor, looking down, considers Adrian's potential, musing, "If I could truly become a knight." Her thoughts drift to a younger, chibi Adrian, imagining, "If I become a knight, then." She turns, her red robes sweeping as she begins to walk away, advising him, "If you can't think it off, try it later." Taylor walks past Adrian, who sits thoughtfully, a glass of wine beside him. Her steps halt, a moment of hesitation. She turns back, her expression earnest, calling out, "Your Highnesses?" Her hands clasp together, a gesture of deep respect and resolve, declaring, "I will become." Adrian looks up, surprised by her sudden declaration. The image of a magnificent, ancient sword, glowing with power, appears, representing the hymns of martial deeds. The tales of martial spirit hymns often begin with the thunderous sound of a charging trumpet, echoing across battlefields. But some of these hymns of martial deeds can also start from a single, determined step taken across a vast plain. Adrian's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he processes the implications. These powerful hymns often have their genesis in a heartfelt oath, like the one Taylor made, kneeling before a throne, dedicating his entire life to His Highness. It is a profound declaration, a solemn oath of subordination that binds one's very being. The young prince looks down at his own hand, still processing the weight of such a commitment. He wonders if this is similar to Adelia's martial spirit him, and then a new surge of energy begins to manifest. A golden aura erupts from a hand, pulsating with raw, untamed power. As the energy coalesces, a new martial spirit him is visibly created, taking the form of a glowing, ethereal tree. He had created a martial spirit him, a powerful oath made manifest, as a brilliant, glowing tree-like structure began to form between them. This wasn't just any hymn, but a system notification confirmed, a martial spirit hymn of normal grade, a hymn of domination, had been successfully created. Adrian stared at the glowing orb now in his hand, utterly bewildered by the sudden, unexpected power. Meanwhile, Taylor knelt, his resolve unwavering, knowing he had created a martial spirit hymn, even if it meant embracing a slave mentality for the greater good. Elsewhere, Adelia gasped, a soft thump echoing her surprise, struggling to comprehend that a descendant of the Vale Marquis would weave such a hymn of subordination. Adrian, now regaining his composure, mused. He had indeed received unexpected help. He looked down at his hand, observing the faint glow, realizing the seed of the martial spirit hymn had been planted within him. A sly smile spread across Adelia's face, as she understood that Adrian's growth would ultimately work to her benefit as well. Turning back to Taylor, Adrian offered a sincere thank you. Adrian's new powers settled within him, though its full implications remained unclear. As Adelia sat at a table, a plate of food before her, a faint growling sound echoing nearby. Her expression shifted to one of concern, her gaze fixed on him. He sat across from her, his posture still somewhat stiff from the recent ordeal. Adrian's thoughts drifted, acknowledging the new power within him, yet uncertain of its true purpose or how it would ultimately benefit him. A few days later, the grand castle stood under a clear sky, as he reflected on his situation. He listened intently to an unseen speaker, his expression unreadable. Standing before a regal throne, Adrian, known as Prince Ian in this court, assured the seated queen that he was well, while Adelia observed from the side. His internal monologue revealed a deeper struggle, finding it easier to contend with overt enemies than the complexities of his own identity. The queen, however, harbored her own complex feelings, finding those who claimed ownership of his very being far more challenging to manage. Adrian is asked if he perhaps resents his uncle. Adelia clarifies that she doesn't mean to harm him, acknowledging the difficult past, but he simply states, "I don't really resent him." She presses further, questioning why he wouldn't, given how roughly his uncle treated and nagged him at every turn, insisting his lack of negative feelings must be a lie. Adelia, with a determined expression, reiterates her belief that he must harbor some resentment, but he simply shakes his head, affirming, "No, I really don't." His gaze remains steady, his words unwavering as he repeats, "I don't have any such feelings." Yet, deep within him, a shadowy, powerful form begins to stir, a manifestation of the inner demon that was planted in him that day, denying him his pride and truths. It must be hard for him to endure this constant internal struggle, a burden he carries silently. This dark seed, planted within him, was a cruel legacy from that day. If he cannot overcome this inner demon, it will only continue to grow and consume him. He listens intently, a quiet resolve settling over him as he considers the implications of her words, somehow not caring what happens after this moment. Adelia continues, explaining that his uncle had always been closer to the emperor than Adrian himself, possessing a rougher, less refined side. Still, she urges him to reconsider, suggesting that if his uncle hadn't been so, he would have been quite the fool, even going so far as to insult his majesty himself. Adrian's gaze drifts, a memory surfacing of how it was said his uncle understood the emperor's heart more easily than any formal schedule. But then, trouble arose as soon as the probation was lifted, with the younger Adrian being ordered to be arrested along with the others. Adelia ponders if his uncle's difficult position might have been the reason for his dysfunctional behavior, as a young Adrian looks on, distressed. Adrian brings a hand to his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face, as he considers her words, but he remains silent. He turns to gaze out a nearby window, a soft groan escaping him as the weight of the past settles. With hands clasped, Adrian continues to reflect, his thoughts heavy with the conversation and the memories it has stirred. Adrian ponders the recent revelations, a single question echoing in his mind. Why would that man have done such a thing for him? Old scholar Niccolò Marchable addresses the young prince, his voice carrying a tone of deep respect. But Gruhorn's response is immediate and firm, a resolute declaration of refusal. Standing nearby, Byron observes the tense exchange, silently noting the lack of tact in the situation. Niccolò continues, his voice rising with urgency as he warns that if one side does not yield, the fragile peace between humans and demons will shatter. He questions the prince's readiness, reminding him of his recent return, his words laced with a desperate plea. But Gruhorn remains unyielding, declaring that he cannot yet call his opponent a mere beast, and that the game has barely begun. Despite his youthful appearance, the prince possesses a profound understanding of the situation, having already grasped everything he needs to know. With a heavy heart, Nicolo apologizes, stating he cannot allow the prince's current path, but offers to join him if that is his true desire. Nicolo begins, explaining that Gruhorn will endure a few trials with him, and if his skills prove true, he will no longer hide his power from the prince, either. A confident smirk plays on Gruhorn's lips. He simply replies that sounds good. Nicolo places a book onto the table with a soft thud. Gruhorn affirms, stating that one must always watch over others, as it is human nature to walk all over those who are too lenient. Nicolo nods in agreement, finding his words absolutely correct. He then presents the book, suggesting Gruhorn will find it interesting, as it evaluates the human-demon relationship as a purely economic transaction. The survey within, he continues, shows the Mana Protection Act has only benefited the demons, making them fat, lazy, and a burden on humans. Nicolo's words begin to resonate, as the young prince acknowledges that he is making some sense, agreeing that all relationships are indeed about give and take. He continues, explaining the book's contents, pointing out key sections regarding its analysis. The sun begins to set over the distant castle, as the old scholar then addresses the prince, holding the weighty tome. Gruhorn lets out a small sound of surprise, while Nicolo, with a knowing smile, assures him he will be waiting. The prince looks down at his own hand, realizing the conversation has turned into more than just a simple lesson, a soft chuckle escaping him. He can't help but think that the old man is truly sly. While Nicolo, in turn, considers the first prince. The old scholar, Nicolo Marchable, stands alone in a lavish chamber, his gaze distant. He considers how the prince is quite different from what the rumors suggest. Days pass under a clear, bright sky. Back in his chambers, Gruhorn lets out a soft sigh, a sound of weary resignation. He lies on his bed, Nicolo Marchable standing nearby, and declares, "I'm bored." The prince reflects that Nicolo is indeed quite different from what the rumors suggest, but he quickly dismisses any excuses for his own past behavior. He continues, realizing Nicolo is still here, despite his own past arrogance, and for the first time in his life, he feels a pang of regret. Turning to the scholar, he asks what they should do, then instructs him to call someone in. Gruhorn muses to himself that it has been a few days since the last duel. As the summoned guest finally arrived, Nicolo Marchable observed, noting that it was indeed time for this particular visit. However, a flicker of concern crossed Gruhorn's face, as he took in the visitor's demeanor. The stern-faced man stood before him, his presence radiating an unyielding resolve. Gruhorn's brow furrowed further, realizing the man had not moved past their shared history, not even slightly. The visitor remained silent, his profile unreadable. Looking down, Gruhorn offered a quiet, sincere apology. The visitor's eye twitched, his thoughts clear. He knew the prince was a fool, and had caused him immense suffering. Meeting Gruhorn's gaze, the man declared with conviction that he held absolutely no regrets for his past actions. Despite the man's unwavering stance, his refusal to forgive, Gruhorn found a strange comfort in his unchanging nature, glad that he was still the same. The man's voice cuts through the silence, reminding Gruhorn that his own position must be uncomfortable, especially after capturing his brother Andrew. Unfazed, Gruhorn simply asks what the man desires. The uncle's scarred face remains impassive, his gaze unwavering. He offers his very arm, his very eye, if Gruhorn would only ask for them. But Gruhorn dismisses such dramatic gestures, asking what he's supposed to do with junk like that. A slight smirk plays on Gruhorn's lips. He declares his intention to be generous. Gruhorn asserts that he will state his wish first. He then addresses the man, his uncle, suggesting they go on an outing. His uncle, still looking somewhat wary, reminds him that his probationary period has ended, questioning his ability to leave the capital. Gruhorn, however, simply smiles, dismissing the concern as he clarifies that he doesn't intend to go far, just somewhere outside the capital. He continues, explaining that it will take some time to arrange, but with the upcoming banquet, the opportunity for his departure will present itself. His uncle, seemingly resigned, agrees to contact him once the schedule is set. Gruhorn simply instructs him to do so. The uncle then asks what he wants to do with such an outing, his expression unreadable. Gruhorn pauses, considering his words, before his uncle interjects with a simple, drawn-out, "Well." A slight smile plays on Gruhorn's lips as he admits it's unexpected, but he's simply curious about the world outside the palace walls. He muses on the Count's broken promise, seeing it as a rare opportunity to exploit in many ways. Yet, watching the stubborn old man act as he did, a pang of something akin to guilt stirs within him. His uncle's voice cuts through his thoughts, demanding to know why he's laughing, noting that the young prince seems a little too happy these days. The prince simply hums in response, as his uncle addresses him formally. The older man then announces that the letter he was expecting has finally arrived. A close-up reveals a pristine letter, sealed with a distinctive red wax emblem, its contents yet unknown. The message within speaks of a small accomplishment, hinting at recent success. The sender is revealed to be a formidable woman with dark, flowing hair and glowing blue eyes, her armored form crackling with vibrant blue energy. Blue energy crackles around a finely crafted blade, its sharp edge gleaming. The wielder, a woman with piercing blue eyes and dark, flowing hair, speaks with quiet intensity. It seems we will be able to meet you soon. I hope you remain in good health until that day. The message, from Arwen Kurgan, reaches Adrian, who smiles faintly as he processes her words. He holds the letter, a thoughtful expression on his face, realizing it arrived at precisely the right moment. About 5 days later, his uncle sends welcome news. And 2 days after that, the day of departure finally arrives. A grand procession of carriages and guards sets off from the castle, their wheels clattering on the stone. From inside his carriage, Adrian looks out with a puzzled expression, asking, "Uncle, so where did we go? You said we were stopping by to see Ellen." Meanwhile, his uncle stands in a serene garden, a stern look on his face, remarking, "You just can't stay still." He questions if his uncle can truly explain their current situation, urging him to come inside. Their destination, Ellen County, is renowned as the royal court's primary production site for weaponry. Within its territory, rich iron mines yield high-quality ore, and a dedicated guild of blacksmiths stands ready to refine it into formidable arms. His uncle, standing before him, declares that this arrangement is perfect. Gruhorn, however, admits he is unsure what his uncle is talking about, as his original plan was simply to patrol the borders and visit the royal armory. Bowing deeply, his uncle apologizes to His Highness, explaining that as it is a royal order, he cannot discuss any weapons with him. Gruhorn acknowledges that it's only natural, considering his uncle's position, but the implications are clear. He concludes that if he truly desires a proper weapon, he will have to go and conquer the royal palace himself. As the journey continued, Gruhorn's gaze drifted, lost in thought. His uncle watched him from nearby. A surprising observation forming in his mind. He was far more thoughtful than his appearance suggested. Later, from inside a moving carriage, Gruhorn complained about the stifling air, demanding the window be closed, only for his uncle to retort, "What? No way." And so, whether by carriage or on horseback, the 20-day journey had only just begun. Adrian Leon Burke, the first prince, finds himself in a world that feels much like a game, his status and skills displayed before him. Their journey involves a brief stop in Ellen County, a town on the way to the capital, before continuing on to Lion Castle, still 2 days away. This stop is where they will rest before completing the final leg of their return to the capital. And currently, he finds himself trapped. He is stuck sitting in a carriage for 3 whole days without moving. Even the person sitting opposite him is no fun at all. He can't take this anymore. He has to check his status. As a side effect of using the sword of true Gruhorn, his mana is completely empty. A faint blue glow emanates from him, a visual representation of his depleted energy. He knew it was about time to replenish his mana, carefully gathering the scattered specks hidden within his being. With a determined focus, he began the process of refilling his reserves. As the blue energy swirled around him, he continued to draw in the hidden mana. He considered the implications. If he could fully charge this mana heart, what would happen? Suddenly, a jolt of surprise ran through him, his eyes widening at an unexpected realization. A question formed in his mind. When had his mana leaked so extensively? The sheer size of the expanding energy surprised him, a clear aftereffect of an extraordinary feat of magic power. A voice echoed, confirming his suspicions. It was indeed the effect of wielding the sword of true Gruhorn. His mana heart had not merely refilled, it had expanded beyond its previous limits. His constitution had undergone a profound transformation. Due to the expanded mana heart, his very being had changed. Now, his body was capable of containing a significantly greater amount of mana. He had officially reached the stage of a sword expert, a new condition he had successfully acquired. Furthermore, some of the restrictions on his recovered authorities had been lifted, and the authority of Gruhorn's sword itself had been significantly improved. As the system messages faded, Adrian sat on a plush couch, his gaze fixed on something in his hands. He held 2 small, glowing figures, a curious manifestation of his power, as he murmured, "You're." A sound of intrigue escaped him as he examined the miniature versions of himself, each glowing faintly. A confident, almost predatory smile spread across his face, his fist clenching with newfound power. Having gone yet another step further in his journey of power, Adrian Leon Burke arrived at a magnificent estate, its classical architecture rising majestically amidst lush, manicured gardens. Inside, a man bowed deeply before him, expressing his profound honor at meeting His Highness. This was Torrance, the eldest son of the Ellen family, formally greeting the prince. As they began to walk, Adrian offered his thanks for the hospitality. Torrance, ever the attentive host, suggested that Adrian must be exhausted from his long journey and offered to guide him to his room first. Adrian listened, his expression unreadable as they continued their walk. Having been told this estate was a major weapon production site, Adrian surveys the grand hall, noting the vast array of armaments, though they all appear to be non-grade items, merely for show rather than actual combat. He knows he must find the specific item he seeks somewhere within this impressive, yet ultimately decorative, collection. With a determined gaze, he resolves to locate the item he's been searching for right here. Meanwhile, Torrance turns to an older attendant, inquiring if the Blacksmiths Guild has indeed taken over the territory, to which the attendant confirms, though with a slight hesitation. Adrian, overhearing their conversation, expresses his desire to visit that location. As he begins to move, the attendant cautions him, explaining that blacksmiths are generally rough and stubborn individuals, implying they might not be easily swayed or impressed. Adrian considers this, understanding that when fully engrossed in their craft, they often disregard even the presence of a lord. He considers the attendant's words, that the blacksmith's skills are as cold and rigid as the iron they handle, yet he believes their craftsmanship deserves generosity. As they step into the heart of the guild, the intense heat of the forge immediately makes itself known, roaring flames engulfing the air. The attendant warns that the heat from the furnace is difficult to endure, suggesting they consider leaving if it becomes too much. The entire workshop is a symphony of clanging metal and roaring fires, with numerous blacksmiths diligently at work. Yet, Adrian stands amidst it all, his expression resolute and unwavering. The rhythmic noise of hammering iron fills the air, a constant, deafening clang that vibrates through the very ground. Torrance Ellen, standing nearby, addresses him, his concern evident. The flames of the forge continue to blaze, casting a fiery glow across the entire scene. Adrian is enveloped by the intense heat and light, his gaze unwavering, seemingly unfazed by the inferno surrounding him. As the blacksmiths tirelessly hammer the iron, their rhythmic strikes echoing through the guild. Among them, Adrian Leonberg works with focused intensity. His gaze is sharp, his resolve unwavering. Amidst the cacophony of the forge, there is one exceptionally clear sound, a precise, resonant strike that cuts through the din. He continues to hammer, each blow deliberate and powerful, shaping the metal with expert precision. After a moment, he steps away from his work, a soft exclamation escaping him as he notices something. An elderly blacksmith, his muscular frame radiating intense heat and a golden aura, works with a fierce, almost primal energy. His hand, glowing with an inner light, holds the hammer, hinting at the immense power behind his craft. This is... Adrian's eyes widen, a golden glow reflecting his sudden understanding. That's it. The first memory he can recall, a blazing inferno surrounding a powerful sword. Back in the present, he wipes sweat from his brow, the intense heat of the blacksmith's guild already taking its toll. His attendant, Adelia, observes him with concern, noting his heavy perspiration. He simply acknowledges her observation. A soft sigh escapes him as he considers his surroundings. Before them, a bustling crowd of blacksmiths works tirelessly, the air thick with the clang of hammers and the roar of furnaces. Their heavy footsteps echo through the guild hall. From the throng, a man steps forward, bowing deeply as he offers greetings to the prince. Adelia leans in, identifying the man as Zach Hen, the person in charge of this blacksmith guild. Adrian Leonberg watches the glowing metal being worked at the forge, a sudden spark catching his attention. Before he can react, Zaken's voice booms through the guild, demanding to know what Adrian is doing and ordering him to bow to his highness, calling him a rascal. Adrian simply looks down at the guild master, a single, dismissive thought escaping his lips. You're loud. Zakhen stands stunned, momentarily speechless at the prince's audacity. Meanwhile, the glowing metal bar rests on the anvil, its heat radiating intensely. Adrian observes the bar, noting that despite their preparations for the heat, the blacksmiths are still struggling with their work, doing something he hadn't even ordered. Zakhen, regaining his composure, points out that unless Adrian plans to use the furnace himself, he should stop merely standing there. Nearby, other blacksmiths continue their strenuous work, one shouting at another to grab the tools. Ignoring Zaken's words, Adrian simply looks down and issues a command. Step on the pedal. Adrian watches the blacksmith's work, his expression unreadable. The rhythmic thud of a hammer against metal echoes through the guild, a steady, powerful beat. Each powerful blow sends a shower of brilliant sparks flying, the impact resonating with a sharp clang that fills the air. He continues to observe the blacksmith's focused efforts, the steady pounding a testament to their dedication. As the heat intensifies, a faint blue glow ignites within his eyes, reflecting the fiery forge. The flames around him roar to life, enveloping him in a swirling vortex of heat and light. As the hammer descends once more, striking the incandescent metal with explosive force. He stands amidst the inferno, his gaze fixed on the blacksmith, who continues to pound away, shaping the glowing material with unwavering resolve. A powerful, golden energy washes over Adrian, an overwhelming sensation that leaves him breathless. He struggles to comprehend the sudden influx, wondering what on earth this strange new feeling could be. Amidst a desolate, snow-covered battlefield strewn with fallen figures, a young man lies, his form identified by ancient whispers as the demon's sword Gruhorn, the legendary ancient hero. For reasons unknown, the focus shifts to a grand hall, where Uncle and Torrance Ellen discuss a craftsman who has been relentlessly melting and forging weapons for the past 100 months. Torrance Ellen questions if the resulting creations are failures, to which Uncle replies that it is hard to say, as every sword crafted by this muscular, white-haired smith is renowned as a masterpiece, earning him the title Master Smith of Swords. Even the swords that initially seemed useless are somehow melted down by him, a truly mysterious process. Furthermore, Uncle notes that for the past month, the smith has barely slept, dedicating himself entirely to his work. Torrance Ellen expresses concern, stating that once the smith is no longer a young man, their worry will become significant. As they walk towards a grand building, the conversation continues, with Uncle concluding his thoughts on the smith as a true craftsman. Several days passed, with the prince visiting the forge early each morning and leaving late at night. During this time, the old man simply continued his daily work, his hammer rising and falling with tireless dedication. The prince merely watched him in silence, as the rhythmic clang of metal echoed through the workshop. The hammer struck again, a resounding clang. It became so common that the townsfolk easily assumed the first prince was coming and going, and it was almost surprising that they were no longer bothered by his presence at all. And finally, the day came for the prince to depart, a soft thud marking his final step from the forge. He carried with him a newly forged blade, its hilt gleaming. The prince gazed at the weapon, a silent contemplation in his eyes, the weight of its creation heavy in his thoughts. The rhythmic clang of a hammer against metal echoed through the forge, each strike radiating golden light as the master smith poured his very essence into the blade. Meanwhile, in the quiet grandeur of the palace, Gruhorn stood lost in thought, his gaze distant. A quiet lament escaped him, wishing he could have seen the master's finished work just once more before his departure. His back turned to the opulent hall, he seemed to carry the weight of an unspoken burden. Finally, with a sigh, he commanded his attendants, announcing their immediate departure, knowing a small party awaited them that evening, and an early journey the next morning. Unbeknownst to him, the master smith himself observed from a distance, a subtle smile playing on his lips. It had been his hope that the prince would witness the sword's completion, even for a fleeting moment, a vision of the newly forged blade shimmering with ethereal light. As Gruhorn began to walk away, a voice called out, halting his steps. Turning, he saw the master smith, who announced with a triumphant air that the sword was finally complete. The air shimmers with an ethereal glow, a soft, almost reverent sigh escaping the unseen. He looks up, his golden hair catching the light, as Adrian and his retinue witness the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, silhouetted against a vibrant sunset, Zakhen stands, two blades now complete, their forms sharp and ready. A bead of sweat rolls down his brow, wiped away by a calloused hand, a testament to the arduous labor. The newly forged sword gleams, radiating a powerful, almost divine light. Then, in a stunning transformation, Zakhen appears before Adrian, no longer in his blacksmith's garb but in the refined attire of a noble, kneeling with the magnificent blade. He holds the sword aloft, dedicating it with solemn words, "I dedicate this sword to your highness." Zakhen's gaze meets Adrian's, a quiet determination in his eyes. Adrian and his companions stare, utterly speechless at the unexpected sight. The metal glows with the intensity of a rising sun, hammered and shaped into its final form. And with a resonant swish, the newly forged blade is drawn from its sheath, its polished surface reflecting the light. This is no ordinary weapon, for it is said that a sword like the sun, and a king, shall be born from such a creation, a prophecy from the ancient song of the smiths. Adrian holds the magnificent weapon, its weight and balance perfect in his grasp. The master blacksmith, Zakhen, watches him intently, then asks if the blade has a name, suggesting twilight. Though one might associate twilight with dusk or darkness, for Adrian, this blade represents the dawn. A slight smile plays on Adrian's lips as he remarks on Zakhen's unexpected eloquence for a blacksmith. Zakhen, taken aback, can only manage a surprised murmur. A sigh of relief escapes the kneeling blacksmith as he looks up at Adrian, who stands before him, the newly forged blade in hand. His weathered face, etched with the toil of his craft, shows a profound sense of accomplishment. Later, as Adrian sits, attended by Vale and Byron, Zakhen approaches him, asking for a private word. He instructs the blacksmith to speak with his uncle. As night falls over the castle, Adrian decides to spend the night there, the guards maintaining their vigil on the rooftops. Alone in his chambers, he sits in quiet contemplation. Later, as Adrian sleeps, Zakhen stands over him, reflecting on the prophecy. He muses that the sword, now Adrian's, is his destiny, born the moment Adrian first stood before him. Adrian, now awake, listens as Zakhen continues, explaining that the sword itself chose its birth. He then challenges the blacksmith, asking if that is truly what he believes. A thoughtful expression crosses Adrian's face as he considers the weight of Zakhen's words. He holds the older man close, who, with a look of profound distress, murmurs a dawning realization. "I see," he whispers, his eyes wide with a sudden, unsettling clarity. Adrian's grip on the sword tightens as he echoes the blacksmith's earlier sentiment. "Yes, so how could I not understand the fellow's heart?" Still lying back, Zakhen's voice is barely a murmur. "I see." His eyes close in contemplation as the weight of his new understanding settles upon him. Then, with a sharp intake of breath, his eyes snap open, filled with a newfound resolve. "Now I understand." He looks up at Adrian, extending a hand. "Your Highness, please hand me the sword for a moment." Adrian watches as the blacksmith's hand reaches for the hilt of twilight, a silent exchange passing between them. With a firm, knowing grip, Zakhen takes possession of the blade. He holds the hilt of the sword, a profound understanding dawning in his eyes, as he whispers a plea for its future. Wishing, Please, may this sword become as great as you are. Adrian looks down at the blade, a quiet determination settling on his features, his grip firm on the weapon. He meets the older man's gaze, a confident promise in his voice. It certainly will. Later, Adrian sits by Zakin's bedside, watching over him as he rests, his face peaceful in slumber. Outside the tent, under the vast night sky, Vale and Byron stand guard. As Adrian's conviction echoes in the quiet darkness, certainly. A luxurious, red velvet-lined box opens with a soft click, revealing the gleaming silver blade of the sword Twilight nestled within. Torrance Ellen explains that one can truly appreciate the value of a sword only after wielding it, and believes it would be convenient for Adrian to have it by his side. Adrian, however, seems hesitant, stating he just happened to have this sword and intends to present it to his father, asking Torrance not to misunderstand. Yet, as he holds the blade, a genuine smile spreads across his face, acknowledging its quality. It is a good sword indeed. Torrance, unfazed, reminds him that a good sword is a gift, and that Adrian should accept it. He then proudly declares the Ellen family's loyalty to the royal family to be exceptional, a sentiment Adrian acknowledges with a thoughtful it. As Torrance finishes his thought, it is an honor for the family. Adrian's true thoughts, however, are far more cunning. He had intended to use the flashy magic sword as bait to retrieve the Master Smith's sword, but now he has ended up with a perfectly good sword for nothing. Under a vast, clear sky, the journey continues. Though the cavalry pushes forward at maximum speed, the accompanying carriages and wagons struggle to keep pace, slowly falling behind. With their schedule already tight, Vale Baberhard urges his men to hurry, demanding they keep up. Observing the knight's focused intensity, Adrian remarks that he seems quite busy. Vale, in turn, expresses his surprise at Adrian's sudden appearance, having not seen him throughout their time in the county, to which Adrian explains he was on a separate assignment from His Majesty. A slight creak of armor accompanies Adrian's thought, realizing his brother, the king, hasn't been idle after all. Vale then informs him of their plan to ride quickly to the capital, noting the difficulty for those unable to ride a horse, prompting Adrian to respond with a hesitant, about that. He confesses plainly that he doesn't know how to ride a horse. Vale's expression shifts to one of speechless surprise, a silent moment hanging between them. As the two stand before the waiting horses, Adrian explains his unique situation, stating he was once a sword. He then questions, how could he possibly ride a horse? The road to the Iron Lion Castle was not without its challenges, as Adrian and Taylor encountered a few unexpected twists and turns along the way. Despite the minor setbacks, they pressed on, managing to navigate the path. Adrian, his expression resolute, remained focused on their destination. Even if the journey hadn't gone exactly as planned, they managed to reach their destination in about a full day, the formidable Iron Lion Castle now in sight. Leading a procession of knights, Adrian rode towards the grand gates of the castle. He surveyed the imposing structure, acknowledging their arrival. With a heavy thud, the first Prince Adrian Leon Burke and his retinue finally set foot upon the grounds of the Iron Lion Castle, where York of the Waldoon family stood ready to formally greet His Royal Highness. This formidable stronghold, steeped in the noble blood of Leon Burke, now awaited their presence. A faint smile touched Adrian's lips as he observed the welcoming party, noting that their spirit seemed to overflow more than strictly necessary. Torrance, standing nearby, mused aloud about the reason for such an enthusiastic reception, and Adelia, with a knowing smirk, finished his thought, declaring it was quite obvious. Suddenly, Adrian's uncle, Arwen, stepped forward, offering to stir things up a bit. He addressed his nephew with a formal, almost mocking, tone, revealing that he had granted himself the honor of solely seeing His Highness again. Adrian addresses his uncle, Arwen, with a direct challenge, stating that he must have something to say. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a young woman with reddish-brown hair, holding a book, as a chilling aura emanates around her. A vision that causes Adrian to gasp in surprise. He places a protective hand on Adelia's shoulder, a silent promise that any hostility directed her way would provoke him. As he considers his next move, Adelia looks on with a hint of confusion. But he dismisses her concern, internally noting the convenience of having cultivated her unwavering loyalty early on. With a confident smile, Adrian prepares to act, commanding his companions to follow him as he strides forward. A challenging grin on his face as he implies there is much to discuss with his uncle. He declares that it would be best to remember the knights who stand behind him, their loyalty now firmly secured. Standing tall, his sword resting on his shoulder, Adrian surveys the assembled knights with an air of unwavering confidence. Before him, the knights of the Iron Lion stand in disciplined formation, their armor gleaming under the open sky. He turns his back to the viewer, facing the assembled warriors, and challenges them, asking who among them would dare to show him the sword of the Iron Lions. The intricate details of a knight's armor are visible, reflecting the light of the day. With a determined expression, Adrian watches as one of the knights, Taylor, turns and walks away, having seemingly accepted his command. Adrian then turns his attention to his uncle, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he declares that he will stake the Leon Burke name and hold him solely responsible for the outcome of their spar. His uncle, Arwen, responds with a dismissive, "Is there still no end?" while Torrance Ellen and York Waldoon react with visible concern, noting that the renowned iron-hearted knights of the Leonberg family are now nothing but a bluff. Outside the grand hall, 3 knights stand, their armor gleaming under the sun. One of them, a knight in distinctive white and black armor, steps forward, introducing himself as Dale of the Reincarnating family. He explains that he seeks to represent his family, the Reincarnating family, before Sir Leon, asking for permission to proceed. With a determined voice, the knight declares his intent to stand before His Highness. Adrian, looking down at the challenger, dismisses the need for such formalities. Dale, however, insists that he specifically asked for permission. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, he warns Adrian to be careful. Before another word can be exchanged, Dale lunges forward, his staff blurring with speed. Adrian's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing in anticipation of the coming clash. An unseen force, crackling with vibrant blue energy, moves with incredible speed. As an armored aggressor, enveloped in a powerful blue aura, charges forward. A young knight, caught off guard by the sudden assault, cries out in pain as the attack connects. The sheer force of the impact sends him flying backward, slamming him hard onto the ground. From a slight distance, Gruhorn watches the unfolding chaos, a small, glowing blue orb held calmly in his hand. Another knight stands over the fallen trainee, observing the damage with a grim expression. Paul Rothium, a voice exclaims, noting that the victim is only in his first year, and I'm in my third. The fallen knight groans once more, still reeling from the relentless impacts. I am Rally, the magic apprentice. Cough. Another knight declares, launching a magical attack with a determined effort. With a blinding flash of steel, Gruhorn unleashes a devastating strike, his sword arcing with impossible speed. The force of his blow sends debris scattering, leaving him standing confidently amidst the chaos. An opponent is flung through the air, crashing down with a heavy thud. Before the Grand Academy building, Gruhorn stands victorious as other knights look on. Several figures lie defeated around him, a testament to his overwhelming skill. He lets out a weary sigh, muttering, "Good grief," as if unimpressed by the ease of his victory. A dark-haired knight steps forward, challenging, declaring his desire to face the official knights and asserting that the others were simply too slow. He looks directly at Gruhorn, addressing him by his alias, Arwen. Gruhorn acknowledges the address, as the knight explains his presence and implies Gruhorn will be accompanying him. Byron watches on, a subtle concern etched on her features. Gruhorn, addressing Vale Baberhard, speaks of wills, while the knight respectfully acknowledges his presence, calling him Your Highness. The prince then turns his attention to the assembled, a playful smirk gracing his lips, as he declares he's heard of their enjoyment of wagers. He proposes a small bet to liven things up. Byron, however, interjects, reminding him that Arwen is not a mere prize for a tournament. Despite her protest, Gruhorn's resolve remains firm, and he calls out to Carl, instructing him to bring the sword. Holding a gleaming sword aloft, Gruhorn declares his terms, promising the weapon to anyone who can win the challenge. He emphasizes the immediate nature of his offer, stating he will bestow the sword right then and there. Both Byron and Vale Baberhard react with visible surprise, their expressions reflecting the gravity of Gruhorn's proposal. Byron, stepping forward, voices her concern, reminding him of his own immense value, far surpassing any rare or cold steel. Her gaze firm, she reiterates her point, insisting that His Highness's worth cannot be measured against a simple weapon. Vale Baberhard nods in agreement, acknowledging Byron's wise words. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the air as Dale Reinant steps forward, identifying himself as Dunham of the Reinant family. He continues, asserting his status as an official knight of the Iron Lion Knights, and proudly declares he is on the verge of achieving a triple chain. Gruhorn, taken aback by the knight's bold declaration, lets out a small sound of surprise, as he questions if Dale is truly intent on proceeding with the challenge. As Dale Reinant stands ready, Gruhorn presents a magnificent sword, revealing it to be the 17th creation of the legendary artisan known as Master Smith. He then offers the weapon as a prize, stating that if his challenger wins, the sword will belong to him. Dale Reinant, surprised, remarks on the sheer coincidence of the situation. The sword itself gleams with an almost ethereal quality, its hilt intricately crafted with a subtle, powerful design. Gruhorn holds the weapon high, confessing that he had always hoped to possess one of Master Smith's legendary works. The blade radiates a soft, celestial light, illuminating the grand architecture around them as he presents it. He then clarifies, this is not just any of the Smith's works, but his 100th and final creation. Dale Reinant's eyes widen, having never heard such a rumor. He acknowledges the sword's immense value, recognizing it as the Master Smith's ultimate masterpiece. With a resolute fine, Gruhorn accepts the challenge, his body now enveloped in a vibrant, crackling blue aura. Dale Reinant observes him, acknowledging that while Gruhorn's path may seem misguided, the ceaseless effort poured into it is undeniable. With a soft hum of gathering energy, Gruhorn declares his utmost commitment to the fight, a blue aura beginning to coalesce around his outstretched hand. As the energy intensifies around him, he reflects on what others might perceive as a misguided path. Meanwhile, Dale Reinant, also surrounded by a faint blue glow, dismisses Gruhorn's conviction as insignificant, believing his position forces him to adopt this way for his people. The implied criticism seems to be directed at Adelia, who watches with a worried expression. Even Uncle, shrouded in a similar blue aura, observes the unfolding display with a thoughtful gaze. Gruhorn's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his resolve firm that his chosen path is valid, especially if it serves his people. Turning to Adelia, he commands her to watch closely, leaving her startled and questioning. With a surge of power, Gruhorn unleashes a vast, radiating circle of brilliant blue energy, lightning-like tendrils arcing from his form. As the swirling power engulfs him, he begins to speak of this very path. His voice resonates with unwavering conviction, the blue energy around him swirling as he declares this to be the path they must now walk. Watching on, Adelia's expression is etched with concern, while the uncle remains a stoic observer. Then, with a powerful surge, the blue aura around Gruhorn erupts into a brilliant, fiery golden orange, confirming his resolve. His eyes glow with the same intense energy, reflecting the immense power now coursing through him. As a faint orange glow briefly touches her, Adelia's concern transforms into a fierce determination, a silent vow to surpass all expectations. Seated comfortably, the uncle muses aloud, wondering just how many times they've had to visit the Iron Lion Castle. His gaze drifts to a teacup, a subtle sign of his contemplation, as he continues. He trails off, a thoughtful hum escaping him. He reflects on the royal lineage, noting that the fourth prince holds no interest in the throne and is unlikely to ever come, while the third and fifth princes had only visited during the first prince's probation. Even the second prince had made a brief appearance some time ago, he recalls, addressing his attentive subordinate. Gesturing with a dismissive hand, the uncle laments. So that's how poor his reputation must have been. It was undeniable that the first prince was the kingdom's legitimate heir, yet for things to have reached this point. He concludes with a stern expression, "You surely bear a share of the blame." He continues, reflecting on the past, how the Third Legion's commander had once supported the first prince, even if only a little. His voice drops, a hint of regret in his tone, lamenting that his highness would never have become so isolated. He then turns to his subordinate, a sharp question in his eyes, asking why he was acting like his guardian angel all this time. The man acknowledges the truth in the accusation, admitting that he was not wrong, and that he had indeed cast his nephew aside. He recalls another prince, a man who would have been an incompetent ruler, but whose tyranny would have been easily managed. But then there was his nephew, the first prince, whom he had once scolded for being interested in some waxed potion. The memory shifts to a violent confrontation, the young prince's eyes wide with shock as his uncle's hand grips his throat, demanding if he was out of his mind. The uncle recalls the prince's reckless defiance, how he had charged at his own uncle with a sword. His grip tightens on the struggling youth, his face contorted in anger as he labels him a hopeless scoundrel. His gaze sharpens, recalling the day he returned to the palace, only to be met with profound disappointment. His own nephew, the first prince, had sent him poisoned wine, shamelessly disguised as a gift, complete with an accompanying letter. With a surge of mana, he had shattered the bottle, the toxic liquid incinerating instantly. That act had burned away any lingering affection he held for the prince. The poison, procured from unknown sources, had been utterly consumed by his own mana. He had burned away what little familial affection remained along with it. However, he knew that to constantly counter the prince's evil deeds would be a never-ending battle, for the first prince had become a truly hopeless scoundrel. And he was growing stronger by the day, wasn't that right? The first prince had indeed become a king. He continues, explaining that as the first prince, he is the one who should rightfully inherit the throne, a young man now completely different from his past self. The man before him listens intently, his expression stern as the words hang in the air. He adds that this is so the prince may at least stand on equal footing with the other princes. Bowing deeply, almost prostrating himself, Vale Baberhard pleads with him. His eyes widen in disbelief, the implications of the words sinking in. He brings a hand to his chin, pondering, confessing that he simply cannot comprehend the situation. Looking up at the man who spoke, he admits he has no idea whether it is his own perspective or the first prince himself who has changed so drastically. The older man's gaze falls upon him, commanding him to raise his head, he who is known as a silver lion. As the man turns to leave, Vale Baberhard calls out, "Your Excellency, well done." Meanwhile, in a different chamber, Adelia Byron expresses her concern, wondering aloud about the first prince. The grand castle stands silently under the clear sky, a stark contrast to the brewing tension within its walls. Waldoon, however, dismisses her worries, assuring her there's no need for concern, as Dunham always knows his limits and nothing serious will happen. Adelia remains unconvinced, questioning if even in a live-blade duel, Dunham could truly beat Prince Adrian. Waldoon simply replies, reminding her that Dunham is her knight. Adelia, however, looks perplexed, muttering that Waldoon has become strange and is speaking nonsense. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a training ground, where Dunham is violently thrown backward, crashing against the stone floor with immense force. He lies stunned on the ground, barely able to utter his own name in disbelief. Dunham lies defeated on the training ground, his body still as the crowd murmurs, confirming his knockout. Adrian stands victorious, his blue aura still faintly shimmering around him, having once again proven his overwhelming strength. Turning his back on the fallen knight, he walks away, the faint blue glow of his power still clinging to him. Two stern-faced men observe from a distance, one remarking, "Didn't I tell you?" Adrian's gaze drops, his hand clenching into a fist, a subtle shift in his demeanor. A confident smile spreads across his face as his aura intensifies, declaring, "He wasn't the one you needed to worry about." With a decisive gesture, his hand glows brighter as he announces, "Next." A memory surfaces, a familiar voice echoing in his mind. Uncle always used to say. He recalls the image of a knight, charging with a blue aura. That a knight truly began at 2 rings. As the memory fades, Adrian's own blue aura erupts with overwhelming force, pulsating with raw power. He stands enveloped in crackling blue energy, the sheer force of his power confirming his earlier declaration. Yet, a critical thought cuts through the surge, acknowledging that even this immense power might not be enough. He knows he cannot fell the dragon that consumed a feudal knight, and a new resolve hardens his gaze. With that decision made, the blue energy around him intensifies, swirling into a violent vortex. A system notification flashes, confirming the activation of his overload trait. As the trait takes hold, the chaotic energy around him suddenly stills, leaving only the intense glow in his eyes. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, the blue light still emanating from his form. Yet, a chilling sensation washes over him, his own body feeling alien and unfamiliar. His transformed eye, now burning with an intricate blue pattern, reflects the profound change within him. Adrian feels that familiar, chilling sensation from before, a surge of power that transforms him. With a swift, decisive motion, he unleashes a torrent of brilliant blue energy, his sword cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh. The blue flames of his aura intensify, flickering with raw, untamed power. He brings his blade down in an explosive strike, the impact sending a shockwave of blue energy rippling outwards. As he descends from the air, his sword still extended, multiple figures are sent tumbling to the ground, defeated by his overwhelming force. He lands with a heavy thud, the sheer force of his impact cracking the very earth beneath him. Despite the immense power he just wielded, Adrian clutches his chest, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, the exertion clearly taking its toll. Outside, a crowd of onlookers gazes up at the ornate building, their faces filled with awe and shock at the destruction. As debris rains down from the damaged structure, Adrian walks away, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. He unleashes a powerful sword strike, the metallic clash echoing sharply. Without pause, he follows with a swift, forceful kick. A grunt of exertion escapes him, his eyes glowing with the intense power coursing through his veins. He launches another rapid sword strike, a blue aura flaring around him as his opponent reacts in surprise. The relentless assault continues, his blade meeting the opponent's in a furious exchange. With a resounding crash, Adrian's sword connects, sparks flying from the impact. He presses his advantage, the blue energy around his blade intensifying as he forces the opponent back. A look of shock crosses the opponent's face, their sword beginning to crack under the immense pressure. With a final, decisive strike, Adrian's glowing blade shatters the opponent's weapon completely. His eyes blaze with an intense blue light, reflecting the raw power still coursing through him. As a final streak of azure energy dissipates into the air, the hilt of a broken sword lies abandoned, a testament to the overwhelming force he just unleashed. And nearby, a hand rests motionless on the ground, its faint orange glow quickly fading. Standing victorious before the grand castle, Adrian surveys the fallen figures around him, a faint blue aura still clinging to his form. A triumphant laugh escapes him, his expression one of pure satisfaction. Nearby, Dunham reports to Vale Baberhard, confirming that Righton has been knocked out. Vale Baberhard nods, declaring that such a defeat is a fitting lesson for his blasphemy. Adrian, meanwhile, stands enveloped in a powerful, ethereal blue silhouette, his presence radiating immense, untamed energy. Even as the blue energy surged around him, a deep resolve echoed within, a promise to stand tall against any wave, no matter how great. As a new verse began to form for his hymn of sparring, he questioned if only now, with this burgeoning power, could he truly rise to wield the sword he was meant for. The energy coalesced around the hilt of his blade, confirming that the hymn of sparring had ascended to an extraordinary grade, its very nature shifting to match its new power. He looked up, a silent acknowledgement of the transformation washing over him. The blue aura now swirling around his entire form, from his feet to the sword in his hand. The hymn of sparring was no more, replaced by the formidable hymn of dueling. A satisfied smile touched his lips as he acknowledged his success. As he slowly rises from the ground, a concerned voice asks if he is all right. Now back on his feet, the young man meets the gentle gaze of his companion. For in this arena, respect is always paid to the victor, a true knight. Addressing the assembled crowd, Adrian declares that this is not the end for the first prince, while Vale Baberhard observes, certain he will go even further. He admits that he only just barely had enough strength to continue. From the gathered onlookers, a cynical voice remarks that they are simple men by nature. Adrian, with a confident smile, proclaims his passion for the sword and victory, stating that nothing excites him more. He then muses that looking at his companion's face, he can tell how much he would hate empty words, believing a fair defeat to be more valuable than a false victory. As he looks towards Vale Baberhard, Adrian begins to speak of a time when both. His uncle remarks that the monsters couldn't have pierced Adrian's barrier, questioning if their mana was truly above his rank, while Dunham agrees that the feat was quite powerful. The older man then adds, with a hint of amusement, that it's quite refreshing to hear Adrian go on and on about his sword. Meanwhile, Adrian kneels, lost in thought, reflecting on how everything he once knew had been shattered and abandoned, along with his former self. Yet, even amidst that devastation, he realizes there was at least one thing he simply couldn't abandon. A vision of a radiant sunrise, silhouetting figures in a vast landscape, flashes through his mind, a memory of being gracious in defeat and revering the strong. This enduring principle, he understands, is the very spirit of the knights. A formal gathering concludes in a grand courtyard, with various figures in attendance. The young prince, Adrian, offers a polite farewell, extending his best wishes for the health of Count Waldoon, who reciprocates the sentiment, urging the prince to take care. Adrian then recalls the count's name, as Waldoon, with a hint of concern, requests discretion regarding their recent discussions and subtly suggests a confession might be more prudent for his highness. A mischievous smirk plays on Adrian's lips, as he contemplates a new target for his playful antagonism, a sword resting at his side. The shadows deepen around him. As the golden sun began its slow ascent, casting long shadows across the rugged terrain, the journey continued. Soon after, in a temporary encampment, Waldoon declared that they would make camp for the night. With a casual wave of his hand, Adrian simply told them to proceed. Watching the young prince, Waldoon mused to himself, a silent thought passing through his mind. Turning to Byron, he remarked that Adrian would begin his plans soon enough. Later, alone in his chambers, Adrian stretched, wondering if he should rest, a question that seemed to hang in the air. Just then, Byron entered, bowing respectfully as she announced that his highness had returned. Adrian, however, was lost in his own thoughts, reflecting that the only thing he needed to do was to be a good-for-nothing, yet one with a rare aptitude. Adrian turns away, a subtle displeasure etched on his features, as Byron approaches him with a concerned expression, addressing him respectfully as, "Your Highness." Lying in bed, he dismisses her curtly. "No, forget it. You may leave." His thoughts drift, a pensive look settling on his face. The man-lion, Dunham, a knight who had reached swordsmanship level A, was considered exceptional, as most regular knights struggled to surpass B grade even after a lifetime of grueling training. Yet he had always sensed something different about Adrian from the start, especially when Adrian wielded the authority of Gruhorn. The kingdom's leader possessed a level of skill beyond comparison. But Adrian, now glowing with a faint blue aura, understood that the talent of ordinary people, no matter how great, had its own inherent limits. Adrian sits, lost in thought, acknowledging that his current situation is precisely why he had aimed for a different path in the past. He recalls the concept of a mana chain, a powerful connection that binds individuals, and how he was once so overwhelmed by it that he believed the only way to escape was to run away. That was precisely why he had been so desperate to escape the past. However, he now understands that everything unfolds due to the flow of time, and there is no such thing as a mana chain that cannot be broken. In the end, everything is simply due to the flow of time. He must admit, he doesn't know this path well. So, he will start learning again from the very beginning. That is a good mindset. His uncle remarks that it's not too late yet, adding that if one puts in the effort, they can always achieve their dream. He stirs, a jolt of confusion running through him as he questions the reality of his current state, wondering if it was all just a dream. Yet, a voice echoes, challenging him about the Iron Lion's region, while his uncle remarks that other princes would never have mingled so casually with them. A man with a confident smile, Ian, then declares the judgment to be very wise. Adrian's expression shifts to one of profound confusion, a silent question hanging in the air. He cries out to his uncle, feeling an unseen force pushing him, realizing with a jolt that they don't remember him, nor the mana chain. A moment of contemplation passes before he recalls a specific memory, one about defeating the Red Dragon. Ian then clarifies their duet was to defeat the Double Chain Knight, adding that he had already practiced the duet. With a determined step, Ian declares his intention to fulfill his promise from back then. Adrian is left in bewildered silence, his mind reeling from the fragmented memories and declarations. Vale Baberhard stands with a hand over his heart, pledging his unwavering support to the first prince of the Leonberg house. As a count of the kingdom and commander of the royal knights, he reaffirms his commitment, while Adrian, seen from behind, listens intently to his uncle. His uncle, standing over him, declares his official support for the prince, who, seated on a bed, questions the sincerity of the offer, wondering if he might be trapped again. Adrian's face contorts in distress, pleading for them not to reveal something to him. Vale Baberhard, with a reassuring expression, simply asks him to trust him. Later, Adrian, standing by a carriage, frantically questions when he ever expressed a desire to be king. His uncle's declaration, however, became an irreversible decree as the grand city celebrates his ascension with congratulations. In a formal hall, Adrian stands center, receiving sincere congratulations from his uncle, Byron, Ian, and other nobles, all bowing in deference. Vale Baberhard, now recognized as Duke, creates a stir among the knights, proclaiming Adrian's kingship a true blessing for the kingdom. New attendants and servants, dispatched from the palace, now bustled about the royal chambers. A wave of irritation washed over Adrian, his brow furrowing with growing annoyance. He had suddenly found himself emperor, at the very center of it all, and the constant presence was simply unbearable. He let out a frustrated groan. Turning to his knights, he commanded them to send everyone away immediately. Vale Baberhard calmly explained that the new staff had arrived by royal decree, and even a direct order from him would not make them leave. Still fuming, Adrian insisted they at least be kept out of his sight, finding their presence utterly maddening. Later, a quiet moment settled over the palace. Finally alone, Adrian sat in a grand chair, lost in thought. His solitude was broken by a gentle voice, asking if he was truly present. A stern voice cuts through the silence, questioning the young prince's presence in this place. He continues, accusing Adrian of playing the fool quite well, and then reveals a deeper understanding of the prince's past actions. The third prince, Killian Leon Burke, had secretly been learning swordsmanship from Count Baberhard, even revealing his Grand Duke status to him. Adrian, however, dismisses the accusation, stating that he is simply incapable of such deceit, and that he is merely a prince who has lost his way. Ian points a finger, his voice rising in accusation, declaring that Adrian has made a very big mistake by deceiving him. Adrian turns his head away, a weary expression on his face, insisting that he has no interest in such matters. Alone on the throne, his thoughts drift to the true cause of his predicament, realizing he needs to find the culprit who orchestrated this entire situation. Meanwhile, a man with a scarred face looks on, a calculating glint in his eyes. His ornate armor gleaming as he utters a single, familiar word. Uncle. Adrian, still processing the implications of Ian's words, muses that he will play along for now, waiting for the appropriate time to act, as he has no interest in such trivial matters. Ian, however, presses him, asking why he acted without consulting him, specifically regarding the Baberhard family. He then reminds Adrian of the Baberhard family's crucial role as the shield protecting the kingdom from the monstrous threats of the northern mountains. Ian then offers a reassuring smile, stating that as long as the royal family and nobles remember the harsh winters, nothing bad will happen to the Baberhard family. Adrian, visibly relieved, acknowledges this, and Ian clarifies that his actions were merely a matter of course, something that had to happen anyway. However, Ian's expression turns serious as he asks Adrian if he truly believes the fate of a firstborn who fails to succeed the throne does not change simply because he keeps crouching down. He continues, advising Adrian to keep his words in mind, no matter what path he chooses. For, as he explains, the legitimacy of a firstborn prince remains unchanged, unless that prince dies. Adrian listens, his expression troubled, as Ian concludes that no matter how much he tries to lay low, his status won't simply disappear. Later, Adrian reflects on these words, realizing what he truly needs to discover. He had always believed that the legitimacy of being the firstborn would be sufficient. Indeed, he had definitely thought that way. The grand, opulent halls of the palace gleam under the light, a silent testament to the power and tradition he is meant to inherit. Within one such hall, Adrian stands among a gathering of nobles, observing the intricate dance of court politics, a stark reminder of the legitimate bloodline of the Leon Burke kingdom. He steps into the grand hall, his ornate boots echoing softly on the polished floor, a formal declaration of his presence as the eldest son of the Leon Burke royal family. As he moves through the assembled dignitaries, the murmurs confirm his identity, His Highness Adrian Leon Burke, the first prince. His gaze sweeps over the opulent room, taking in the faces of those who would vie for power and influence. Groups of nobles stand clustered together, their hushed conversations filling the air, each a potential player in the intricate game of court politics. Among them, a stern-faced noble with dark hair and spectacles observes the proceedings, his expression unreadable. Nearby, a veiled figure in deep purple attire stands with quiet dignity, her presence adding another layer of mystery to the gathering. Adrian stands tall, his golden hair gleaming under the chandeliers, as he awaits the formal commencement of the evening, until the banquet began. The first prince, Adrian, makes his grand entrance, his footsteps echoing through the opulent hall. As he ascends a magnificent staircase, looking down upon the assembled court, Ian, a dark-haired attendant, marvels at the sight, exclaiming how astonishing it is to witness such a dignified appearance, like seeing His Majesty in his youth. Adrian, now joined by Byron, dismisses the fuss with a slight smirk, wondering if it's all just for show. A soft sigh escapes him, questioning if these are truly the kingdom's esteemed elders. Below, several nobles stand with glowing indicators above their heads, each revealing a trait, heart of a serpent. This trait, a brand of evil karma, accumulates in those who step on others and trample over them, manifesting as a sinister, coiling serpent. Adrian, now enveloped in a faint purple aura, observes the crowd, his gaze sharp as he silently judges them for possessing such filthy things. He surveys the assembled nobles, his gaze sharp and discerning, thinking that among them, only one truly warrants his contempt. He considers his strategy, knowing he needs attendants who are not only competent but also uncorrupted, as one of the bowing nobles addresses him, a question in his voice. The noble, sensing his displeasure, offers a hasty apology for his presence. Adrian, however, has already made his decision, concluding that this is enough, and these individuals will serve as vessels to hold the seeds he intends to sow from now on, his gaze unwavering. The noble, Jehos, whose family had been officially recognized by His Majesty the Emperor of the Bourbons, shows a flicker of distress on his face. From a high balcony, a voice announces the arrival of a distinguished guest from the Empire, Marquez Montpellier of Bourbons. As Adrian stands with Ian and Bayern, the announcement echoes through the hall. Ambassador Colon du Bourbons Montpellier has arrived. Adrian's expression tightens, a single word escaping his lips in disbelief. As the murmurs of the assembled nobles fill the grand hall, the ambassador of the Bourgogne Empire, Colon de Bourgogne Montpellier, bows deeply before them. His ornate purple and gold attire shimmering. He slowly rises, a knowing smile gracing his bearded face as he surveys the room. This was no mere diplomat, but the formidable ambassador of the Bourgogne Empire, Colon de Bourgogne Montpellier. His gaze settles on Adrian, a familiar greeting offered with a slight tilt of his head. It's been a while, Prince. Adrian's eyes flare with an intense, electric blue light, a crimson aura beginning to pulse around him in response. The name of the empire echoes with a heavy weight, Bourgogne. An empire backed by a formidable military force, its knights standing ready, spears held high. The nemesis he and his friend fought against for the longest time, 400 years ago, still haunted him. His eyes, once a calm blue, now flared with an intense, electric glow, reflecting the raw power and fury simmering beneath his composure. Bearing the name that left countless scars on this country, the ambassador's presence felt like a direct affront to his very being. A violent, internal explosion of memory and rage erupted within him, splattering his vision with phantom blood. Before he could fully lose control, the ambassador's hand clamped down on his arm, a firm, unexpected restraint. Adrian stood, his uniform now stained with a symbolic splash of blood, his expression a mask of barely contained fury. Ian, ever the loyal advisor, questioned His Highness's unusual behavior, while Jehos, standing nearby, expressed his own concern, noting that Adrian had never before shown such a reaction. Adrian, still reeling, could only offer a terse apology, acknowledging his lapse in composure. The ambassador, observing the scene with a knowing gaze, simply offered a cryptic, questioning glance. The ambassador, with a knowing look, offers to escort the young prince, who stands amidst a gathering of nobles and knights. Later, in his private chambers, he muses that he will need to change his clothes, reflecting on how his old body had been unresponsive and incapable of using his powers, a discovery he had only recently made. Meanwhile, his uncle, observing the new arrival, inquires, "Who is he?" The man in question is revealed to be Marquis Bielefeld, a distinguished noble with a stern gaze. Adrian, clasping his hands, thinks to himself, Bielefeld, I guess not all of them had gotten. He observes the assembled group, his eyes lingering on the newly introduced Marquis Bielefeld, a silent tension hanging in the air. Alone once more, Adrian clutches his head, his eyes flaring with an intense blue glow, a clear sign of his inner turmoil and resurfacing power. Elsewhere, Ian and Jehos stand in a room, Ian expressing concern. I heard there was an incident. As the tension lingered from the previous incident, the Marquis Bielefeld stood with an air of stern authority. His gaze fixed on Adrian as he began. Marquis Bielefeld said. Another voice chimed in, observing Adrian's recent outburst, that you looked like you were about to cause some trouble. Adrian, his hand resting on the ornate table, conceded internally, it seems he wasn't entirely spouting nonsense. His eyes, once again, began to glow with an intense blue light. As the unseen speaker pressed him further, what on earth are you trying to do? Adrian's thoughts raced, defending his actions, yet acknowledging his own confusion. Meanwhile, the wicked House Bielefeld continued flaunting its power in the very heart of, I am not that reckless. It's just that I simply couldn't understand. The kingdom, where nobles showed them a sincere respect they didn't even show to royalty. In such an environment, there was an air too tense to be called peace. The kingdom's history was marked by a relationship too one-sided to truly be called an alliance. A truth Adrian seemed to ponder deeply, as he questioned how the country could have fallen into such a state. How on earth did the country end up in this state? Marquis Bielefeld, however, offered a more pragmatic, almost dismissive, perspective. It is not a particularly special history. Recalling a time when outstanding knights had stepped forward to lead the charge, yet as time passed, the disparity only grew larger. Outstanding knights stepped forward to lead the charge. However, as time passed, the gap grew larger. The chasm between them widened further, and the gap widened. Until, before the empire became a superpower, the kingdom itself was a small country forced to kneel. Before the empire became a superpower, the kingdom was a small country forced to kneel. This stark historical reality struck Adrian with a sudden, shocking clarity. As he realized the implications of his own kingdom's past. Don't tell me. It's because of that. Despite it being a small country located on the outskirts of the continent, Leonberg. The Borgonya Empire, a formidable power, had once faced a kingdom that possessed something truly extraordinary, allowing it to stand against such might. From the very beginning, the meticulous process of learning martial arts, every movement accumulated without flaw, creating a legacy of both ordinary and extraordinary feats, giving rise to heroic tales. These were not just stories, but legends, and even myths that shaped their identity. Adrian, surrounded by a faint blue glow, reflected on these martial hymns, the very essence of their power. He understood the profound significance of the fugu, martial spirit hymns, the martial hymns that once defined his lineage. Yet, a somber realization settled upon him. They had ultimately lost all of those things. Later, facing his uncle, Adrian declared, "Uncle, I've changed my mind." His uncle, surprised, questioned, "What do you mean?" Adrian's thoughts turned to the concept of being a king. With a confident smile, Adrian affirmed, "I'm going to give it a try." Despite the weight of his own contributions to the kingdom, Adrian's uncle admits to himself that he might regret the decision Adrian has made. Adrian, however, stands firm in his resolve, acknowledging the potential for regret. For he knows deep down that it is something he absolutely must do. The scene shifts to a grand palace, marking the second day of the envoy's arrival. Adrian stands in his formal attire, his expression unreadable. His uncle approaches, delivering urgent news. First Prince Adrian Leonberg is missing, and Lord Vale of the Northern Baberhard court is arriving. Adrian's brow furrows slightly, a soft hum escaping him as he processes the information. As the other nobles react with surprise, Adrian and his uncle stand amidst the court, the news hanging heavy in the air. He remembers the biting words, the disdain from those who saw him as nothing more than a country boy from a backwater village, unfit to even address a future noble. No one, not a single soul, believed he could ever ascend to the throne. He was just a boy from a forgotten village. A mere country bumpkin, and even among those who had lost everything, he wasn't particularly remarkable. Yet, despite all the odds and all the scorn, he stepped forward. He stepped forward in front of everyone, just as he must now. Adrian stands, enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, a silent hum of power emanating from him. His gaze is sharp and resolute, as if recalling a distant memory. He remembers those who had eyes, yet failed to truly perceive his potential. Even amidst a sea of faces, he stood apart, a beacon of quiet strength, his blue energy subtly radiating outwards. He recalls his unwavering stance, rising tall before the masses, refusing to be swayed by their doubts. His power, a rhythm of kings, was beyond the grasp of ordinary abilities, a grace only the true crown could command. They had dismissed him as unfit, a mere country bumpkin, predicting disaster should he ever ascend to the throne. As the youngest, he was a joke compared to his elder brothers, all seemingly more prepared for the crown. Yet, despite their scorn, a fierce determination burns in his eyes, glowing with the same vibrant blue energy. Adrian's resolve hardens, the memory of every contemptuous gaze he'd endured still fresh in his mind. His inner strength manifests as a vibrant blue aura, a silent declaration of his inherent power, as he stands before a gathering of figures. Among them, a stern-faced man with red hair observes him intently, his expression unreadable. Adrian, still radiating his blue energy, remains the focal point of the assembly, his presence commanding attention. With a quiet confidence, he declares, "Now this is sufficient." His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he begins to issue a command, "You may raise your..." Suddenly, a dark, ominous energy, tinged with purple, emanates from a hooded figure in the distance, who mutters about a sense of dread. The figure, revealed to be an ancient elf with long white hair and pointed ears, expresses disbelief, questioning the very notion of such a being. Adrian, his blue eyes still glowing, acknowledges the elf's recognition, musing that someone still remembers his true identity. The mysterious figure, revealed to be more than just an ordinary elf, makes her entrance. Her flowing purple robes billow around her as she steps forward, her presence radiating an undeniable power. Adrian's eyes widen in disbelief, a stark expression of shock on his face. He can only wonder why this madwoman, of all people, has appeared here. For countless ages, elves have been revered as the most beautiful creations, embodying a benevolent spirit that would never harm even the smallest life. They were considered a race meant to be the truest form of beauty, a vision of grace and purity. This is the image that comes to mind for most when they hear the word elf, a perception cultivated over 1,000 years. However, the reality is far more sinister. In truth, they are a cruel race, using their captivating beauty as bait to destroy their opponents. Even the knights, born with an iron grade from birth, are not safe from their deceptive tactics. There are even more dangerous individuals among them, whose power transcends common understanding. To top it all off, she is an elder high elf, having lived for nearly 1,000 years. Her name is Sigrun, the dancing magic swordswoman. She was a member of the expedition that slaughtered the Red Dragon 10 years ago, and now she asks, "If your master dies, will you come with me?" With a confident smirk, she promises to ensure her companion is never bored for the rest of their life. Then, challenging the very notion of their existence, she asks, "So what if you're a sword?" She declares her intent to teach them everything there is to be a sword. This was the lunatic who tormented him to a horrific degree. Gruhorn wonders if she truly said such a thing, while Vale Baberhard confirms he heard it directly from the king she serves. Turning to the elf, Gruhorn asks if they have met before, to which Sigrun replies, finding his question peculiar. How peculiar? Why do you feel that way? He admits this is his first time seeing her with his own eyes, a statement that draws a surprised "really?" from Vale Baberhard, as a gathering of nobles and knights observe the exchange. The elf simply hums in response, her expression unreadable. Gruhorn's thoughts drift to the concept of a guild, a place where power and skill are measured. He continues his internal monologue, reflecting that even 4 centuries ago, Sigrun was one of the few individuals he encountered who could be described as a living sword. And there's no telling what kind of person she has become now, as Sigrun herself explains that when a sword reaches an extreme level, it's said to be able to cut through anything, captivating most people. However, she adds, those who have reached a high level of mastery and understanding are the ones who truly grasp its essence. From that profound level, she observes, Gruhorn does not appear to have reached such a state. He simply smiles, countering that his tastes are just a bit unique, nothing more. Sigrun offers no immediate reply, her expression unreadable. Then, with a slight bow, she concludes their brief encounter, stating that while it was short, it was a pleasure to meet him. Amidst a desolate, snow-covered battlefield littered with fallen figures, a lone silhouette in red pushes onward, the crunch of snow echoing with each step. His gaze hardened, he acknowledges the grim reality that he has survived, for now. Meanwhile, in a lavish chamber, an older woman observes a small child, her expression tinged with concern, muttering that she is far too young. The woman continues her assessment, noting the child's apparent lack of awareness, as if she doesn't even know how to make eye contact. A flicker of apprehension crosses her face, wondering if this child is meant to be an opponent. The child remains oblivious, her innocent gaze fixed elsewhere, reinforcing the woman's earlier thought, again, too young. Her brow furrows, the situation clearly weighing heavily on her, as she concludes that this is not good. A shimmering, ethereal light emanates from a small, indistinct figure, as if a subtle shift occurs in the very fabric of reality. In the opulent chamber, a voice assures the young prince, he will surely find a suitable partner. However, the prince himself ponders the weight of such a choice. A prospective consort must possess wisdom, benevolence, health, and a respectable lineage, a burden he feels unprepared to shoulder. Interrupting his thoughts, the attendant announces an elf delegation is requesting an audience, to which he readily agrees. With the decision made, the attendant turns and walks away to prepare. She approaches a striking figure, a woman of ethereal beauty and regal bearing, identified as Queen Sigrun. Back in the audience chamber, the prince muses, it has been an exceptionally long time since elves last visited their kingdom, a fact that genuinely surprises him. As the elegant elf stands before him, the attendant directly questions her, asking if it is true that she intends to become the prince's spouse. With a confident smile, Sigrun confirms the attendant's astute observation, proudly declaring herself a high elf. She further clarifies her status, explaining that in human terms, she is akin to a noble from a house of prestigious lineage, as the prince subtly clenches his fist. Gruhorn's mind raced, trying to decipher Sigrun's true intentions. She continued, her voice calm and assured, explaining that her age alone was considerably more ancient than his. She had lived for 1,000 years, and the souls of mortals could never compare to hers. Byron, standing nearby, was taken aback by the declaration, as Sigrun added that she had heard it was a truly beautiful day for a human, and that she was the one who made the prince follow her. Her gaze unwavering, she confessed that from the moment she first saw his highness. Gruhorn's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew that elves never lied about their fate and connections, making her words all the more impactful. Byron, still processing the audacious statements, questioned if everything Sigrun had just said was truly sincere. A look of astonishment crossed her face as she murmured how incredibly bold she was. Still reeling from the high elf's audacious claims, Byron reflects on the nature of fate and coincidence, wondering if this bold woman truly intends to forge a marriage alliance with the prince. As if sensing her thoughts, Sigrun exclaims, her voice carrying an ancient weight, that the prince's path was always meant to converge with hers. Her words hang heavy in the air, a challenge to all present. Gruhorn, unable to reconcile her claims with the known truthfulness of elves, demands to know how she can dismiss such a profound connection as mere chance. The surrounding nobles, aghast at the high elf's audacity, whisper amongst themselves, one of them exclaiming in disbelief at her sheer insolence. Suddenly, a sharp click echoes through the chamber, as a hand reaches for the ornate door handle, signaling an imminent interruption. Despite the impending arrival, the high elf remains composed, her gaze unwavering. It is Sigrun, the ancient elf, who holds the room's attention, her presence dominating the space. With a final, resolute declaration, she reveals her true, singular purpose, to forge a marriage alliance between her ancient clan and the prince. With an intense gaze, the elder high elf Sigrun repeats her question. As Gruhorn, an executioner who has served the crown for over 20 years, stands before her, his blade a symbol of his grim duty. Her eyes narrow slightly as she presses him further, asking if he is there for an investigation or the execution of a sentence. A faint smirk plays on her lips, finding his reaction interesting. Gruhorn, taken aback by her insight, can only ask how she knew about him. As a powerful purple aura flares around her, he realizes she is likely a monster whose power he cannot even fathom right now. The magical energy pulses around Sigrun, emphasizing her overwhelming presence. And a faint blue glow emanates from Gruhorn's eye as he considers the fact that she felt a sense of fate from him. His expression hardens as he acknowledges her uncanny knowledge, even knowing he was an executioner. Sigrun's voice rings out, laced with a mocking challenge, demanding to know how an unnamed figure dares to stand before her. But Gruhorn, his gaze sharp, responds with quiet certainty that he knows very well the weight of his own identity. The elder high elf continues her taunt, asserting that he has foolishly run his mouth off in front of an executioner. Gruhorn, growing weary of her games, cuts her off, demanding an end to the charade. He warns her sternly not to interfere with his fate. Sigrun, however, remains unfazed, her expression hinting at a deeper intrigue as she admits that he only holds much curiosity towards her at this moment. Gruhorn looks away, a grim realization settling upon him that if he were to maintain the status quo, the fate of his kingdom would be forgotten by this lunatic elf. He resolves to become something more, a delicacy to be savored and devoured, something too delicious to simply taste and discard. As he makes this declaration, Sigrun's gaze intensifies, a genuine question escaping her lips. Who are you really? Right now, I am just a mere prince abandoned even by his own father, Gruhorn declares, his voice firm, as Sigrun then questions his true identity. But if she's truly curious, she'll simply have to wait and see. The elf watches him, her expression unreadable. She had known something was strange about his situation, wondering why he was facing such a trial, Adrian, when there was no logic to it. Now, she understands, realizing it was all because of him. A jolt of discomfort passes through Gruhorn, as if a sudden truth has struck him. The heritage from another world now takes on an entirely new meaning. A blinding light engulfs the space, and he strides through a magnificent, sun-drenched hall, his presence commanding attention from the assembled figures. As the crowd murmurs in surprise, he stands beside Sigrun, their hands clasped together in a public display of unity. They present a formidable image, a regal pair amidst the grandeur of the palace. Turning to face the assembled nobles, Gruhorn prepares to make his declaration. His voice rings out with unexpected authority, announcing his intention to be engaged to Sigrun. Internally, a flicker of self-awareness crosses his mind, reflecting on the audacity of speaking her name so casually. He rationalizes the decision, knowing he cannot currently oppose her interests, making this engagement a necessary political maneuver. This alliance with an elf, even if it feels like a minor task, is a matter of paramount importance. His true intent is clear, to deceive her and use her as his personal observer. Considering the implications, he concludes that this strategic move is indeed the best course of action, especially when factoring in its value for the queen. Sigrun acknowledges the arrangement, understanding that this engagement is a calculated move for her own benefit. However, for Gruhorn, it is a move made entirely for himself. Within the opulent, silent hall, he resolves to use this opportunity to amass enough power, allowing him to escape the clutches of this crazy elf. Adrian Leon Urk, at level 23, possessed formidable stats in strength, agility, vitality, magic, and luck, along with a range of skills and items. A soft touch, a gentle grasp, as Adrian reached for a delicate flower. Yet, even with his power, the king on his throne seemed to hold an advantage, a superiority Adrian felt was solely due to his bloodline. A moment of distress, a quickened breath, as the weight of these thoughts pressed down on Byron. She recalled that not long ago, Adrian's uncle Waldun had sought his support, a political maneuver in the intricate dance of power. Then, the flower of Iron Lion Castle was plucked, and now, he dared to pursue the elf. One might wonder how beautiful a woman could truly be, but the elf race possessed a beauty beyond all imagination. A knowing smirk played on Byron's lips, a hint of satisfaction or perhaps anticipation. Soon, a duel was scheduled with him, a confrontation that seemed inevitable. Ian grits his teeth, acknowledging that killing Adrian would complicate things, but resolves to cut him down enough to ensure he can still function as a man. A disturbed sound escapes him, as he covers his face, lost in thought. He declares with grim determination that he will trample Adrian completely. Meanwhile, in a desolate, snow-covered landscape, Adrian Leonberg stands amidst fallen figures, having become something new. Elsewhere, a stern-faced man in ornate armor, Sturmhilde Stuttgart, prepares to make an official declaration. Proclaiming himself the commander of the Royal Knights, known as the Silver Lion, and officially notarizing this duel. As Adrian plummets from a great height, Sturmhilde's voice echoes, ensuring no one will be held accountable for the result. Ian lets out a casual yawn, finding the commotion around him excessive for what he considers a simple exchange of blows. He reveals his meticulous preparations for his brother, Adrian, adding, "I've brought some new toys. Do you like it? I hope you do not disappoint the expectations of the kingdom." Adrian, feeling an overwhelming pressure, acknowledges, "I've felt this one before, but..." Ian, now surrounded by a faint blue aura, dismisses Adrian's struggle. "It's too much. Let's see if you can still slap me around." Before Adrian can react, Ian strikes with a burst of blue energy, sending him flying backward, the force of the impact echoing with a sharp crack, as he declares, "Even after the duel ends." Adrian recoils from the blow, a blue aura now flaring around his own body. The force lifting him off his feet and sending him spiraling through the air. His body still surrounded by the crackling blue energy as he continues to fall. As he descends, Adrian reflects on his recent experiences, muttering, "But I've gotten a bit busier lately, you see." Adrian crashes onto the ground, the force of Ian's attack leaving him gasping for breath, a pained groan escaping his lips. From the sidelines, three noble women watch in stunned silence, their faces reflecting disbelief at the sudden turn of events. Sturmhild Stuttgart, the royal knight commander, observes the fallen prince, a flicker of doubt crossing his features as he wonders if this truly is the first prince he once knew. Despite his defeat, Adrian's eyes hold a fierce resolve, a silent promise that this is not the end. Sturmhild's voice rings out, clear and decisive, declaring Ian, the first prince, as the victor of the duel. Ian stands tall over the defeated Adrian, his victory undeniable as the noble women in the background look on with mixed emotions. With finality, Sturmhild pronounces the duel's end, judging that the third prince cannot continue. A collective sigh of heavens escapes the observers as Adrian, still on the ground, gazes upward, his fate now sealed. His ornate uniform, still pristine despite the recent duel, seems to mock the young prince as he stands, lost in thought. Adrian remains in the courtyard, his gaze fixed downwards, perhaps reflecting on the whispers of the surrounding nobles. He dismisses their scoffing, knowing their judgment is shallow. Meanwhile, Ian stands with Vale Baberhard, who confirms the outcome, asking if Prince Killian truly lost. The thought echoes through the crowd. To be defeated by someone who had only been training for a few months was unthinkable. A surge of raw frustration contorts Adrian's features, as he curses the scoundrel who bested him. Even the armored guards, witnessing the aftermath, question their own eyes, unable to comprehend the result. Still recovering from his recent defeat, Adrian reacts with a sharp, frustrated, "What?" Meanwhile, Ian informs Vale that the first prince left Baberhard immediately after the duel, adding that he himself also departed, prompting Vale to respond with a thoughtful, "That is..." The news spreads quickly. He is said to be heading north, to the region where the Baberhard family resides. A grand procession of carriages and armored riders makes its way through a massive gate, leaving the capital behind. Back in his private chambers, Adrian, still with his head wrapped, watches a small, furry creature, remarking on its improved riding skills, then adds that since it has the reins now, it will have to handle the real deal. His hand clenches, a silent thought echoing that he shouldn't have spoken, that he needs to learn humility. Elsewhere, his uncle, Waldun, questions Adrian's haste, asking, "But why are you in such a rush?" Adrian, looking away, muses that the banquet just ended, and it would have been better to rest for a few days. Now clad in full armor, his gaze firm, he declares his true reason: there is no place for him in the capital. A powerful figure reflects on those who fail to acknowledge the true master of their country, even as they scramble for influence within the empire. Meanwhile, Ian questions Vale, wondering if the knights who abandoned their country were truly trustworthy, to which Vale replies that they were not nobles, but mere mercenaries, asking if he truly believed their looks. Adrian, resolute in his decision, stands firm. His uncle, however, expresses concern, believing that if they were to wallow in the mud together, their affection would only grow stronger, and that Adrian's haste is ill-advised, a feeling he cannot shake. Ian and Vale continue to observe the young prince, who remains lost in his own thoughts. He knows that if he dallies any longer, he will truly end up marrying that lunatic. A chilling memory of Sigrun, the elder high elf, surfaces, reminding him that in the past, everyone she took an interest in met their ruin. With renewed determination, Adrian resolves that he needs to build his strength before that happens. He thinks of Sturmhild Stuttgart, realizing that all his efforts in the peaceful capital have left him with no choice but to leave, in order to alleviate his current predicament. He knew that to truly grow and sharpen his resolve, he needed to find a place of immense challenge. While elsewhere, Ian stood in quiet contemplation, gazing out at the falling snow. This was the kind of place where humans were tested most, a sentiment perhaps shared by Byron, who also looked out with a somber expression. A land where the most monstrous of humans were forged, and Adrian's gaze hardened with resolve. The place he knew he should be was the battlefield. Now, traversing the treacherous, snow-covered peaks, he pointed towards the distant, jagged formations, identifying them as the Blade Mountains. This was the very border his family had protected with their lives, the biting wind a constant reminder of the harsh environment. His companion shivered violently, complaining that he was freezing to death, prompting Adrian to ask why he didn't simply ride in the carriage if he couldn't handle the cold. He endures the biting cold, dismissing the discomfort as he pushes forward through the snow-laden mountains, a faint thought crossing his mind that he might be gaining unnecessary weight. Meanwhile, in a distant memory or a moment of reflection, his uncle recalls the burden of his own past, the weight of responsibility he carried. He ponders the emperor's peace, a peace only possible because of his constant vigilance, and dismisses any who might see him as merely an annoying old man. Back in the present, Adrian's gaze remains fixed ahead, his expression resolute against the harsh elements. Beside him, Vale Baberhard presses on, her own determination unwavering as they traverse the treacherous terrain. She glances back at him, a hint of concern in her voice as she asks if he is all right. He quickly reassures her, declaring himself fine despite the obvious hardship. Vale, however, offers him an out, suggesting he can switch places if the journey becomes too difficult, but he firmly rejects the notion of seeking personal comfort as a knight. His gaze hardens once more, his resolve burning brighter than ever. Vale Baberhard reflects on the situation, acknowledging that it is indeed difficult for any person to fall out of favor with the king. On the other hand, Adrian considers the implications of such a decree. He knows that all the knights present have been unwillingly dragged into this by royal decree. Ian, observing the situation, laments that if Carl were present, he would have managed things differently, noting that those of the royal knighthood are not true royal knights. Adrian questions if they are even considered immediate knights, wondering whether they should truly be seen as knights at all. His uncle, the king, is described as a hard-minded old geezer. Adrian lets out a frustrated humph, even as he acknowledges that this body, committed to the king, is his own flesh and blood as they head north. The king's attitude feels excessive, a burden on all involved. The knights continue their arduous journey through the snowy landscape, their determination unwavering despite the harsh conditions and internal doubts. As the harsh, snowy landscape stretched endlessly before them, Adrian glanced back at his companions, a grim determination etched on his face, knowing they couldn't afford to slow down. He urged them forward, his voice cutting through the biting wind, warning that if they didn't hurry, they would be trapped in the rapidly approaching blizzard. The weather quickly worsened, the air growing thick with swirling snow and ice. Indeed, the falling snow transformed into a full-blown blizzard in an instant. What followed was a forced march through the harsh conditions, where the wind howled so fiercely that even the person riding right next to them could barely be heard. Adrian continued to push the pace, his gaze fixed forward, while Vale struggled to keep up, barely able to communicate through the storm. The relentless blizzard made it impossible to see more than a few feet ahead, forcing the knights to rely solely on their horses and their own instincts to navigate the treacherous terrain. Despite the brutal conditions, Adrian led the charge, his golden hair a beacon against the white, as the knights pressed on, their forms barely visible through the driving snow. He shouted, his voice amplified by mana, a desperate plea for speed echoing through the storm. As the relentless blizzard continued to rage, Adrian spotted Adelia struggling against a powerful gust of wind, her large shield acting like a sail, and called out her name. Nearby, Vale, ever respectful, offered his thanks to the young prince. Concerned for his leader, Vale then inquired if Adrian was all right, to which he replied that he was fine, but with a slight hesitation. As Adelia continued to be buffeted by the wind, Arwen urgently warned her to watch out, fearing she would lose her footing and crash. Seeing her struggle, Adrian quickly instructed Arwen to prioritize Adelia's safety. Arwen acknowledged the command, while Vale suggested that Adelia should release her shields to gain stability. Ian elaborated on the problem, explaining that holding such large shields was causing her to sway dangerously in the fierce wind. Adrian, with a firm tone, urged her to abandon everything, stating that no possession was worth her life, but Adelia, addressing him as Big Brother, resisted, unwilling to simply let her shield fall. She explained the impossibility of stopping its momentum due to its sheer size, leaving Adrian to wonder about her experience. The relentless blizzard continued to halt their progress, again and again. The relentless blizzard continued its assault, each gust of wind a physical blow against the advancing knights. Even the most seasoned warriors struggled, their heavy armor and equipment becoming a burden, and the sound of labored breathing mingled with the howl of the wind as one knight faltered. With a heavy thud, she lost her footing completely, her shield flying from her grasp as she tumbled into the deep snow. A cry cut through the storm, alerting Adrian to the fallen soldier behind them. He glanced back, his expression grim, then barked in order for the group to keep moving. The fallen knight lay helpless, her face etched with pain and exhaustion as the snow began to bury her. Adrian, mounted on his struggling steed, could only watch the scene unfold, the blizzard making any immediate rescue impossible. Each step was a monumental effort, the deep drifts threatening to swallow them whole. As the group continued to falter, Taylor, Adrian's loyal knight, snapped at the struggling soldiers, demanding they rise and push forward, even as they acknowledged their prince's presence with a weary salute. The relentless blizzard howled, a deafening roar that had accompanied the knights for days, its icy grip finally beginning to loosen. Through the vast, snow-covered expanse, the weary column of armored figures pressed onward, their destination a distant, faint glow on the horizon. Just as the hellish march was coming to an end, a heavy sigh escaped Gruhorn, his face etched with profound exhaustion. Each step was a deliberate effort, his armored boots sinking into the deep snow, when suddenly, a strange emptiness filled the air, and he looked up, startled, as the blizzard simply vanished. If it was going to stop, it should have stopped sooner, but now, the sky cleared up as if the storm had been nothing but a lie, revealing a brilliant, unexpected blue. Finally, the long journey concluded as the knights arrived before a grand castle gate, Gruhorn observing his disciplined ranks. His heavy boots now crunched on solid, clear ground, a stark contrast to the endless snow. Each deliberate step echoed the finality of their arrival, the sound of their march now a steady rhythm of purpose. He steps through the massive, ornate gates of a grand castle. As the castle's lord, a man with a weathered face and a scar over his eye, watches his approach. A banner bearing the crest of Balorhard snaps in the wind. As the lord declares his authority, proclaiming himself the rightful ruler of Balorhard and the commander of the kingdom's 3rd Legion. Standing before the imposing fortress, flanked by his knights, he awaits the arrival, formally extending his welcome to the first prince. Gruhorn, his eyes reflecting the bright sky, looks up at the imposing figure. As sunlight glints off the intricate golden details of the lord's armor, a slight, knowing smile plays on his lips as he observes the young prince. He extends a formal greeting, welcoming his guest to Winter Castle. Across a desolate, snow-covered battlefield, where countless figures lie fallen amidst the drifts, the harsh reality of winter looms large. High in the northernmost reaches of the kingdom, nestled within the formidable Blade Mountains, stands a towering castle, a fortress built to repel the monstrous hordes that infest the peaks. It serves as the ultimate anti-monster stronghold, yet the sheer number of creatures pouring from the mountains makes the situation seem hopeless, as one voice laments, believing there's no chance of holding them back. Adrian, the young prince, stands beside his uncle, who grimly observes the harsh conditions, remarking on the low survival rate for soldiers. He declares it a place he never wishes to return to. Meanwhile, Ian and Byron discuss the castle's role, noting that while it's a duty station for ordinary soldiers, the Winter Castle also serves as the posting for the royal family's direct descendants. Though worldly nobles might attempt to gauge the political standing of the Winter Castle, a soft sound echoes as a door opens. For those born and raised in Galunia, it is a place that becomes their lifelong duty and an undeniable source of pride. Adrian addresses the stern-faced knight before him, formally acknowledging his presence. The knight, Vincent Balorhard, turns his back to the assembled company, his voice resonating with authority as he declares that he will conclude his duties as acting commander and resume his post as the Ranger Company commander. His son, also named Vincent, steps forward to greet him, expressing his relief at his father's safe return, to which the elder Vincent replies, commending his son's hard work. A subtle smirk plays on the younger Vincent's lips, as his father playfully questions if he thought he wouldn't have a child at his age, prompting the younger Vincent to retort that his father is too old for such expectations and should simply be quiet. The elder Vincent then turns his attention to Adrian, formally introducing himself as Vincent, the eldest son of the Balorhard family, and acknowledging Adrian as the first prince, the newly appointed Balorhard Ranger Company commander. The younger Vincent, Vincent of House Balorhard, stands as the son of the first prince, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Adrian offers a casual, almost dismissive greeting, a slight smirk playing on his face. Meanwhile, the younger Vincent's thoughts turn to the Winter Castle, a fortress for true warriors who willingly sacrifice their lives for noble conviction. Adrian, the young prince, stands amidst the snow-covered castle grounds, his voice firm as he declares his conviction. The castle is not for the weak, but for those willing to sacrifice. Yet, he questions why his own father would bring someone so unworthy here, as Vincent Balorhard Sr. formally offers to guide him through the castle. Adrian, his gaze sharp, presses Vincent Sr. further, demanding to know the exact reason for this individual's presence. Vincent Sr. meets his gaze with a stern expression, simply confirming that the situation is precisely as Adrian has already heard. He had made a decision. He would become Adrian's guardian, and the young prince would remain at Balorhard Castle for the foreseeable future. Still unconvinced, Adrian challenges him again, reminding him of the weakling who was once expelled from the castle for past offenses. Vincent Sr. listens, his expression unreadable, a shadow falling across his face. He offers a quiet thought, a simple truth that people are capable of change. Then, turning his attention, Vincent Sr. addresses his son, Vincent Jr., with a single, important request. He looks directly at Adrian, urging him to observe without prejudice. As the three men sit around a grand table, the discussion continues in the opulent chamber. Taylor then emphasizes the critical nature of the moment, with the monster's strength growing and its own ambitions fueling its power. He acknowledges that many things remain unclear, but with Adrian now present, they intend to act in earnest, leaving only one remaining issue. Adrian listens intently, his expression thoughtful. Taylor reveals the core of the issue, the orcs. A vast horde of the monstrous creatures swarms across a snowy landscape, their sheer numbers making it impossible to stop them with mere ranger's arrows, or even to bar the entrance to the ranger's base. Ian confirms the gravity of the situation, explaining that he is currently selecting knights from within the castle to address the threat. He begins, addressing the assembled group with a single, resolute word. Adrian, the young prince, offers a confident smile, seemingly assured by the declaration. Ian, his expression serious, affirms his commitment to handle the situation, respectfully addressing His Highness. Taylor then interjects, explaining that the orcs of the Blade Mountain are unlike any ordinary foe, warning that any misstep could jeopardize the entire military operation. Ian listens intently, his gaze lowered as he processes the gravity of the threat. Taylor presses him for details, inquiring about the current scale and strength of the orc forces. The report indicates a maximum of 50 orcs, with no confirmed presence of an overlord, though the possibility of one cannot be dismissed. Adrian turns his gaze to Ian, a silent question hanging in the air. The question echoes, demanding to know if he is truly confident in his resolve. With a resolute expression, Ian declares that the current level of effort is sufficient. The mountain entrance they speak of is one of the main paths used by the Rangers, and if something goes wrong, it could turn into a battlefield with the... Adrian interjects, his concern evident, warning that future operations will only become more difficult. He then presses Ian, questioning his confidence against the formidable Blade Mountain orcs. Still addressing him, Adrian asks what Ian truly needs to face such a threat. Taylor then offers a crucial detail, specifying the orc numbers are just about 3 dozen, before making a personal request for a change of attire. Ian readily agrees, assuring him that such a request is not difficult and he will see to it. With a determined glint in his eyes, Ian's expression hardens, signaling his resolve. His decision made, he issues a crisp command, "Move out." Adrian, taken aback by the sudden order, can only utter a surprised, "Pardon." He questions the strategy, asking what Ian means by his earlier statement, and why they are being sent on a mission to navigate the orcs. Ian responds calmly, explaining that Adrian's mission is to act as an escort, ensuring the safety of the Imperial Knights. Adrian, still unconvinced, presses further, asking why they need his protection at all. Ian simply states that the 3rd Legion will contact them soon, a declaration that causes Adrian to flinch slightly. He then instructs Adrian to collect his equipment and report back to him. Meanwhile, a stern-faced Imperial Knight, Joseph Trait, observes the scene from a distance, his gaze sharp and calculating. He muses to himself that, regardless of his personal feelings, the soldiers assigned to him must be useful. He considers the situation, noting that they were completely caught off guard by the blizzard, a detail that seems to weigh on him. Joseph Trait, an Imperial Knight on an inquiry mission, maintains his disguise as he continues his silent observation. High above the snowy peaks, a lone castle stands sentinel, its formidable defenses overlooking a vast, frozen expanse where a few weaker creatures are mixed among the stronger ones. A distant tower pierces the sky, its presence a stark contrast to the desolate landscape. Inside, Ian's sharp gaze fixes on Gruhorn, his expression unyielding as he begins to speak. He warns that while Gruhorn may not trust the numbers, the orc population is far larger than he imagines, dismissing Gruhorn's concerns about failure and telling him he's overthinking the situation. Suddenly, Ian unleashes a burst of energy, a blinding flash erupting between them. His eyes glow with an intense blue light as he presses his advantage, forcing Gruhorn back under the sheer force of his will, while others watch from behind. Gruhorn's own eyes flare with a golden light, a powerful, instinctual reaction to the sudden assault. Ian, seemingly unfazed, attempts to access a system interface, only to find the status window inaccessible. Observing the intricate details of the armor, he wonders if he is facing a triple chain knight. Among the many who have returned, only one is a true ranger, while the rest are nothing more than ordinary scouts. Considering this, Ian decides to check his own status once more. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, Gruhorn addresses the assembled knights, stating, "Now then." As preparations for the journey continue, Ian turns to Adelia, gently informing her, "Adelia, I won't be taking you along, so don't worry." She responds with a soft apology. Adelia's thoughts betray her concern, knowing that if Ian's unique trait were to spiral out of control, she would ultimately be the one facing the consequences. The journey through the treacherous, snow-covered mountains demands unwavering focus, as one must walk with as much stamina as possible. If stamina falters, hands and feet will stiffen, making movement difficult, especially in these snow mountains where piled-up snow and ice demand constant attention to one's footing. Now accompanied by Gruhorn, Ian finds himself reflecting that his companion's incessant nagging is even worse than his father's. Together, they press onward, their horses kicking up snow as they traverse the frozen landscape. As they traverse the treacherous snowy peaks, Ian peered through his spyglass, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he muttered about a rabbit. The circular lens revealed a dark, indistinct shape moving through the snow, a chilling sight that quickly dispelled any thoughts of small game. It was no rabbit, but a hulking orc, its green skin and red eyes a stark contrast to the white landscape, letting out a low, guttural growl. Ian's expression hardened, his gaze fixed through the spyglass, confirming the grim reality of their situation. Turning to his companion, he reported the findings, stating that a group of orcs lay ahead, then asked how they should proceed. Gruhorn listened intently, his own gaze sharpening with resolve, a silent acknowledgement of the impending danger. With a decisive motion, Ian began to prepare, the sound of equipment being readied echoing softly in the quiet forest. Standing side by side, the two men presented a formidable front, ready to face the threat that awaited them. Ahead, the orcs continued their menacing movements, their guttural calls growing louder through the snowy woods. As the chilling mountain air bites at his face, Gruhorn surveys the desolate, snow-covered landscape, a deep, guttural roar echoing through the peaks, filled with killing intent. A smirk plays on his lips as he turns, greeting the approaching threat with a casual, "Hi there, long time no see." Without hesitation, he unleashes a burst of raw power, a fiery attack erupting from his form. Meanwhile, a hulking orc, its crude armor clanking, charges headlong through the snow, intent on crushing its foe. Before it can connect, Gruhorn's foot lashes out, a devastating kick slamming into the orc's jaw, sending blood spraying. The force of the blow lifts the creature off its feet. Even as the heavy thud of more approaching footsteps echoes through the valley, prompting Gruhorn to reach for the hilt of his sword. The first orc tumbles backward, defeated, as the young prince prepares for the onslaught. With a roar still filled with killing intent, he moves swiftly, his legs blurring as he advances into the fray. He descends with a powerful strike, his weapon a blur of motion, shattering the very ground beneath his target. His eyes burning with an intense, almost feral light. Gruhorn's expression is one of fierce determination. The force of the blow sends a crimson spray across the snow, as the orc's body explodes in a shower of blood and gore. A familiar, sticky scent fills the air, a primal aroma of blood. He steps forward, his boots sinking into the crimson-stained snow. A faint smile gracing his lips as he realizes this is exactly what he has been missing, what he has craved all this time. Standing over the fallen foe, Gruhorn surveys the approaching horde of orcs, a chilling satisfaction in his voice. This is great. The frigid air of the battlefield hung heavy. As Gruhorn stood over the defeated orc, a dark-haired woman behind him calling out, "Hushings! It's dangerous. Do not come closer." Her expression etched with worry, she insisted, "I'm not attempting it." But Gruhorn, clad in his ornate armor, merely shifted his stance. A faint smirk playing on his lips as his eyes began to glow with an inner light. This was a tale dating back 800 years and much more. From an era when orcs were the unquestioned, powerful masters of the continent. This was no myth, nor about a hero, but of one who couldn't even leave a name in history. It was the hymn of a pitiful man who hated orcs. A sorrowful image of a father who fought and fought until his strength finally ran out. A torrent of crimson energy erupts from him, enough to bury countless green corpses beneath a rising mountain of power. This is the fleeting verse of an extraordinary avenger. As a red pond forms beneath his feet, Gruhorn's eyes blaze with an infernal glow, reciting the hymn of his vengeance. His uncle's voice carries a subtle weight, reminding Gruhorn of the grim news. "I heard that people died in the winter castle." Yet he quickly reassures the young prince, "Don't worry too much. You will not have to fight." The uncle's expression hardens slightly as he continues, his words laced with disdain. "What do you think that scoundrel prince could possibly achieve?" He then shifts his focus, emphasizing the true target of his machinations. What matters is not that scoundrel, but Balorhard. A subtle clench of his hand betrays the depth of his resolve. As Gruhorn, looking up at his uncle, asks with a hint of uncertainty, "Can you do that? I will do my best for you." His uncle's gaze is unwavering, his words a quiet command. "Your Excellency, Count of the Royal Court." Meanwhile, in a different chamber, Joseph Trate and Sturmhild Stuttgart stand together, reacting to some unsettling news. Joseph mutters, "That is definitely what I heard." Lies. Amidst the chaos of battle, a hulking orc swings its massive axe, its crude weapon tearing through the air with a guttural cry. As Joseph Trate braces for impact, the sheer aggression of the creature making him question, "This is complete nonsense. What is he doing?" The battle rages around him, the clang of steel against flesh a constant rhythm, and even Sturmhild Stuttgart, standing just behind him, watches the unfolding chaos with a grim expression. Despite the overwhelming force, Joseph's voice cuts through the din, commanding his troops to maintain their square formation and advance. The orc, however, shows no sign of relenting, its axe descending once more with terrifying speed. Another brutal impact sends a jolt through the night, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Frustration flashes across his face as he grapples with the situation, cursing the predicament before ordering the second rank to attack. With a fierce battle cry, Joseph charges forward, ready to meet the enemy head-on. His eyes narrow, reflecting a newfound, grim determination, a resolve to overcome the impossible. Joseph Trate found himself overwhelmed, his defenses failing against the relentless assault of the orc. He could only manage to parry a blow with his gauntlet, the impact jarring his arm. Around him, the despair of his allies was palpable, as the orc's raw power seemed to crush all hope. Yet, a grim determination hardened his features, refusing to yield. With a surge of blue energy, he launched himself forward, cape streaming behind him. His attack connected with a resounding crash, striking the orc's arm. Following through, he delivered a powerful kick directly to the creature's face, green blood splattering. The orc groaned, its head snapping back from the force. The impact was so immense that its crude weapon shattered in its grasp. Gruhorn surveys the chaotic battlefield, his form crackling with blue energy as he takes in the grim scene of fallen warriors. His voice cutting through the din, he issues a stern warning. Do not drop your weapon so easily. Meanwhile, Joseph Trait can only gulp, his face etched with apprehension at the overwhelming odds. He stands with the uncle and another knight, all observing the brutal clash between their forces and the surging horde. The battle rages on, impacts echoing across the snowy terrain as knights desperately fight against the numerous orcs. Recognizing the futility of their current stand, Commander Sturmhild Stuttgart issues a grim command. All troops, prepare for retreat. Gruhorn, his expression hardening, acknowledges the impossible odds, stating, their numbers are too high to scope at. A surge of red energy emanates from him as he considers the dire situation, knowing it will be difficult to hold them all with their current numbers. His eye glows with an intense, almost furious resolve, reflecting the surging power within him. Amidst the brutal clash, a monstrous orc warrior lets out a guttural roar, its crude, heavy blade arcing down with lethal intent. The impact is swift and brutal, sending crimson splatters across the chaotic scene. Joseph Trait and Commander Sturmhild Stuttgart, along with other knights, brace themselves, their faces grim as the battle rages around them. Ian watches the carnage unfold, his dark eyes reflecting the grim reality of the overwhelming assault. Gruhorn stands amidst the bloodshed, his expression resolute even as crimson droplets spray around him. A monstrous maw, filled with jagged teeth, snaps shut in the foreground, a terrifying testament to the enemy's ferocity. With a surge of raw power, Gruhorn plants his feet firmly on the blood-soaked ground, a vibrant red aura beginning to emanate from his form as he prepares for a desperate stand. His eyes glow with an intense, fiery red, the surging energy swirling around him in a maelstrom of power. From a distance, Ian and Uncle observe the dramatic transformation, the former murmuring a concerned query about his highness. His face, streaked with blood, hardens with a fierce resolve, the raw power he just unleashed still radiating from him. As he charges forward, a voice cries out, Your Highness. His hand grips the hilt of his blade, a vibrant red energy swirling around it. The sword itself seems to drink in the crimson power, glowing with an ominous light. He cuts down another orc, but the sheer number of enemies feels endless. No matter how many he felled, the horde pressed on relentlessly. With every swing, the red energy flares, tearing through the monstrous ranks. His eyes, burning with the same crimson light, reflect a grim, unyielding determination. The blade, still humming with destructive power, is poised to take the life of yet another foe. He stands as a lone figure amidst a field of fallen enemies, his form wreathed in a crimson glow, a testament to the brutal battle he has just waged. Through the desolate, snow-swept plains, he wandered the barren lands ruled by orcs, his relentless journey continuing even as more monstrous figures emerged in the distance. With a swift, brutal arc, his blade, still stained crimson, tore through another foe, sending fragments of flesh and bone scattering across the icy ground. Despite the endless onslaught, his gaze remained sharp, his jaw set in an unyielding line as he gripped his weapon, ready for the next challenge. He plunged back into the fray, a whirlwind of red energy against the green-skinned masses, each swing of his blade a testament to his unwavering will. Even as the mana in his heart had long run dry, he continued to push forward, his body moving on sheer instinct and an indomitable spirit. Yet, he did not stop, his boots crunching on the frozen earth, leaving faint trails of the lingering red energy. He pressed on, a grim determination etched on his face, as if drinking orc blood and chewing on their flesh was the only way to sustain his fading strength. With every step he took, the ancient hero Gruhorn continued his desperate march, his spirit unbroken despite the overwhelming odds. He continued his relentless march, but with each step, the man grew increasingly more frail. Yet the demonic sword in his hand sustained him, burning his remaining life force to fuel his resolve. This was all for his final wish. A wish born from a past where all had been slaughtered without leaving a single piece of flesh behind. He remembered the devastation, the emptiness that followed. He remembered the warmth of his family, a fleeting memory now. It was a requiem for his wife and daughter. And finally, a vow of vengeance reflected in his burning red eye. When he faced his lifelong enemy, and ultimately defeated them, a crimson aura already crackled around him, a silent testament to the price of his victory. As he walked away from the fallen foe, the snowy landscape seemed to swallow the echoes of battle. Yet, in the present, the man was already a wreck, his face etched with the deep lines of age and suffering, a stark contrast to his past self. A pained sigh escaped him, a quiet acknowledgement of the heavy burden he carried. But then, his eyes flared with an infernal red glow, and a powerful crimson aura erupted from his very being, defying his frail appearance. The single, burning eye reflected a shadowy figure, a silent vow echoing from its depths. With a guttural cry, the man unleashed his full power, the explosive red energy cracking the very ground beneath him. Engulfed by the chaotic crimson storm, he seemed to be consumed by the very power that sustained him. Engulfed in a crimson aura, Gruhorn lunges forward, his masked face a blur of motion as he unleashes a swift, decisive strike. The impact reverberates, a powerful force echoing through the chaotic battlefield. With a sudden shift in power, his hand glows with a vibrant purple energy, ready to crush his foe. The concentrated force slams into the orc's face, its green skin distorting under the brutal impact. A pained cry escapes the creature as it reels from the devastating blow. Elsewhere, a different battle rages, and for Sturmhild, the commander, there was no miracle. Blood erupts from his face as he takes a crushing blow. The monstrous orc looms over him, its raw power undeniable. The force of the attack sends him plummeting, shattering the ground beneath him. Yet, even in defeat, the man did not give up until the very end, his hand clenching in a final act of defiance. His face, battered and bruised, reflects the brutal end of a battle, his eyes closed in what appears to be a final, weary surrender. Lying amidst the snow and debris, his broken armor a testament to the ferocity of the fight, Sturmhild Stuttgart's form is still a silent monument to a forgotten age. It was a story too old for anyone to remember, a tale known by none. Yet, in the depths of a chaotic past, a golden-armored figure, Gruhorn, moved with decisive power, a brilliant blue light emanating from his form as he carved through the darkness. The remnants of that era lay shattered, and only one soul remained, likely the sole keeper of these profound memories. A young man, the narrator, his brow furrowed in thought, reflects on the weight of such a burden. The battlefield raged under a fiery sky, a cacophony of clashes and explosions echoing through the air. Amidst the fallen, the Golden Knight, Gruhorn, stands triumphant, his victory etched into the desolate landscape. With a sharp, focused intensity, the narrator's gaze pierces through the veil of time, holding on to every detail of the past. Amidst the chaos of battle, Gruhorn's voice cuts through the din, commanding his forces to handle the orc warriors. As his knights clash with the monstrous horde, he directs the rest to hold off the relentless orcs, a grunt of effort escaping him. With a firm resolve, he grips the hilt of his sword, the metallic click echoing his readiness. The memory surfaces, a vivid blue glow reflecting in the narrator's eye as he recalls the past. The time for vengeance, he knows, is inescapable, as a crimson aura erupts around Gruhorn, engulfing him in a fiery glow. He must finish this man, Gruhorn thinks, surging forward with lethal intent. His blade becomes a blur, carving through the orc ranks with brutal efficiency. A massive orc falls, its blood spraying as Gruhorn's attack connects with devastating force. The crimson-tinged blade, now slick with the enemy's lifeblood, reflects the warrior's grim determination. He moved with a practiced, deadly grace, his blade arcing with a faint, crimson glow. A powerful strike met its mark, and a guttural roar of pain erupted from his foe. The blade tore through flesh and bone, sending a spray of crimson across the battlefield. He plunged deeper into the fray, his movements a blur as he cut down one enemy after another. His face, splattered with blood, remained a mask of grim determination. As the battle raged, a new verse was added to the hymn of vengeance, while a dying voice whispered of piling up enough bodies. Indeed, the ground was soon covered with enough bodies to raise a small mountain. Beneath them, a red pond of blood began to form. And standing before it all, he surveyed the grim landscape he had wrought. Gruhorn kneels before the glowing sword, a solemn declaration echoing across the desolate battlefield. As he honors the fallen, his voice carrying a heavy weight of respect and finality. His gaze is sharp, the battle's fury now replaced by a grim resolve as the system recognizes his actions, proclaiming the hymn of vengeance has become the hymn of requiem. The weight of the conflict settles upon him, a silent testament to the price of victory. Amidst the quiet aftermath, he stands tall among his loyal knights, declaring the complete annihilation of the orc forces. A tattered red banner, once a symbol of the enemy, is now firmly in his grasp. Its wolf's head emblem, once proud, now hanging limp and torn, signifying the breaking of the orcs' banner. With the enemy's standard in hand, he reiterates the decisive victory, confirming the orcs have been annihilated. His voice rings out, a triumphant roar echoing across the silent, blood-soaked plains, proclaiming their hard-won victory. He stands resolute, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Yet, a voice questions, that wasn't his name. Was it Vincent Ballarhard, the heir of a family who devotes his life waging war against monsters? Now bears the same name as that pitiful avenger, who cast his life away wishing for the annihilation of orcs in the distant past. With a firm grip on his blade, he declares, "I'll show you again how accidental it is." A tattered red banner, emblazoned with an unfamiliar symbol, is held aloft. Its fabric rippling slightly as Ian, clad in dark armor, grips its pole firmly. He turns to Gruhorn, who listens intently, explaining the significance of the captured standard. This is a tradition of the Third Legion. Gruhorn's gaze falls upon the banner, a silent question in his eyes as the narration clarifies. The soldier who fought the bravest claiming the enemy's banner. Confirming the ritual. A thoughtful expression crosses Gruhorn's face as he holds the banner, absorbing the weight of the tradition. Ian, too, seems lost in contemplation, his hand resting on his chin. And with a respectful bow, the owner of this banner formally greets His Highness. Ian declares, his voice clear and resonant. He continues, acknowledging the young prince's recent triumph. I pay my respects to your unquestionable bravery in battle. The words hang in the air, a testament to the prince's valor, as Gruhorn stands amidst his assembled knights, including Sturmhild Stuttgart, receiving the formal address. Holding the enemy banner, Gruhorn begins to speak, we. He then looks directly at Ian, his expression intense, commanding him to speak louder. The command hangs in the air, a silent expectation settling over the assembled knights. Ian understands, completing the prince's thought, so that everyone can hear it. A determined expression settles on Gruhorn's face, his gaze unwavering. The victorious shouts of the soldiers echo across the snowy plains as Ian, holding the enemy's banner high, proclaims their triumph. Jubilant cries continue to rise from the ranks, celebrating their hard-won glory. As the company approaches Winter Castle, the guards on the ramparts hail their prince, welcoming him home. Gruhorn, now holding the captured standard, stands tall, a picture of triumph. A confident smile graces his lips, reflecting the success of their campaign. Later, Ian, still clutching the banner, muses aloud about the power and ownership it represents. Gruhorn, lost in thought, quietly utters a number, 16. Ian, turning to him, reveals his own count of 18, before confirming Gruhorn's 16 of them. As they walk through the castle alongside Sturmhild, Ian remarks on the sheer scale of it all. Gruhorn stands resolute, his gaze fixed on something beyond the frame. As he declares, so what? This banner is mine. He holds the enemy's standard aloft, a symbol of his hard-won victory, surrounded by his loyal forces. Ian watches the display, a quiet ugh, escaping his thoughts. Later, a massive bonfire blazes, consuming something within its fiery embrace. The flames crackling and dancing high into the air. Before the towering pyre, Gruhorn stands, a solemn figure overseeing the ritual. While Ian observes, a single thought of Siobi, echoing in his mind. Ian stands beside Gruhorn and a female knight, observing the aftermath of the battle. For a confrontation against an elite orc unit, the casualties were surprisingly low. The female knight's expression remains somber, as she laments the tragedy of any loss. Yet, Gruhorn believes that victory itself is sufficient mourning and tribute for those who have fallen. He speaks of comforting the spirits of the fallen with the blood of orcs, a practice Ian recognizes as the Balorhard way. Gruhorn then remarks on the shared name and similar sayings between them, leaving Ian to wonder if he could truly be his resurrection. Amidst the smoldering remnants of battle, a group of armored figures stands, the air still thick with the scent of conflict. Turning to his companion, Ian inquires, did this man, then the Third Legion, come with us originally? Gruhorn responds with a casual air, well, a ranger unit happened to be passing by, so they joined us. That's quite amazing. Ian's expression remains thoughtful, a single word echoing in his mind, coincidence. A coincidence, huh? Gruhorn, meanwhile, seems to read his thoughts, a silent acknowledgement passing between them that Ian had not trusted him and had prepared quietly. Ian's focus shifts, his thoughts turning to a more pressing matter. More importantly, he ponders the strange circumstances. It's a mystery how an orc combat unit came down this far, on top of the hill. I also suspect that. Ian concludes, realizing the implications. One of the rangers is tracking the unit's movement. We should probably hurry back. His gaze then drifts towards a distant, imposing castle, its towers reaching towards the sky. He watches the approaching procession, a familiar figure at its head. As the knights draw closer to the castle gates, a voice rings out, welcoming their return. Gruhorn beams, clearly relishing the attention. Raising a crimson banner high, he proudly declares himself its owner. The onlookers respond with cheers, hailing his highness with admiration. To claim such a symbol of victory is no small feat. Watching the spectacle, Ian wonders if the young prince ever tires of the constant adulation, while Sturmhild simply notes the passage of time. Gruhorn's smile widens, his pride evident. Yet, the celebration is tinged with concern, as Ian recalls the suspicious signs reported from the mountains. As the conversation continues, the commander explains that an orc combat unit had appeared far too early, right next to their scouts. Ian considers the implications, suggesting they either found a large prey or something significant happened deep within the mountains. Gruhorn, listening intently, acknowledges that neither scenario bodes well. As they continue their discussion, the two men walk through the castle grounds. The royal procession, led by Gruhorn, makes its way into the inner courtyard, surrounded by his knights. Ian watches Gruhorn, a thoughtful expression on his face. The commander then turns to Ian, addressing him respectfully. Ian responds, acknowledging Gruhorn's efforts, telling him he has worked hard. Suddenly, a mysterious hooded figure approaches Gruhorn, a subtle smirk playing on their lips as they exchange a glance. He isn't the most mild-tempered man, a woman observes, adding that it seems he's embarrassed about changing his attitude so easily. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Gruhorn, exclaiming his highness's title with surprise. The woman from before rushes forward, relieved to see him return safely. Gruhorn recognizes her, uttering the name Adelia, as she explains her worry, having not known he was unharmed. He listens intently as Adelia continues to express her concern. Her brow furrows with genuine worry, her eyes reflecting her deep concern for his safety. Elsewhere, a royal banner unfurls, and Sturmhilde stands before it. He gestures towards it, asking if his audience knows what it represents. Within the opulent chambers of the royal palace, a new discussion unfolds. The air is thick with strategic planning, as a ranger unit is set to reassemble for a crucial scouting mission into the treacherous mountains, a task fraught with unknown variables. Ian, seated with a composed demeanor, explains that only the most elite and professional scouts will be chosen for such a perilous undertaking. Across from him, Gruhorn listens intently, then suggests that this elite selection means Ian himself won't need to personally lead the mission. The younger man's words hang in the air, and Ian's expression hardens as he retorts, questioning whoever implied he wouldn't go. He then presses Gruhorn, asking why he traveled all the way from the capital just to deliver these mission details, only to be told it was a direct order from the commander. A moment of quiet passes between them, before Ian sighs, acknowledging that his uncle clearly wants them to find a way to cooperate. With a slight shrug, he dismisses the notion of difficulty in getting along, then curtly tells Gruhorn he can leave. Seated upon his throne, Gruhorn hears a voice urging him to rest, but his mind is still consumed by the recent conflict. He remains lost in thought, reflecting on the battle, where he had been too deeply immersed. It was the first time he had truly faced an enemy whose mana rivaled his own, a humbling experience that left him pleading for understanding. He knew he would likely encounter similar situations again, especially since the memories he possessed weren't entirely his own. He had to learn to use these powers, these things he possessed, yet were not truly his. He needed to make them completely his own. He stares at his hand, a silent acknowledgement of the power that had surged through him, a power that felt both familiar and alien, like the very hymn of vengeance or a requiem he had once known. Lost in thought, he then notices a small, white bird perched calmly on the floor before him, its presence a stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere. A flicker of surprise crosses his features as he takes in the unexpected visitor, a soft exclamation escaping his lips as he questions, "A birdie?" But the innocent appearance quickly vanishes as the bird's eyes begin to glow with an ominous purple light, a dark aura radiating from its small form. The sight sends a jolt of terror through him, his mind reeling as the bird's presence seems to unlock something deep within, whispering of his very memories. Gruhorn stands before a masked attendant, who presents him with a small, white bird-like creature, a messenger from a mysterious figure. Meanwhile, a woman with long purple hair and glowing red eyes, accompanied by a similar white bird, speaks with a knowing smile, asking if he enjoyed the gift. Gruhorn's thoughts echo, acknowledging the sender's intent, but he questions the nature of this so-called gift. A flicker of surprise and suspicion crosses his face, his eyes widening slightly at the implications. He looks down at the white bird, a silent messenger, and muses aloud, wondering why the CRC warriors would abandon their post at the foot of the mountain. His hand reaches out, drawn by an unseen force, towards a pulsating red orb that glows with an ominous light. As he grasps the orb, dark energy swirls around him, and a voice echoes, revealing that the gift was merely a wish for His Highness to find a worthy opponent for his talents. A mysterious purple-haired woman, her eyes glowing with an ethereal pink light, gazes down at the glowing red orb in her hand, a faint smile playing on her lips as she hopes her gift was enjoyed. Gruhorn, however, is less amused, his thoughts sharp as he recalls the dozens of knights who perished, caught up in what was merely a political meeting for others. The elf woman, a member of a race known for their extreme voyeurism, had clearly reveled in the spectacle of the battle. She must have had a blast watching the fight against the orc overlords, a mix of hatred, awe, and even admiration swirling within her as she found it quite impressive. This, she muses, is what her people call a favor, as she looks down upon Gruhorn, who lies on the ground, still grappling with the aftermath. Gruhorn, his patience wearing thin, cuts through the pretense, demanding she stop the nonsense and reveal her true desires, only to be met with the bird's chirped retort that he is so cold. He counters, stating that one-sided love is not what he seeks, prompting the bird to ask what else she could possibly do. The messenger bird, speaking for the elf, declares she is only looking forward to the day His Highness opens his heart to her. With their exchange concluded, the white messenger bird takes flight, leaving Gruhorn to ponder the cryptic conversation. He stands, the messenger bird perched on his arm, as a chilling thought echoes in his mind. A very ancient being is sleeping deep within the mountains. The words paint a vivid, unsettling picture of a dormant power. And then, a voice, cold and calculating, adds, "I guess I'll have to make a move soon. It will be a tragedy if he's forgotten." Gruhorn, his finger pressed to his lips, considers the implications, a wry, almost dangerous smile playing on his face as he murmurs, "A wonderful one, huh?" The messenger bird shifts on his hand, and a new message arrives, causing his eyes to widen slightly as he whispers, "Oh my." The bird takes flight, leaving behind a final, ominous pronouncement. Unfortunately, this lovely child doesn't have much time left. His blue eyes flare with an intense, almost furious light, the lingering image of blood a stark contrast to his regal composure. As the last of the messenger's feathers drift silently to the floor, Gruhorn's expression hardens, a new resolve settling upon him. He knew the elf woman had misunderstood the true meaning of the song, yet her intentions were clear. She desired a new chronicle, one where her people were both the audience and the actors, but their race could never truly become the speaker of a song. Elsewhere, a figure with spiky white hair and dark attire moved with swift precision, a blade at the ready. Gruhorn knew she saw other people's lives as mere stages for her own manipulative dances. But she had forgotten one crucial detail. He was the one who truly wrote the song. Still, a smirk played on his lips. He would match her rhythm this time, playing her own game. He considers the question of what might lie inside the giant's pocket, knowing that no one has ever returned alive from such a venture. And Ian, his companion, asks with a hint of concern if he is truly certain about their path. Gruhorn, however, remains resolute, stating that their duty is to protect the people descending from the mountains, not to explore such dangerous places. Ian then deduces that something must be inside, recalling how in the past, mysterious pockets of the world were destroyed by ancient knights, their dark armor and glowing red eyes a stark image of their power. A flash of brilliant blue light accompanies the memory, as a powerful, glowing sword cuts through the air. Gruhorn explains that those who tore through these pockets must have reached a state of transcendence, yet there was one thing they were absolutely forbidden to touch. Standing together against the vast, snowy expanse, the two men survey the desolate landscape before them. A slight smile plays on Gruhorn's lips as he declares that coming to Calamity was a good decision. His words hang in the cold air, met by Ian's thoughtful gaze. He stands beside Ian, who cautions him, "Please don't even think about the top of that mountain." Gruhorn, however, simply replies, "Oh, I won't, don't worry." A confident smile plays across his lips, a musical note of contentment hanging in the air. The towering peak looms in the distance, a silent promise of future challenges, but for now, not yet. Their journey brings them to a formidable castle gate, its heavy doors guarded by watchful soldiers. One of the armored sentries lets out a weary yawn, the monotony of his duty evident. Inside, the young man draws his sword with a practiced hand, the glint of steel reflecting his resolve. He wonders what kind of monsters await him at the summit of that distant mountain, his grip tightening on the hilt. A deep-seated desire for more battles and more victories fuels his spirit. As he and Ian gaze towards the castle, a new understanding settles. Battles will become more frequent with each passing day. Rain lashes against the ancient stone walls of a formidable castle, its spires piercing the stormy sky. Inside, the rhythmic clang of armor echoes through the halls as Gruhorn ascends a winding staircase, his presence commanding. He soon joins Ian on the battlements, surveying the scene below, who grimly observes that they are surrounded on top of the walls. Gruhorn's gaze sweeps over the approaching forces, his voice firm as he points out the people outside. A helmeted guard, his face obscured by shadow, urgently shouts for more arrows to be brought to the defenses. Gruhorn's expression hardens, a silent testament to his resolve as he prepares for the coming battle. Turning to the archers positioned along the wall, he issues a clear command. "All archers, hold your positions." The guards stand ready, their faces grim, awaiting further instruction from their commander. Ian then turns to Gruhorn, a hint of concern in his voice, addressing him simply as uncle. As the retreat continued, Ian pointed ahead, his voice urgent. A group of figures, including the two, scrambled through the snow, their pursuers close behind. Gruhorn, his expression grim, heard the news that the rangers were already falling back, prompting him to question the nature of their attackers. Further down the snowy slope, a hooded figure urged his comrades to hasten their pace, shouting at them to move faster. The orc-like creatures, relentless in their pursuit, gained ground with terrifying speed. A massive, snarling wolf-like beast emerged from the snowy haze, confirming the presence of the dreaded wolf riders in their pursuit. Back at the castle, Gruhorn stood, his gaze fixed on the imposing structure. The hooded figure, still fleeing with his group, cursed as the relentless pursuers continued their chase. Ian turned to Gruhorn, sensing a deeper issue, and confirmed that the enemy was already engaging their forces. He watches from a snowy ridge as the castle walls are engulfed in the chaos of battle, the distant sounds of conflict echoing across the frozen landscape. A grim realization washes over him. They will be completely destroyed at this rate. But Ian's resolve hardens, his gaze fixed on the fray. He vows to buy them some time. On the snowy plains below, a lone warrior with silver hair bravely confronts a monstrous wolf rider, her blade aflash against the charging beast. Nearby, another defender stands firm, his voice booming across the battlefield, declaring himself the great ranger of Balahard. Ian, still holding his ground, urges the remaining soldiers to run a bit more. The enemy's mounts snarl with bloodthirsty intent, their fangs bared and dripping. Amidst the chaos, the ranger engages the horde, a desperate soldier crying out for their general, as the castle burns in the distance. Steel meets flesh with a brutal impact, splintering bone and spraying blood across the snow. The brutal reality of the siege continued to unfold, a soldier violently struck as blood erupted from the impact, painting the air in a crimson spray. Inside the castle, the grim news of the ongoing battle reached Ian and Gruhorn, who stood amidst their remaining forces. He knew all soldiers were fighting to protect the walls, except for the wolf riders, who were merely trying to show their strength. He wondered why they hadn't saved them, why they were here. The question hung heavy in the air, a silent accusation. He knew they had come to show their power, to demonstrate their might. Gruhorn, his expression grim, acknowledged the overwhelming odds, stating that if they sent the remaining guards, everyone would surely die. This was a test, a brutal trial. He understood the king's despair, the feeling of being trapped, but he also knew they couldn't just give up. They didn't understand the true nature of all this. Ian's gaze hardened, a resolute fire in his eyes as he declared that winter had only just begun. A bitter struggle awaited them. He knew they couldn't act recklessly, not when the wolf riders were attacking again, their relentless assault threatening to break their defenses. The situation was dire, but his resolve remained unshaken. A monstrous green-skinned rider, mounted on a snarling wolf-like beast, lets out a guttural growl. Its heavy, clawed foot landing with a dull thud. Nearby, a soldier in dark armor lies face down in the pristine snow, a crimson stain spreading from his back, a grim testament to the ongoing siege. From a defensive position, Gruhorn's armored hand tightens around his staff, a surprised huh, escaping him as he takes in the scene. His gaze falls upon a large, wolf-like beast, now lifelessly sprawled on the ground, its body still radiating the faint echoes of a recent, violent impact. Other soldiers nearby react with a mixture of shock and relief, one exclaiming, he's still alive. Across the snowy expanse, a new group of wolf riders emerges, their beasts growling in unison as they observe the unfolding scene. Gruhorn turns to his men, his expression grim as he states, "This winter isn't like the others." He then adds, "That trick." His gaze sharpens, a question forming in his mind as he wonders, is that damned elf involved in this? A sharp metallic sound rings out, as a crimson cape billows against the snow-covered ground, splattered with fresh blood. Before a towering, horned beast, its red skin stark against the white, a group of smaller, green-skinned creatures stands guard, a tattered red banner planted firmly amidst the fallen. Its eyes glow with a malevolent red light, a guttural growl escaping its fanged maw. Gruhorn observes the scene, a deep concern etched onto his features, realizing the unusual nature of the power emanating from the monstrous figure. "No, that energy," he mutters. The horned beast lets out a triumphant roar, its banner waving over a fallen warrior, a chilling display of dominance. From a distance, Ian watches the spectacle unfold, commenting to the great ranger of Balahard that it appears they are about to carry out an execution. But Ian's expression hardens, a different conclusion forming in his mind. "No," he states firmly. Turning to his companion, he clarifies that they are not performing an execution, at least not in the traditional sense, not right now. The monstrous leader and its minions remain poised, the red banner a grim beacon over the silent, snow-covered battlefield. He observes the scene, a chilling realization dawning on him as he understands their intent. An ancient being, he muses, must be sleeping deep within the mountains, and now he knows exactly what it is. He recalls an earlier encounter with an orc, a memory that solidifies his understanding, and the resolve to fight burns within him. Meanwhile, the monstrous creature, its eyes glowing with fierce determination, declares its intention to fight honorably and reclaim the name of its force. Its voice echoes across the desolate landscape, shouting its unwavering loyalty to survive for a grim king. Ian addresses Gruhorn, confirming the grim news that the orcs have already breached their defenses and are now preparing for a full assault. Gruhorn listens, his expression unreadable, as Ian continues, noting that others still refuse to believe the severity of the situation. With a resolute gaze, Ian challenges Gruhorn to witness the truth for himself if he doubts the reports. Gruhorn's eyes narrow slightly, a silent acknowledgement of the dire circumstances. A hand reaches out, accepting the proposal with a sharp, pained gasp. Suddenly, a massive, green-skinned orc leader declares with brutal honesty that everyone present, save for those motivated by coin, will be forced to serve them, whether dead or alive. He then questions, with incredulity, how any human could dare to transcend the boundaries of language itself. The orc leader's voice booms, accusing them of turning their backs on their own kind. To which Ian, standing beside Gruhorn and a female companion, defiantly retorts that he has never abandoned his people. Gruhorn, his expression grim, demands to know how the orc leader could have achieved such a feat, then accepts the challenge, declaring that if anyone dares to interfere in the impending duel, he will personally cut them down. He then challenges his companions, asking if they now believe the gravity of the situation. Ian, however, looks troubled, a sense of unease washing over him as he wonders if he has seen this scenario before. Meanwhile, Gruhorn, Ian, and their companions stand together, the blonde prince expressing his confusion at the unfolding events. Ian's eyes widen in alarm, questioning the nature of the approaching forces. As the orcs, a vast army, are now preparing for their final assault. He surveys the vast, snow-covered expanse before them, a chilling silence hanging heavy in the air, and a deep unease settles within him. Though the sight is grim, Gruhorn's voice cuts through the tension, urging them to reserve their shock for the coming fight. He explains that their enemy's strategy is straightforward, intending to draw them into a direct confrontation, and Ian, recognizing the pattern, questions if these are the same forces who avoided the last conflict. As the ranger beside him listens, Ian recalls the previous, devastating battle, a memory of countless soldiers clashing in a snowy, brutal landscape. He confirms his thoughts, referring to the mountain battle where they suffered heavy losses not long ago. Gruhorn then turns to him, asking if he intends to join the fight. With a resolute expression, Gruhorn declares his immediate intention to join the barriers, a sentiment echoed by the ranger, who also wishes to participate. A confident smile plays on his lips as Gruhorn notes they already have 2 willing participants. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawns on Ian, a profound sense of familiarity washing over him as he recognizes the unfolding scenario, wondering who else could possibly understand this unsettling situation. A pained grunt escapes Gruhorn as Ian, his expression resolute, insists they handle the immediate threat. Yet, he firmly refuses to abandon anyone, questioning how he could possibly leave those who depend on him at such a critical juncture. A new figure, Arwen, stands before them. She respectfully acknowledges Gruhorn, addressing him as Your Highness. Curious, Ian inquires about her knowledge of the ancient language, to which she simply replies that she studied it. Ian curses under his breath, astonished that she possesses such rare knowledge and pondering its potential future utility. He muses that she is truly special, as only a noble could have mastered the ancient language. Elsewhere, a grotesque goblin-like creature shouts, announcing their imminent departure. Ian's thoughts return to the conversation, comparing Arwen's unique ability to that bastard. He decides it's time to head back. Yet, in this world, there are rarely any true coincidences. From the moment he first entered this world, the elf envoy who had never sought him out suddenly paid a visit. And as if on cue, the Orc King appeared in Balahard at the very same time. Now, looking out with a troubled expression, Gruhorn admits he has no idea what's about to happen. He stands amidst the frozen battlefield, body strewn across the snow, but his mind is elsewhere, knowing this is not the time for such worries. His gaze sharpens, a grim determination settling upon his features. The desolate, snow-swept peaks loom, a silent witness to the gathering storm, for right now, the moment of truth approaches. The cloaked figure beside him remains still, their presence a quiet anchor in the chaos. Gruhorn knows the time for reflection is over, it is time to fight. A towering, green-skinned warrior, wielding a massive axe, steps forward, his presence radiating raw power. Gruhorn meets the challenge head-on, asking if this formidable foe is truly his opponent, and if they dislike the idea. The Orc King's tusks gleam as he scoffs, dismissing the notion with a guttural growl, finding the question ridiculous. He stands ready, his companion beside him, as a voice echoes across the desolate, snow-covered battlefield, declaring that they possess the greatest caliber among all who have opposed them. The Orc King, towering and menacing, then adds with a chilling certainty that their flesh and blood will be a rare delicacy. A smirk plays on Gruhorn's lips as he responds, finding the Orc King's bravado amusing. The monstrous figure before them is indeed an Orc King, a formidable presence on the battlefield. Ian, observing the scene, expresses his concern, noting that the Orc King's mana is far beyond what they had anticipated, and urges caution, questioning if they should retreat. The Orc King, sensing their hesitation, lets out a guttural roar, his challenge echoing across the snowy expanse. His eyes glow with malevolent intent, a clear sign of his readiness to engage. Gruhorn, Arwen, and Ian stand firm, their resolve hardening in the face of the monstrous foe. With his sword now glowing with a fierce blue energy and his eyes burning with determination, Gruhorn declares that orcs do not fight in order like knights do. With his sword and armor glowing with an ethereal blue light, Gruhorn issues a command to his allies, urging them to give their all as he charges into the fray, his blade a blur of motion against the first wave of orcs. The enchanted steel connects with brutal force, sending sparks flying as it carves through their crude defenses. A single, precise strike severs an orc's arm, demonstrating the knight's overwhelming skill. Suddenly, the Orc King lunges forward, his massive axe raised high, a snarl twisting his monstrous face. Gruhorn meets the charge head-on, his shield rising instinctively to deflect the blow while his glowing sword prepares for a counter. Steel clashes against steel with a deafening roar, the force of their impact sending shockwaves across the snowy ground. The Orc King lets out a frustrated bellow, his red eyes burning with savage fury as he struggles against the knight's strength. But Gruhorn's blade, empowered by magic, slices clean through the Orc King's axe handle, shattering the weapon and leaving the monster disarmed. Amidst the desolate, snow-covered battlefield, Gruhorn stands ready, his gaze fixed on the monstrous figure before him. The Orc King sneers, his voice a guttural rumble, challenging the human's audacity. Surely you don't think you can defeat me, a mere human. Gruhorn's response is calm, yet resolute. Well, we'll see. As he speaks, a fierce blue light ignites within his eyes, his power flaring to life. He lunges forward, a blur of motion and azure energy, his enchanted blade arcing towards the Orc King. With a deafening crack, the Orc King's formidable axe shatters under the impact, leaving the monstrous leader disarmed and vulnerable. The battlefield falls silent for a moment, the two combatants standing amidst the fallen, their duel having reached a critical turning point. But the Orc King's fury quickly boils over, his roar echoing across the plains. Kill them, you damned orcs. Cut them to pieces. Driven by a primal resentment, the surrounding orcs respond with a unified, bloodthirsty cry. Let's just kill them all. He stands amidst the fallen, a lone figure in a red cape, his sword resting in the snow. A voice echoes, demanding the hearts of the vanquished, for they are its eyes, fueled by the long-standing emotions of hundreds of barbarians. A swirling vortex of blue and purple energy erupts, crackling with raw power. The energy coalescing around him, surprisingly similar to something he's encountered before, as he looks up, enveloped in the vibrant aura. Blue light emanates from his form, spreading across the snowy plains, a silent tribute to the Avengers who once wandered these desolate lands. He reflects on the situation, a faint blue glow around his chest, realizing that no matter how much he considers it, the path ahead is clear. A tattered flag, emblazoned with a skull, stands as a grim marker in the snow, confirming that coming here was indeed the right choice. The blue energy around his chest intensifies, his expression hardening with resolve. Then, a dark, spiky silhouette with glowing red eyes appears. The Orc King, his green skin now visible, beginning to speak, his words cut short as he refers to himself as a greenskin naked or dash. Engulfed in a maelstrom of vibrant blue and purple energy, Gruhorn stands resolute, his sword gleaming amidst the swirling magical aura. As the power surges around him, he declares with chilling resolve, "You will be the sacrifices for my requiem." A system message confirms the potent activation. This song of requiem has been activated. Ian moved like a blur, a dark silhouette amidst the chaos, striking an orc from behind even as another lunged forward. His legs snapping out with brutal force to send a second creature reeling. The orc's head snapped back from the impact, its momentum completely broken. Then, with a flash of steel, his blade carved deep into another foe. A fierce determination hardened his features, as blue energy crackled around his sword, ready for the next strike. The glowing blade continued its deadly dance, slicing through the monstrous forms. Standing over the fallen, Ian's voice cut through the air, "You damn bastards." Amidst the snowy battlefield, Ian continues his relentless assault, his blade a blur of motion as he carves through the orc ranks. One of the hulking creatures grunts in surprise, remarking that it has never witnessed such synergy in combat before. Ian, his expression grim, considers the orc's words, a deeper thought forming in his mind. Suddenly, a powerful red aura erupts from the battlefield as Gruhorn appears, demanding to know the identity of the formidable orc before him. He acknowledges the orc's unexpected might, realizing that even an orc warrior prince shouldn't possess such overwhelming strength. With a surge of resolve, Gruhorn's eyes ignite with a brilliant blue light, his aura flaring as he prepares to strike. He moves with blinding speed, his weapon a streak of blue energy as he cuts a devastating path through the orc forces. From a distance, Ian watches the display of power, confirming that the formidable opponent is indeed an orc warrior prince. Gruhorn stands resolute, his gaze fixed on the aftermath of his attack, ready for whatever comes next. He stares down at his opponent, a blue glow emanating from his fist, a scoff escaping him as he questions if this is truly all a loyal subject of the king can manage. The orc warrior prince, enveloped in a furious red aura, snarls back, declaring that such cheap provocation will only fuel his rage. Before he can act on his words, a devastating blow connects, sending a shockwave of red energy through the air. The prince of the orcs recoils from the impact, but still manages to shout, "I'll spill your flesh and blood before the emperor arrives." Another powerful blue energy strike sends the orc warrior prince flying, his body a blur against the snowy backdrop. Gruhorn, however, shows no mercy, his form crackling with intense blue energy, preparing for a final, decisive blow. He unleashes a devastating punch, the blue force erupting upon impact with the orc warrior prince. The sheer power of the attack shatters the very ground beneath them, leaving a crater of fractured ice and rock. He unleashed a sweeping arc of blue energy, a powerful attack that tore through the air. Closing the distance in an instant, Gruhorn continued his relentless assault, his blade flashing with ethereal light. The orc warrior prince could only gasp in disbelief, uttering a choked, "Huh, huh," as the blows landed. Moving with blinding speed, Gruhorn prepared his next decisive strike. His blade connected with brutal force, sending a spray of blood across the pristine snow. Following through with the attack, he maintained his powerful momentum. The orc screamed in agony, a guttural krrrgh escaping him as he clutched his chest. The force of the blow sent him tumbling backward, defeated, his blood staining the pristine white snow. The impact of the battle left the snowy landscape scarred and disturbed, a testament to Gruhorn's overwhelming power. He stands amidst the carnage, the orc warrior prince now a bloody, broken heap in the snow, surrounded by his fallen brethren. A heavy silence falls over the battlefield as Gruhorn surveys the distant castle, a sound of finality echoing in the crisp air. His thoughts turn inward, acknowledging the debt owed. Since I borrowed his power, it's only fair that I grant his wish. A flicker of resolve crosses his face, his gaze sharpening with purpose. Then, a crimson orb of energy forms in his hand, as he utters a solemn farewell, a faint, reverent thought echoing, "Oh, my king." The red energy dissipates, replaced by a vibrant, crackling blue aura, flaring around him as his eyes begin to glow with an ethereal light. The blue power intensifies, a surge of raw force emanating from his hand, amidst a splatter of blood. His face is illuminated by the fierce blue glow, his eyes burning with an unyielding intensity. The sheer power in his gaze is palpable, a silent question hanging in the air. This gaze? He plunges into the fray, a crimson aura flaring around him as the battle intensifies. The whispers of old echo in his mind, speaking of an ancient existence said to dwell beyond these very mountains. Amidst the chaos, a voice calls out, questioning his survival, as he stands with others, facing down a horde of armored figures. A dark-haired knight, his expression grim, lets out a pained grunt as he struggles against the onslaught. Together, he and the knight carve a path through the enemy ranks, their combined might pushing back the armored assailants. Yet, the dark-haired knight falters, a sharp impact forcing a gasp from his lips. He struggles, a faint red energy flickering around him, as the pressure of the battle weighs heavily. Gruhorn watches, his expression unreadable, as the knight endures the relentless assault. Then, his attention is drawn skyward, to the ominous silhouette of a massive, winged creature descending from above. He looks up, a sudden realization dawning on him, exclaiming, "That's..." From the frigid, snow-covered peaks, a colossal, dark object plummets from the sky, descending with terrifying speed, wreathed in an ominous, dark red aura. The massive spear-like projectile slams into the mountain, erupting a violent shockwave of snow and rock. He knows he must act, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. "I have to block it." Gruhorn stands firm amidst the chaos, his blade drawn and ready, facing the embedded threat. The dark spear, now deeply lodged in the earth, pulses with malevolent red energy. His eyes, wide with fierce resolve, reflect the crimson glow. With a powerful strike, his sword meets the spear, unleashing a blinding flash of red energy. The lingering force of the impact still reverberates, a sharp, tearing sound echoing across the snowy peaks. He braces himself against the unseen pressure, his voice strained as he urges, "It's too much. Everyone fight back." The crimson energy from the blocked projectile continues to flare, momentarily blinding. A dark-haired female knight, her face etched with alarm, turns back towards the epicenter, crying out, "Your Highness." Still, Gruhorn holds his ground, the sheer power of the impact threatening to overwhelm him. From a distance, a cloaked man sprints through the snow, his heavy footsteps thudding against the frozen earth. His face grim, the cloaked man's thoughts race. "Damn it, what on earth happened?" Elsewhere, the great ranger of Balahard, with his spiky dark hair and piercing blue eyes, watches the unfolding chaos with a sharp, calculating gaze. The source of the devastation, a massive, dark spear, remains embedded in the earth, its surface intricately detailed. The air still hums with residual energy as armored figures survey the snowy devastation, murmuring about the strange sound, and the spear now embedded in the ground, a growing unease settling over them as they realize their leader is missing. Ian's face tightens with alarm, his voice echoing the unspoken question of the others. He breaks into a desperate run, shouting out for his highness. Nearby, the great ranger of Balahard stands resolute amidst the chaos, his gaze sweeping the scene. He then kneels, his eyes fixed on something unseen in the snow. A female knight, Arwen Kurgan, her eyes wide with horror, takes in the unfolding tragedy. Her gaze falls upon Gruhorn, lying still and pale on the frozen earth, a faint blue glow emanating from his body, as another voice cries out in anguish. Kneeling beside him, her hand trembling as she checks for a sign of life, Arwen's voice is barely a whisper, filled with dread. Kneeling over the fallen king, Arwen desperately calls out to him, her voice laced with urgency. Her eyes wide with fear, she knows she has to get him breathing again, the cold reality of his condition setting in. Cradling his head, she presses her ear to his chest, listening intently for any sign of life. A faint, gurgling sound escapes his lips, a desperate struggle for air. He coughs once more, a weak, rattling gasp that offers little comfort. Arwen's own mouth begins to bleed from the sheer strain and despair, her body pushed to its limits. The biting wind whips across the desolate, snow-covered battlefield. As Arwen, her voice barely a whisper, realizes he is finally breathing again, a fragile victory in the face of overwhelming odds. Relief washes over her face, though the grim reality of their situation remains. As Arwen knelt over the fallen prince, a voice from nearby wondered if he had always been so small and young, questioning the tales of him being a monster. Another voice, belonging to Ian, quickly corrected the assumption, insisting that the speaker was mistaken about his highness. Arwen, still focused on Gruhorn, heard his faint, raspy call of her name, a sound that brought a surge of relief and urgency, prompting her to respond with a sharp, "Your Highness." As his eyes fluttered open, she could only think of the perpetrators, a silent curse forming in her mind against those damn orc bastards who had brought him to this state. With a sudden surge of strength, Gruhorn pushed himself up, his voice firm as he declared his refusal to be merely a head orc, a mere trophy for his enemies. His words, though defiant, struck Arwen as crazy, yet she understood the underlying command, urging her to hurry up and finish them off before letting out a soft, affirmative sound. Ian, standing beside her, turned to Arwen, a question forming on his lips about what His Highness had just said, but her focus had already shifted. With a renewed surge of power, Arwen took a decisive stance, her blade gleaming as she prepared to finish the battle at once. Amidst a snowy, war-torn landscape, armored knights clash with shadowy, monstrous figures, their blades ringing out as one voice declares, "He is correct." The battle rages on, with knights charging forward, their determination echoing the urgent command, "End this quickly." A dark-haired figure in a flowing red cloak moves with blurring speed through the fray, a whirlwind of motion and impact. Later, Gruhorn sits up, a pained groan escaping him, his eyes glowing faintly with a fierce resolve despite his injuries, his spirit unbroken. His gaze hardens, a defiant challenge forming on his lips as he curses his unseen enemy. "You damn orc bastard." Ian kneels beside him, concern etched on his face as he gently asks, "Are you all right, Your Highness?" Lying back on the bed, his arm bandaged, Gruhorn admits with a sigh, "My arm hurts too." He looks down, a deeper pain clouding his features as he reveals, "But what hurts even more is my pride." A deep frustration gnaws at him, a bitter taste in his mouth, as he reflects on the recent battle. He hadn't even truly engaged the enemy, not in a direct clash of blades, yet the outcome was devastating. He had merely dealt with a few orcs, only to be thrown a vast distance, and now, he finds himself in this weakened state, bandaged and recovering. As he sits, a voice breaks his thoughts, offering sincere thanks, acknowledging His Highness. Ian, kneeling before him with other guards, explains that thanks to his actions, they were able to save a member who had given up all hope. With profound respect, Ian reiterates that they sincerely thank their Highness. Gruhorn, however, finds the praise unsettling, thinking that such kind words don't suit him in his current state. Ian then shifts his tone, beginning to explain what transpired while His Highness was unconscious. He reveals the grim reality. It's still early, but the water castle is unlikely to hold against the encroaching orcs. Ian continues his explanation, revealing that the body still in the mountains belongs to a king, a leader of the orcs. Gruhorn, his face still bearing the mark of his recent struggle, questions the very possibility of such a thing. He finds it hard to believe, knowing orcs typically fight amongst themselves, but Ian clarifies that they exploit every opportunity, even internal strife, to gain an advantage. Ian then poses a chilling question, asking if Gruhorn knows the title given to such a king among the orcs. With a grim expression, Ian confirms that such a title exists. The orcs are depicted in a brutal struggle, constantly fighting. They are merciless, trampling over anything in their path. Among them rises a greater orc, whose power far surpasses that of a mere chieftain. This formidable leader is known as a warlord. High above the desolate, snow-covered peaks, a formidable figure stands amidst a field of fallen warriors. His dark, angular armor and tattered red cape casting an ominous silhouette against the bleak sky, a chilling presence known only as the frenzied Lord of War. Gruhorn considers the challenge before them, acknowledging that locating the Orc King before he reaches the gates would prove difficult, even with a defense-focused strategy already in place. Ian adds, his voice grave, that interrogating the Orc King's lackeys would be equally arduous, and he expresses reservations about using the magic sword Gruhorn, believing it might not be the right course of action for His Highness. Gruhorn, looking perplexed, questions why the Orc King's subordinates are proving even more elusive than the king himself. Ian then steps forward, addressing the prince directly, explaining that there is something they wish to ask of him. The Great Ranger of Balahard, joining Ian, emphasizes their need for Gruhorn's help, admitting that they have never hunted an Orc King before. Ian affirms the Ranger's statement, confirming the unprecedented nature of their task. With a knowing look, Gruhorn presents two items, instructing them to examine one and offering the other to His Highness. A frustrated sigh escapes him, the situation proving to be quite bothersome. The decision is made to conclude the matter here and now. As the discussion continues, Ian suggests that Gruhorn take some much-needed rest. Lying in bed, Gruhorn listens as Ian expresses concern, noting that he's been overworking himself. His gaze drifts upward, a thoughtful expression on his face. Ian, still standing by the bed, inquires if there's anything else he needs. As Gruhorn rests, a powerful energy begins to stir within him, the very essence of the blue flames. This surging power far exceeds anything he originally possessed. Gruhorn, still recovering, affirmed his readiness, though his mind remained in a state of turmoil. Despite the internal struggle, he was known as someone who, no matter the circumstances, possessed a good heart. As a stern, armored man turned to Ian, asking for his assessment. The armored man's gaze was unyielding, his arms crossed in a posture of absolute authority. Gruhorn looked down, the weight of their words already pressing upon him. The armored man continued, explaining that the prince would only truly advance once he shed every weakness he carried throughout his entire life. His words hung heavy in the air, a stark declaration that made Gruhorn's eyes widen, while Ian, seated nearby, wondered if the prince had been deceived by such a harsh philosophy. Gruhorn's expression shifted, the implications of the armored man's statement extending even to the knights he commanded. The armored man remained impassive, his resolve unwavering. Ian, still troubled, questioned if such a demanding path wasn't a bit too much, but the armored man countered, asserting that Gruhorn was the only one who could save the Empire, and even the current situation demanded it. As shimmering blue energy coalesces, a profound truth begins to unfold before Gruhorn. For reaching transcendence is a power only granted to those who have truly mastered mana manipulation. Ian explains that such power was never bestowed upon the knights, prompting a silent question from the young prince. Even so, Ian continues, there must have been a profound reason why certain individuals were chosen and carved by fate. Gruhorn listens, a flicker of understanding crossing his features, as Ian assures him he holds no grudge. He emphasizes the point with a knowing glance. Even the elves, with their innate connection to magic, could have easily achieved such feats. But it was humans, despite their perceived mediocrity, who interfered with the chosen of others. As mana flows through the world, it resonates with everything, and that is why this sound of mana is transformed into the rhythm of a chanson. Even if they cannot compose their own songs, they might still be able to perform it as an instrument. Holding a glowing sphere of energy, Ian continues, musing that even if one is not a mana user, they could still control their own mana. This concept of life training, or mana training, suggests that the mana ring possesses the property of resonating with other mana, allowing for a deeper connection. Perhaps, he considers, it could even become a good instrument. Gruhorn listens intently as Ian continues his explanation, his gaze fixed on the young prince. The implications of such a possibility are profound, and Ian admits he cannot tell if that is truly possible. A thoughtful expression crosses Ian's face, deep in contemplation of his own words. Meanwhile, high on a snowy peak, Arwen Kurgan stands poised, her silver hair flowing in the wind, a testament to the human potential Ian speaks of. He considers the nature of mana, how it resonates with everything, transforming into a rhythm, a song, and how even those not inherently sensitive to it can become instruments. For him, the true challenge lies not in being controlled by this power, but in asserting one's own will over it. A sharp realization cuts through the thought, as if a sudden presence has shattered the mental landscape. And he finds himself confronted by a familiar, questioning gaze. A voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know why he is in his room. Adrian stirs in his bed, slowly coming to consciousness, his eyes widening in surprise as he fully awakens. A startled cry escapes him as he finds Ian standing over his bed, his presence a stark contrast to the quiet morning. Now both armored, Ian urgently questions Adrian about his uncle's whereabouts, who replies that he left while Adrian was still asleep. He watches Adrian, who has been agonizing over something for quite some time, yet still hasn't come to any realization, wondering if there was something more to his thoughts. Adrian remains lost in contemplation, his brow furrowed in deep thought. From the shadows, Ian acknowledges the difficulty, knowing it wouldn't be easy to get any meaningful results from the prince. Then, a voice cuts through the silence, startling Adrian as he hears, "You're awake." A formidable presence begins to manifest, a power that has never wavered. It is the aura of one who can face countless foes, armed with only a single sword. The energy swirls around him, a vibrant blue current responding to his will. His eyes glow with an intense, ethereal light, reflecting the immense power now coursing through him. The very essence of a swordmaster's spirit, a formidable and ancient power, now surged through him. As blue energy pulsed around Ian, Adrian watched, realizing that this man, who stood before him, was far more than he seemed. Indeed, this man had finally come to possess a soul worthy of his body. A faint smile touched Ian's lips, his eyes holding a depth of experience. Adrian, now looking up with renewed clarity, declared, "Thanks to you, I've awakened." He continued, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you so much, Ian." Ian, however, responded with a wry observation. "Ugh, they say people change when they're about to die." Adrian, taken aback by the comment, asked, "Are you upset or something?" He had always been a master of the sword, but now, with this newfound power, he had become something more, a magic sword master. A faint crackle of energy accompanying his thoughts, Ian assured Adrian that he wasn't upset at all, nor was he angry about anything. Adrian, however, seemed to find his demeanor quite vexing, muttering that he must have been mistaken about the man's true feelings. Deciding to drop the subject, Adrian then pressed him, asking what he had truly gained from their encounter. Looking down at the young prince, Ian explained that he had gained the opportunity to finally rid himself of something, having merely set a milestone for it. His expression remained unreadable, a subtle shift in his gaze hinting at deeper implications. Adrian, now standing by a window, considered this, his thoughts drifting to the immediate future. Ian then suggested they try to walk there, implying a journey or a new phase of their interaction. A soft sigh escaping him, he hoped things wouldn't become too complicated. "He isn't upset, he's just a little disappointed," Adrian muses, his voice carrying a hint of challenge. "Those words sting, don't they?" Ian, standing over him, simply warns him not to get his hopes up for nothing. His expression unyielding as a soft rustle of movement fills the air. He begins to walk away, stating that while he has many questions, he won't ask them. Adrian, now standing and fully dressed, presses him on what he gained from all this, only for Ian to retort that Adrian knows how much about it, too. Adrian tries to continue, asking where he learned the L. But Ian's thoughts drift to how much he has changed, a transformation Adrian clearly doesn't appreciate. With a final whoosh of air, Ian turns and walks away, leaving Adrian to ponder his cryptic words amidst the grand architecture of the chamber. Amidst a field of fallen foes, Gruhorn finds himself facing not just a few, but thousands of orcs, an entire army bearing down on him. Their numbers stretch endlessly across the snowy landscape, a green tide threatening to engulf everything in its path. But as the horde closes in, a surge of dark red energy begins to emanate from him. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion amidst the charging orcs, who cry out in disbelief at the foolish human daring to stand against them. Standing beside him, his gaze fixed on the approaching enemy, Ian watches with a grim determination. As the red energy intensifies, Gruhorn's hand begins to glow with an ominous crimson light. Then, with a powerful surge, he unleashes a devastating wave of dark, swirling power. The crimson force rips through the battlefield, leaving a trail of destruction and fallen bodies in its wake. He surveys the snowy landscape, the ground still scarred from his recent, devastating attack. Beside him, Ian remarks, "What a remarkable speculation." A swirling mass of dark red energy coalesces in the distance, causing him to question, "Is that?" As the crimson aura flares, revealing a towering, armored figure within, he finishes, "The warlord?" Two heavily armored orcs stand guard in the foreground, their attention fixed on the approaching threat. Ian, however, shakes his head, "No." He clarifies, his gaze sharp, "That bastard is one of the bravest of the generals, one of the few who can stand and follow the king." Indeed, the formidable presence belongs to the bravest of the generals. His crimson aura pulses with raw power, a clear sign of his immense strength. A monstrous figure emerges from the chaos, a towering orc with eyes burning like embers, a true nightmare for knights and sword masters alike. His presence alone commands the battlefield, a terrifying leader whose very aura radiates dominance. Surrounded by a crimson glow, his form is a testament to raw, untamed power. His face, a mask of green skin and jagged fangs, is framed by eyes that burn with an unholy light, promising only destruction. He is known by a single, chilling title, the Night Slayer. Just as knights harness mana, the orcs possess a unique power of their own. They channel a raw, crimson energy, a formidable force known as battle aura. To cultivate this potent ability and develop a strong battle aura, they relentlessly initiate more conflicts than any other race. They have claimed the lives of countless creatures, beheading them in their pursuit of power, but sometimes, there are those among them who transcend even these limits. These exceptional orcs possess an immense, overwhelming amount of battle aura. Their eyes glow with an intense, predatory light. They become far more instinctive to the flow of aura and the killing intent of their foes, gaining the ability to perceive intangible auras with their own eyes. This heightened perception, this unique ability, is what the orcs refer to as awakened sight. A chilling silence falls over the snow-covered battlefield, broken only by the soft crunch of snow, as countless fallen knights lie scattered, their red cloaks stark against the white. Standing before this grim sight, Ian begins to explain the true nature of a Night Slayer, a warrior who commands not just brute force, but a deeper understanding of combat. Even if their opponents master the art of war and strategy, these beings possess an innate advantage. They know how to exploit their opponent's weaknesses better than anyone, their shadowy forms moving with deadly precision, leaving a trail of destruction. This is because they can see everything, perceiving the very essence of their foes and identifying the weakest among them. Ian's grip tightens on his blade as he continues, emphasizing that a true Night Slayer also possesses the sharpest weapon, both physically and metaphorically. Gruhorn, listening intently, can't help but confirm that so far, everything Ian has said about these formidable foes rings true. The shadowy figure, eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, embodies the question, is this the true face of their enemy? A force truly worthy to be called a Night Slayer. A blur of motion, a blade slices through the air, leaving trails of electric blue energy in its wake. The weapon descends with incredible speed. As the orc snarls, its red eyes narrowing in a desperate attempt to track the attack. It braces itself, the heavy chains around its neck rattling. But Gruhorn's blade connects with devastating force, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. The impact distorts the very space around them. And the orc recoils, a spray of blood erupting from its body. Nearby, a group of human soldiers watches in disbelief, one muttering, "I can't believe it. He managed to knock it back so easily." But the attack isn't over. The blade plunges deeper, drawing more blood. His blade, still glowing with the force of the strike, remained embedded in the monstrous orc. Its arm already severed, as he swiftly extracted the weapon. The red energy clinging to its edge before dissipating, and the massive creature finally collapsed to the snowy ground. From a distance, a group of soldiers watched, one of them murmuring they couldn't quite comprehend the display of power. The orc was clearly a formidable opponent, not one to be easily defeated. Another voice, belonging to Ian, cut through the hushed awe, reminding them of the formidable Night Slayers, and questioning their understanding of such foes. Gruhorn, his own blue aura now subtly flaring, turned to face them, dismissing their judgments as based on limited perception. The soldiers, including Ian, reacted with surprise to his words. He muses that in this world, things are not always as they appear, especially regarding the orcs. Ian, however, counters, reminding him that no matter how patient one is, they are still just orcs. A smirk plays on Gruhorn's lips as he replies, "Only you know how boring that is." Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of shock, a realization dawning on him as he gasps, "No." He then calmly states, "I told you." With a commanding gesture, he directs his hooded subordinates, knowing that in their eyes, the approaching threat looks appetizing and easy to handle. He warns them that if they leave it to him, they won't even have time to respond, implying a swift and decisive action is needed. As the conversation continues, Ian explains that the others have received their orders, but they are lacking in experience. He elaborates, suggesting that even with the orcs at their side, there's no need for His Majesty to turn himself into bait. Ian insists that without dangerous confrontations, the others can deal with them. Gruhorn's gaze falls upon Ian's bandaged arm, questioning the injury. Ian looks down at his arm, a soft huh escaping him. Gruhorn's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with resolve. Ian admits his arm is still healing, but vows to fight when the time comes. Gruhorn advises him to think calmly, addressing him as Vincent. His gaze fixed on an unseen point, Gruhorn declares that their real enemy is not what Ian perceives. The Night Slayers are still arguing like this, while a deep, resonant thrum echoes from outside, as an ominous red glow pulses through the window. Ian, his gaze fixed on the unsettling sight, can feel its callous, restless presence, steadily changing every moment without stopping. The swirling, dark red energy intensifies, and he reveals to Gruhorn that it is now approaching the Winter Castle. Gruhorn, however, reminds him that the Winter Castle was collapsed a long time ago. Ian's expression remains grim. As he states the entity will arrive in a week, Gruhorn simply responds, "All right." Arwen Kurgan gazes out, her thoughts consumed by the urgent need to locate the secret weapon and halt its impending advance. Meanwhile, Ian's voice echoes with strategic clarity, explaining that their primary objective isn't to annihilate the enemy forces, but to strategically draw out their leader. He then commands his troops to listen closely. Ian reiterates his strategy, stating that their number one goal isn't to annihilate them, but to draw out their leader. At the central wall, a commander relays orders to the assembled knights, emphasizing the need to hold the line for as long as possible until the enemy leader makes a move. Along the east wall, more knights stand ready, their armor glinting in the cold light. The west wall is similarly fortified, a formidable line of defense against the approaching threat. As the preparations intensify, a voice calls out, commanding the archers to stand by, their bows drawn and ready. A thunderous impact shakes the castle walls, as a volley of arrows streaks skyward from the defenders. The projectiles find their mark, piercing through the crude armor of the advancing orcs, drawing crimson from their thick hides. One of the monstrous creatures cries out in agony, struck by multiple shafts, while another, wielding a sturdy shield, deflects the incoming barrage with practiced ease, its defense holding firm against the relentless assault. From atop the battlements, a knight in dark armor roars in defiance, condemning the attackers for daring to assault their stronghold. And with a resolute gesture, he commands the archers to maintain their relentless fire upon the wall defenses. The archers on the castle walls unleash a furious volley, their arrows raining down upon the advancing orcs. Below, the orcs strain, pushing a massive siege tower closer to the fortifications. The colossal structure grinds forward, rapidly closing the distance to the stone battlements. From his vantage point, Ian watches the siege tower's relentless approach, its shadow growing larger. An orc leader atop the tower surveys the castle, its gaze fixed on the defenders. A desperate cry echoes across the battlefield, urging the troops to stop the enemy's advance. Ian plants his armored feet firmly, a surge of blue magical energy flaring around them as he prepares for impact. Suddenly, a swift, red-cloaked figure strikes, blood splattering as an orc recoils from the unexpected blow. It is Gruhorn, delivering a powerful, glowing red strike that sends the green-skinned foe reeling. He strikes with a blinding flash of red energy, the force of his blow sending an orc soldier reeling back from the castle wall, his golden hair whipping around him as blood splatters from the impact. From above, Ian watches the relentless advance, his voice cutting through the din of battle, commanding his men to push them off and let them fall. Yet, the orcs continue their ascent, their crude siege tower groaning under the weight of their numbers, each step a defiant crack against the castle's defenses. Below, Gruhorn is a whirlwind of motion, his attacks carving through the green-skinned horde, another orc falling to his relentless assault. The rumble of the siege tower grows louder, a chilling tremor through the very foundations of the fortress, as Ian watches its slow, inevitable approach. He shouts orders, demanding the sling be brought forward, hoping to make them believe they won't reach the castle walls. But the orcs respond with a guttural roar, a wave of green bodies surging forward, their war cry echoing across the snowy battlefield. As the sun begins to rise or set over the distant peaks, casting long shadows across the besieged fortress, the siege tower continues its slow, grinding advance, a relentless force against the castle's defenses. On the snow-covered battlefield, a massive orc warrior swings its crude axe with brutal force. Roaring triumphantly amidst a growing pile of fallen foes, its guttural cries echoing over the carnage. From the castle walls, Ian watches the relentless advance, a grim realization settling upon him. Their numbers just won't decrease. Beside him, the knight Arwen observes the same terrifying sight, wondering if the monstrous figure below is a legendary Night Slayer. Her expression remains resolute, despite the overwhelming odds. But Ian's face betrays the heavy toll the battle is taking, as he acknowledges that everyone is exhausted. Arwen, however, clings to a desperate hope, believing that even those bastards must be tired by now. Below them, the siege tower continues its slow, inexorable approach, a looming threat against the ancient stone. Then, a chilling discovery is made. The castle walls of the Winter Castle have a loophole. The orcs continue their relentless charge, their guttural roars echoing across the snowy battlefield as they press forward, a chilling reminder that wolf espers are among their ranks. One of the monstrous figures lunges with a crude weapon. Its attack aims squarely at the defenders, the threat of the wolf espers looming large. But Gruhorn meets the assault head-on, his blade clashing against the orcs, instructing Arwen to handle the other bastards. He parries another blow with his shield, his eyes fixed on the enemy. Then his hand tightens on the hilt, blue lightning crackling around the blade, as he asks Arwen if they should start dangling the bait. Then with a powerful swing, he unleashes the Song of Requiem, a wave of brilliant energy. From the swirling darkness, a monstrous form emerges, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. A violent surge of dark, crimson energy erupts, tearing through the air. But before the chaos can spread, Gruhorn unleashes a powerful counter, his form wreathed in a brilliant blue aura as he strikes down the encroaching horde. Far from the fray, Ian observes the immense power radiating from the battlefield, a concerned expression on his face. He mutters, the unfolding events aligning with his prior knowledge. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he concludes that their strategy has proven successful. Back on the front lines, Gruhorn stands resolute, his golden hair shimmering, eyes burning with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, a new, more potent wave of dark energy surges, a chilling presence announcing itself. From its depths, the true orc warlord emerges, a colossal figure wreathed in malevolent crimson power, leading its frenzied horde. As the colossal orc warlord's dark power looms over the battlefield, a new, formidable force is declared to have entered the fray, the Night Slayer.